I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here.
Personally, I think someone come up here and grabbed her and ran down the hill.
I think so,
and
too.
threw her in a car and drove as far away as they could from this area.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard.
Hey, it's Dr. Phil here. Please subscribe to the Behavior Panel.
All right. So we good? You ready?
Sure.
Here we go. I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language. And I created the True Crime Workshop with Greg. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden. I'm an expert in human behavior and body language. I help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, and gain credibility every time they communicate, including some of the leaders of the G7. Chase.
I am Chase Hughes, did 20 years in the U.S. military, wrote the #1 best-selling book on behavior profiling, influence, and persuasion. Nowadays, I train everyday people and intelligence operatives in the same. Greg?
Greg Hartley. I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior, put together the True Crime Workshop at truecrimeworkshop.com with Scott Rouse, and I spend most of my time on Wall Street and corporate America.
All right. Well, today we're going to talk about Summer Wells, and we're talking about her. We've got a lot of requests to do her. So again, the panelists have spoken, and we're going to do what they suggest. So Summer Wells is a little girl who's missing from Kingston, Tennessee, and we have a couple of interviews to take a look at of her parents. Greg found the footage. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I think it's Kingsport. It's up in the corner up in Tennessee, and what we have is
Kingsport.
her father and her mother, and there are clips that are interspersed, some with both of them together and some with just the father. She's been missing now. I think today is day 14. And the father released a statement early, went in front of a camera and did a full interview for, I think, 8 or 9 minutes. The mother only last night came out, and this is all that we have from them. This is an active case, guys. Nobody knows where this little girl is or where she's missing. What we want you to pay attention to is we might be joking at times, but it certainly is not about this little girl. Anything that we find funny or any of that kind of thing will not be about this little girl. If you have any tips, please contact authorities. If you have any ideas, please contact authorities. Not conjecture, tips. This little girl is still missing.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at the first video. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
I can't imagine how you've been feeling these past couple days.
Yeah, it's been rough, but we know, we believe in resurrection. Never seen so many Christians in one place in my life. Like I say, that's pretty awesome to see that. And I just hope God in His mercies will deliver someone home to us.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so interesting in terms of the, content of what he talks about. You know, I can't imagine how you're feeling. And he defers to society, religion, and God. So interesting deferral. I'm not sure really what it says, but it isn't necessarily talking about his specific feelings, though it could be an element of, I guess, feeling supported by society, by the religion, by the God involved. Anyway, with sound off, on the whole, very comforting gestures around the son. So that felt good to me. Downward inflections in the voice when you've got the sound on. That sounds assured. So comfort, assurance. His weight is forward as well. So that seems like he's kind of leaning into the story. He wants to deliver information to us. Tongue grooming beforehand. I'll just say now that I see that throughout. I think that's a consistent kind of preparation before he speaks, though I'm open to other views on that. For me, it seemed like a baseline preparation that he always does. Boy's head is hung. Is that shame? Is that grief? Is it just the sunlight? They're facing into the sun at the moment. Not sure at this point. But anyway, that's what I've got as a first off on this first piece here. Chase, what do you got for us?
Yeah, agree with you, Mark. And this is a clip where we're not seeing much emotion. We're not seeing a lot of anger, sadness, stress, or anything else. And just you watching this as an interesting data point for you as a panelist is that the reporter didn't ask a question. The reporter used what's called a provocative statement. And this is part of elicitation that people in the intelligence community get trained on. As far as I know, this is the first thing you learn when you learn about getting information out of people. And I think the reason that this unrehearsed statement about resurrection really came up is because no question was asked. And in the intelligence community, they have a saying that says the more sensitive the information you need, the less questions you should be asking. So the more we want to default to elicitation. And I think that's why this came out. I think it's also interesting that he defaults to saying we believe in the resurrection, which suggests or denotes that he is either made the decision that she's not coming back or she's dead, or that he's just already aware of it. And I think it's interesting with his son there beside him that I think they're providing each other equal amounts of comfort. I think the son is also become a pacifier for him. And you see in his high stress moments, he increases the physical contact and movement on the son, kind of reassuring him, pulling him in a little bit closer. Not a whole lot of certainty here about what this means yet. So this is just the first video. We'll get to the next one. Scott?
Right. Usually when somebody goes straight to religion right out of the gate, that's a red flag for me.
I believe in resurrection. Never seen so many Christians in one place in my life.
But in this case, I think it's a little bit different. I think in this situation, this guy probably hasn't done a lot of public speaking, probably doesn't know what to say. So I think maybe out of nervousness, he goes right to that. Now, his background's a little bit sketchy as far as getting in trouble for things. So he's gotten a little bit of trouble before. So that may be something to help shine him up, make him look good, help spiff him up a little bit for people watching. Oh, he's a good guy, just in case. And I agree, Chase, he's used that little boy as an adapter, holding on to him. But I think they both are, because it's a trying time. Not seeing a whole lot of grief here. Not seeing tons of it anyway. You can tell the guy's not. He's down. But those are more sleepy movements. He looks tired, really, more than anything to me in this case. His blink rate is through the roof. So it could be a tick. Sometimes it's high and sometimes it's not. So it could be that he's nervous. Could be when the first interview starts. It might be one of his first ones. I don't know. So he may be a little bit nervous about that. And when we look at these nonverbals as well, culture is going to play a huge part in this. The way they act, the way they stand, the way they deliver the information that they're going to give us. So keep that in mind as we go through, and I'll point out some other things to let you know that. His voice is fairly monotone as well.
But we believe in resurrection. Never seen so many Christians in one place in my life, like I say.
And let's start paying attention to how many times he says and so, because we see that pop up at some key points over and over and over and over and over in some of this. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so if I start off, I'm going to say that your experience colors who you are and how you respond. I always say the organism does what the organism does. If you've been in trouble with the law, if you've got drama in your house, if you've been arrested a few months ago for domestic things, you're going to feel uncomfortable in front of a camera and under scrutiny. Doesn't mean that you did something to your child. It simply means that you got baggage associated with that, number one. Number two, he comes out of the gate immediately with religion, but he doesn't say, as God is my witness. He says, we believe in the resurrection.
We believe in resurrection.
That automatically makes you think that he assumes the girl's dead, but there could be another reason. And guys, I'm not making an excuse. I'm just going to tell you why that could happen. If you've converted to a religion, Maslow's hierarchy among people who have the same religion is saying the same things. And he probably rarely speaks outside of church. I saw the other day, he's in Seventh-day Adventist, and he was up talking in front of the church. So it's probably a standard line he does every time he stands in front of people. And maybe a catchphrase, not literally a catchphrase only, but a way that makes him more comfortable. At the same time, he's gripping that little kid's shoulder, and the kid is getting comfort too. But at one point, he's gripping the kid's shoulder, and the kid looks up at him like, hey, that's a little tight. So it's an adapter, as you guys have already said. In terms of sadness, I always talk about this muscle and refer to this as a grief muscle, but it really isn't a single muscle. What's happening there with people is all these muscles, and I won't ever remember the name of them except for the big ones, but as these muscles, as you feel sad or sorrow, that internal part of the brow rises, the other brow comes down. And then as that's happening, most of us, when we're sad, our brow rises. And this is fighting that, is how you get a little arch there. It's a bunch of muscles involved that causes that look. What you need to be paying attention to when someone, I just read a study yesterday from 2012, and we'll put it down below, but they said that the frontalis muscle blowing out the grief, all those grief lines, is the best indicator of deception that most people can notice. So when the person's doing what I call request for approval, instead of that, it shows something. So here you see a little bit of an arch, but not much. But you do see that sadness. You see his eyebrows lifted up. And the indicators of grief or sadness are that arch, the brows lifted, and the corners of the mouth down. He has facial hair, but look at the corners of his mouth. They're drawn. He has some tears in his eyes or sweat. Hard to tell. It is hot. It is Tennessee this time of the year. He doesn't stance. He doesn't take high ground. He simply uses that religion piece. And he is adapting. We typically would say those are red flags, and the blink rate goes through the roof. So I'd pay attention. Those things make me wonder if he knows something, but we'll go through this as we go, remembering that I'll show you one really good indicator that's hard to fake. It's really hard to fake this up and your brow and your lids down unless you're sad. Your lids down and your brow up that way usually indicates somebody's sad. This going immediately to worst case makes us all feel like he knows the girl's dead. But if you have been in prison a few times, if you've been in trouble, and things typically go badly for you, you might assume that they're all going to go bad for you. So try to read what a person's been through, and that gets you the next piece. And that's what I got.
Excellent.
I can't imagine how you've been feeling these past couple days.
Yeah, it's been rough, but we know, we believe in resurrection. Never seen so many Christians in one place in my life. Like I say, that's pretty awesome to see that. And I just hope God in His mercies will deliver someone home to us.
We good?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
We really miss her very much. She was the angel, our blessing. The love of our life. She's what made our world go around.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So the first thing that jumps off the plate to me, and we have to take this into account, and Chase, you're going to talk about some of this in great detail, but is lack of forehead involvement. She doesn't use her forehead much at all. Now, the one thing we know is that people who are not interested in social engagement don't use their forehead much, because that's the way we signal each other. I think it was Desmond Morris who called it billboard of emotion or billboard of something. And so it's a way for me to connect with you across the room. She doesn't do much of that. She's also doing a lot of internal conversation, or what I assume is internal conversation, as she's over here and just kind of rolling through what should I say. At one point when she is saying she was our little...
We really miss her very much. She was the angel, our blessing.
She almost says something else, I think, before she says angel, because she says later she would keep the boys in line and that kind of thing. But if you're talking about a child who has disappeared, you certainly don't want to disparage them if you love them and care. Usually people who are disparaging are the people who hated the person who is gone, and just like our last week's guest who's saying how bad his wife was and how badly she beat him. Usually you don't disparage, and so you look for better words about the person. She does a double shoulder rise, kind of in helplessness at one point in here, and then she goes back to... She does make eye contact one time. I typically think of looking at mood in addition to body language. We talk a lot about body language, but if you think about energy, focus, and direction for a person, you can think a lot about all the rest of the stuff is painting on a palette. In her case, all of her energy is internally focused. It's low, and her alignment is scattered. She's all over the place with her mind. That typically... I associate with confusion. Now, you can paint a lot of things on top of the confusion palette, but that's the way I look at it. And what I see here is that. If, on the other hand, if she were low, external, and scattered, or low, external, and focused, I would say now she's secretive because she's paying attention to something that's coming. Don't see that? Here's what I see. Now, realize this is a baseline for her and our first time seeing her. So we'll go from there. Chase, what do you got? We remembered.
That's awesome. All right. He just over there just selling that, man. Just, oh, yeah. Oh, that was awesome.
I only knew because I started out with, I didn't really get to see this video, and Scott goes,
Well, I was starting to laugh, and I wondered if you were saying something horrific, and I was laughing.
oh, man.
All right.
That's a good one.
I think in this video we're seeing, let's just talk about the verbals in this video instead of the nonverbals. Everything that's being said here is in past tense, as if the likes and dislikes and who the daughter is no longer a current reality.
She was...
And I think that's interesting. And we're talking about her facial movement. I think what we're seeing here, I'm not a doctor, but I did spend 8 years studying neuroscience at some kind of cool university. However, I think what we're seeing here is late stage Bell's palsy, which is some damage or a problem with the seventh cranial nerve that affects one side of the face, where you see this paralysis. And you start to see some of that paralysis in the side of her face, I think. You can see it in the development of her cheekbones. But I will give you a PSA. These symptoms are sudden onset. Bell's palsy is a sudden onset disorder, much like a stroke. So if you see some symptoms where somebody's face is paralyzed, but they are able to move their forehead, you should treat it like a stroke immediately. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I agree with you a lot on that. We're not seeing a whole lot of facial movement in this, and it is a little bit odd. It's a little bit wonky looking when you start paying attention to it. Again, here, she looks worn out. She looks sleepy. She looks like she's been going through a lot, which obviously she looks worried. And I think the behavior we're seeing shows that. One thing that I'm not seeing that would show me deception is sort of what Greg was getting to a minute ago. They're not talking to each other. They're not looking at each other, checking with each other, checking each other's looks or what they're saying. Like in the last two fake plea videos, we see a lot of that stuff, checking each other out, seeing what they're saying, eyes directly looking at that person. Here, we're not seeing that. We're not seeing them, in other words, touch base on what I'm saying. Is that okay so far? None of that. I think that single eyebrow raise is actually an illustrator. Illustrators is how your brain emphasizes specific words or phrases, like I just did then, specific words or phrases. So since she doesn't do that much at all, I think that's what her eyebrow is doing. I think it's doing that to act as an illustrator. And her eyes are sort of like an illustrator, but an enhancer when those eyes go up real big. And that's how she expresses that that's important or it's a big deal. The shoulder shrugs, I think, are just something where she's trying to express. She's looking for words to express how she feels, but she doesn't have the words. I don't think she has the words. So I think that's what we're seeing there. This is going. It's odd what we're seeing, fairly odd compared to what we're used to seeing. So, Greg, what do you got? Or Mark, what do you got? Sorry.
Interesting, Greg, that you talk about the mood there. I think that's a nice thing to look at. Emotions, heightened emotions will last kind of maximum 10 minutes. It's about all the body can really stand of a heightened emotion. Moods can go on for hours. If moods go on for days, we often call them affective disorders. They're a little more than a mood. There's maybe something more up. What's interesting with this is the mood of the male and the female are very, very similar. They seem to kind of fit together. We've got the male with his arm out. They seem to be quite connected, not only kind of physically, but in their rhythm, in their mood. And that speaks to me about something of a family going on here, a connected family. Now, I know you might have all kinds of information around, this family, but however a family performs, now and again, they seem to be performing really together at this point. So that's an interesting data point. As said before, we've often seen in other films of videos of families dealing with this kind of situation, two very disparate people, different rhythms, disconnected from each other. Doesn't seem the case here. I think you're right, Scott, searching for these words. There's a lot of confusion there, a lot of difficulty finding the words, but she does find the metaphor, which is she's what made our world go around.
She's what made our world go around.
It's that idea of the world has now stopped. That's a big, strong image that the child has gone, the world has now stopped.
She's what made our world go around.
And I would expect that metaphor with real grief. So although we might not be seeing it in the face here, the metaphor speaks to me of a real massive change in life. The world has literally stopped. It's stopped turning. Life as they know it is not the same. So that's quite powerful, I think. Everything stopped. It's shock, it's confusion, it's devastation. There, that's what I got for you.
We really miss her very much. She was the angel, our blessing. The love of our life. She's what made our world go around.
Let's move along.
And can you tell us a little bit, what Summer was doing that afternoon or that evening?
She was planting flowers with her mother and her grandmother, and she wanted to go into the house. So my wife watched her go into the door, and she went into the house, and the boys were on the internet, of course, and she wanted to go downstairs and play with her toys. So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?" She went down in the basement. She didn't answer, so she went down there, and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked, and we haven't seen her since.
All right. Greg, what do you got?
One interesting thing throughout everything we're going to see this guy do is that he has the same cadence almost exactly throughout every interview he's done, which is interesting for me because it makes me think, okay, that's kind of a baseline for him. Yeah, it's slow, it's drawling and that kind of thing, but that's how he speaks. In this storytelling, you cannot miss that he's storytelling because his cadence changes. If you pay attention, when he goes into storytelling mode and he said, "I was not home when this happened," and then he starts down this third-party story, and you can tell he's repeating what he's been told.
She was planting flowers with her mother and her grandmother, and she wanted to go into the house. So my wife watched her go into the door, and she went into the house, and the boys were on the internet, of course, and she wanted to go downstairs and play with her toys. So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?" She went down in the basement. She didn't answer, so she went down there, and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked, and we haven't seen her since.
That's all he's got. Not a single verbal bridge, and then after that, just walks through the details. And I am having a hard time. I'm looking at him because his brow is up in the center, his mouth is down, his lids are low, but he's also out in the sun, so I'm not going to read everything into it. I am going to say he's gripping his kid. He's got that same thing where he's gripping him and he's adapting. If this were he was home and he was telling me the story, I would probably call it a red flag because the cadence changes. But knowing that he's heard this second, third hand, so no big deal. However, it is with that and blink rates and all of that, we have to look for positives as well. He's illustrating with his right hand. Now, he can't with his left hand, but he is illustrating the story with his right hand. And you see what, Chase, I think you would call body narration when he's moving around a little bit as well, trying to get the message across. And then he does a sour taste, as you would say, Mark. It's hard to tell with all the facial hair, but he does a sour taste and shakes his head like this when he's saying she was gone. And so you would expect that's a negative and negative. And, a lot of people would say shaking his head no when he's telling you something that doesn't mean, that means that it's a lie. We all know that's not the truth. We know that we're looking for it to match the message he's delivering. And Chase, I think you had a great one recently where the guy went like this for yes and like this for no. That's a big deal. But if the guy's saying it was a bad thing and he does that, then you expect it to be something different.
Right.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I would say, again, tongue grooming before speaking. So for me, I think that, these little bits of tongue action that we see always before he speaks is just, he always prepares like that. I don't think we're seeing any kind of preparation around potential deceit or anything that you might read on the internet about lip licking or tongue juts or whatever. I think, again, it's kind of baseline for him. He'd probably do the same at church when he gets up to speak. The boys were on the internet, of course.
The boys were on the internet, of course.
Kind of interested by that. Is that about, is that an alibi? Is that about, well, aren't they, a sense of annoyance around kids always being on the internet? That of course, is of interest. Why are you trying to point that out? So I'm keeping my eyes and ears open around that piece there. But on the whole, he's forward and agreeable. When I turn the sound off, although we get some of these head shakes, which are about very specific things, he's very forward. He's very agreeable. He's not displaying many of the things that we've seen in the past when we know or suspect that somebody is trying to hold back information. And especially in this case, I agree, Greg, he is taking us through the story that he's heard from his wife. And from what I've heard of her story, it really doesn't deviate from that at all, which makes me feel like he doesn't feel like he needs to add anything. He kind of thinks it's good as it is. It's good enough. That story that does the job, whatever job that's meant to do, that does the job. He doesn't need to add anything. He doesn't need to take anything away from it. So it's pretty good at the moment. Chase, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I agree with you guys absolutely here. And I will say that the lip licking thing, I will always treat as a potential marker for deception until I see otherwise. And obviously it's going into a pile. We're not going to see it and say, none of us will ever tell you that one of these behaviors, it means that somebody's being deceptive. But once they get into a pile, they start to become a little more solid ground. So I would always suggest for any reporter that's interviewing these people, start your interview with some truthful questions. Where do you work? How long have you worked there? Tell us, about, what you like about doing what you do, or, things that people are willing to talk about, and get some baseline for people like us to help out. So let's go with some red flags. Since you guys are, let's go with some things that might suggest otherwise. The story is focused on innocence with only a tiny mention of the disappearance. And there's no attempt whatsoever to get us how he feels. There's no emotion conveyed here at all. And also another failure to mention the name of the victim. And finally, one thing that almost universally people who are missing a child and go on TV do, they have zero problem completely overtaking the interview and stomping all over the reporter's question to get out exactly what they want to get out. They do not answer questions as if they're trying to pass a test. And I think this is also one of those indicators. Maybe this should be one of our things on our checklist. But people who we've seen in the past who have these videos and they're genuine, they have no problem derailing the interview to talk about getting the child back. And there's no mention of getting Summer back in this video. Scott?
All right. This gives me the feeling that he's told this a lot. He's heard this a lot. And it gives me the feeling he wasn't there at the beginning, which I believe we are under the impression he wasn't there from the information we got. The reason I think that is because his recall on this, like Greg was talking about, is great.
She was planting flowers with her mother and her grandmother, and she wanted to go into the house. So my wife watched her go into the door, and she went into the house, and the boys were on the internet, of course, and she wanted to go downstairs and play with her toys. So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?" She went down in the basement. She didn't answer, so she went down there, and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked, and we haven't seen her since.
I mean, he's speeding right along, and he's repeating the same story he's heard over and over and over for the past few days. He's heard his wife tell it 1,000 times because they've been sitting there. Now, tell me again what happened. That's how you find those inconsistencies in a story that you can box him in with. You ask him the same thing. Not only do you ask him, somebody else will ask him, and he's heard it a lot. So he's just cruising right there. That's why his arm is going in the circular motion, almost like, well, here's what happened, here's what happened. That's why he can speed through it like that. And he sort of keeps this mode happening. He's in listening mode. And we know that because his head's tilted a little bit and that ear comes forward just a little bit. And that lets you know that gives you the impression someone is listening to you. And as he's going through this, he goes, and this happened, and this happened. So they went in. That's another thing. These words that are linked, these conjunctions, linking these things together are just, there's information and information, a little break, and
she wanted to go into the house, so my wife watched her go into the door, and she went into the house, and the boys were on the internet, of course, and she wanted to go downstairs and play with her toys.
So he's going through and remember it in those chunks like that. Not using any barriers. He doesn't look stressed, and the only really illustrator he's using is his arm when he's doing that little movement with his arm. I don't see him trying to block anything. I don't see him trying to hold back anything. I think he's given up all he knows about this at this point. Again, let's pay attention to all the times he says and so as we run through this. All right. We good?
Yeah.
And can you tell us a little bit, what Summer was doing that afternoon or that evening?
She was planting flowers with her mother and her grandmother, and she wanted to go into the house, so my wife watched her go into the door, and she went into the house, and the boys were on the internet, of course, and she wanted to go downstairs and play with her toys. So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?" She went down in the basement. She didn't answer, so she went down there, and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked, and we haven't seen her since.
Good. Let's move.
And my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay, and I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. And within 2 minutes I came back, and I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
This is mostly truthful. We have minimal deception indicators here. These rolling along with the story, not a whole lot of eye accessing, and not a whole lot of random eye accessing. Limited mention of the child's name until she's quoting herself saying the child's name, and almost no emotion here. So I'm sure that they went through a lot of emotion. I'm not sure if they've already processed the thought that maybe they believe that it's a finalized thing and everything is over with now, and there's no hope. And she's gone through all that already. But at this point, I would expect to see a lot more emotion from the person. But I do think this is a truthful statement. Mark?
Yeah. Okay, so there's a lot of detail in there, which for me is significant. That there's importance within the detail of the life of the child and the life of the family, and it's not externalized. They're not distracting us by going out somewhere else. It's very much the internal story going on, and I can see it as well. It's described well enough that I can see it happening. I think that's significant. It's a good enough story that I can see it. I've heard other people in my time tell stories where you're just going, I can't visualize that happening. I don't make sense. This does make sense at the moment. The eyes are consistent, and the body are consistently telling us the geography of it, and the geography seems to fit with where she is right now. So again, there's consistency there, which feels good to me. The father tells the same story. She's telling it with more detail, but the basic story and the basic geography is not being elaborated on or changed in any kind of way. It's consistent. And then at the end there, for sure, we see surprise on Gone. And I think we could be seeing some fear as well. Now, fear and surprise have some very similar elements to them. Fear is actually strangely more subtle than surprise. And the reason for that is if you're going to show show fear to your friend who might be hunting and gathering with you, you wouldn't want to show that because there's a predator in front of you. You'd want to show it subtly enough that they get it and the predator doesn't. Because if the predator sees or smells the fear, they'll come into attack. So fear is actually quite a subtle gesture. I think we see quite a big gesture of fear. A big gesture of surprise, something subtler around the fear. And I think we see some welling up in the eyes as well of some emotion of sorrow. So again, feels pretty good to me, what I'm seeing there in terms of, just as Chase was saying, what might be true and what might be deceitful. It feels pretty true to me. Greg, what do you have?
So when I look for somebody who is going from comfort to discomfort, or whatever state you want to look for when a person's lying and afraid of being caught, one of the first things I notice is respiration. And you can tell hers doesn't increase, which is interesting. That's a great indicator. And Chase, I think you're dead on, mostly truthful. And does a person feel guilt when their kid goes missing if they're not involved? Absolutely, I would say. Mark, her storytelling, exactly. There were 10 opportunities in that story to chaff. 10. She went downstairs, and the left handrail on the stairs is broken, and I'm always worried. None of that. Just facts. Just getting out the facts, telling you what she knew. There's also the and Scott, you brought it out earlier with Don. When a person is telling you a story and they sound the same, it's not because they rehearsed. Those are internal to family, internal to social groups speech patterns, and including in culture, we can even have mispronounced words that become acceptable within a culture. Things like jewelry. I love that people transpose letters and we just pretend like it's normal. That's the way we talk. We accept it. She does illustrate in this case, but with her body, because she has such low forehead involvement. You know, if I had that, I probably wouldn't have all these wrinkles in my head. But she also voice changes when she's saying what the boys said. She illustrates that. She brings it to life with her voice, and she uses her hand when she's pointing to where she was. This looks like a story where she's telling the whole story and using everything she possibly has. She could be a brilliant liar and telling us something we don't know. Doesn't look like that here. We don't see a lot of deception unless Scott blows us out of the water here in just a minute. And then I do see concern in her brow when she says, that was unusual, and you see that eye narrow on that side. Great indicator that this story feels real when you're watching her. Now, she has unusual mannerisms, and so there's a lot of stuff that, as you said, Chase, I'd love to see some emotion here, and I don't. I see some concern is about the most emotion I see. But as you said, Mark, she could be just worn out, don't know. Or people deal with things in different ways. Scott, what do you got?
I agree. You guys covered just about everything. She's not recalling a story. She's telling a story. And these things she's going through, she acts, this is the difference in someone who is telling you a story they've made up, that they're linking with these really odd things instead of just this flow, this loping of telling a story. It just cruises right on through. There's no stopping. There's no there's no looking around. There's no stress there. She's just telling you what happened. And I think we're seeing that here. She's telling you exactly what happened to her, from her point of view, what happened here. We're not seeing any animated or fake emotion. Not seeing a whole lot of emotion. But then again, she's told this same story 1,000 times up to this point. So there'll be no big surprise where she was surprised before. The difference is, like Mark was saying, the difference in in fear and surprise is fear looks like a really calm surprise. In other words, the eyebrows aren't way up, but they're up. The mouth is open just a little bit, whereas in surprise, it's wide open. When you get surprised, you're sucking in all that oxygen for your muscles and to get ready to run or fight, or when you decide what you're going to do. So there's a big difference in fear and surprise. I think the wide eyes are, again, illustrating those emotions she's having, and they're sort of enhancing the feelings she's having in that situation. I don't think those are just overdone or anything. I don't think she's overdoing them. I think she is overdoing it, but she's overdoing it to show the way she feels. Those are her illustrators at this point, I believe. And I think we'll see that running through these videos. That's about all I've got compared to what you guys got. You covered everything.
And my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. And within 2 minutes I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone.
So we good?
Yeah, good.
Not knowing what happened, do you have any kind of a gut feeling about it? Do you have any kind of instinct feeling about it?
I wished I did. Some bad person grabbed her, but we have no idea that the FBI and the police have covered every single base, everything that anybody can think of, they've covered.
Okay, I'll go first on this one. This is the first one where I said, wait a minute, something's not right here. Bunch of red flags up in this one. It's fairly short. There's a lot going on. I won't suck up everything. Don't worry, you guys. The first thing right out of the gate on this one, do you have a gut feeling about what you think about what might happen? No, I sure don't. Somebody bad must have taken her. He said, I wish I did. Somebody bad grabbed her.
I wished I did. Some bad person grabbed her, but we have no idea that.
His cadence is slow. It doesn't show a whole lot of stress in his voice, but man, he's moving around a lot. He's squishing back and forth, moving around that arm, gets that thing to going. This is the first time he's really been lit up. Greg, what do you got?
So I see internal conversation and distraction about what, don't know. In the very beginning, he's got something going on where he's almost not engaged. Is it the last question? Not really sure. But he's got some internal thing going on. I do see that same, lilted eyebrows up in the front. And when he's talking, I don't see this request for approval like, hey, believe me, don't you? So do I see red flags? Absolutely. When I see his blink rates go up and his respiration increase and that kind of thing, I see red flags, and it makes me want to poke on him. First time I saw this video, my first thing was he knows something. Now, again, there's lots of reasons. We say this about people all the time. There's lots of reasons why you can feel a way and increase. This only gives us the next question. And to your point, Chase, if I were the reporter standing there, I might go and poke and say, what makes you think it's somebody, or go down that path? We can't do that. We're not controlling it. We're seeing what we see here. And I would then want to ask another question is what I'm seeing. Chase, what do you got?
I would do much of the same, and I would probably throw in a lot of elicitation there. Just to make sure that fans out, that answer just turns into a fan. And elicitation is great for that. I think it's you covered the stress and you covered him becoming more illustrated. And I think it's interesting that he's becoming more illustrated, telling people or wanting people to think that everything's already been done. And I would say this is a red flag because on a continuum of like, I want everyone to help me, or I want people to think that this case is unsolvable. He's all the way on the other side where he's communicating that everything's already been done. And there's no request. There's no saying we're running down leads where he's saying we've done everything already. It's all been done. I think it's unusual communication from somebody missing their child, but I don't think it's necessarily deceptive. Mark?
Yeah. So again, 3 for 3, we get the tongue action before he starts to speak. I see what you're saying there, Chase. Let's not discount it ever, but 3 for 3, he always seems to start with that. But let's not discount it. You're right. This is not, and come back at me on this, Chase, this is not a case of a missing perpetrator anymore, because a perpetrator has been, it's some bad person. And has grabbed her. So there is a good, strong theory about the type of person and some of the action involved. So this is better off than what we often get, which is just perpetrator, no idea, not even mentioned, and there's no idea. However, everybody's right here that it is running. It's suggested that they're running out of leads, running out of places to go, and the story now has a sense of hopelessness to it. As the story builds, it runs out of places to go, and I believe we see his emotion build around that, and we do start to hear some difference in the voice, some action in the eyes there, around distress, sadness. Now, I think there are all kinds of reasons why there might be some incongruence in the stories or just juxtapositions around that, but certainly this is possibly one of the most interesting elements of the story that we've seen so far, because there is some difference between him going, I have no idea. Here's what we're looking for. Here's who I actually think it is. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
And just for 1 second, think, and guys, again, we're going to say this 100 times. Body language is not magical. We're not mind readers. Lots of reasons you might ramp up your heart rate in that when you're thinking about a child and somebody says, who do you think took her? Or what do you think happened? And you say, we think somebody took her. Maybe it is what they think. And that might cause your respiration to go up too. So what we want you to do is to notice that every time we're looking for what should happen next and how this should tie together. What does a communication look like and how does this story come out? I think that's the big piece here.
Not knowing what happened, do you have any kind of a gut feeling about it? Do you have any kind of an instinct feeling about it?
I wished I did. Just some bad person grabbed her, but we have no idea that the FBI and the police have covered every single base, everything that anybody can think of, they've covered.
Okay.
I'm just scared that somebody's hurting her, and there's nothing I can do about it, and it smothers me.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I think this is truthful, and I'll just say one thing about this. We see her eyes moving around, and we see her talking, and she has comfort looking downward. She's not escaping to look downward. She's just looking away to speak, and she's comfortable about it. This, I think, is truthful because there is no attempt to manage perception. No attempt to manage perception. Greg?
Yeah, I'm with you. I see truthful here. There's a narrowing of her eyes at nothing I can do about it, which is a sad and negative thing. She looks up left, looks around a little bit. She rolls her eyes up in that. That's almost a fainting gesture, if you will, about loss of control. And, what does she say? How horrible this is. You see that going. I don't see a barrier anywhere there. If you're thinking of her lying, she'd probably want to cover up, put something between her and you. We don't see any of that. And her speech pattern for smothered is just, Scott and I talked a little bit about it. It's an odd choice of words, but culture matters. So that's what I see. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. When she says it smothers me, that's totally a cultural thing. I've heard that actually before. And I think you guys have covered pretty much everything. Even though the eye roll is odd, that's another way of her expressing her emotions with it. I mean, she's sad, but she's not good at expressing her sadness. whether she's on something that's helping calm her nerves or not. I would vote possibly yes, unless she's just really tired. She just may be worn out from worrying so much. Her cadence is pretty slow. Her voice tone is low. This everything rides right along the way it should in someone who is supposedly feeling sadness and possibly grieving. I don't see the grief on her face. I don't see any grieving in any of them, but that doesn't mean that's not what's happening. So, I think it's all congruent with the emotions that she should be feeling at this time. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think we're seeing, or she is delivering to us in the way that she delivers emotion. She's delivering emotion to us, and I think it's triggered by this idea of an abduction and the powerlessness of this. I will say in the video that we saw before, we do see the child react to the idea of abduction as well and get comforted around that. So there's some important within the family. There seems to be some important trigger around the meaningfulness of this being a possibility. Okay. She uses a metaphor there. It could be colloquial. I think you're right, Scott, but regardless of whether it's colloquial or not,
it smothers me.
This idea of it smothers me, it literally cuts off. That's what you do to a fire. You cut off the oxygen to it so the fire doesn't burn anymore. Fire is often considered with the idea of being alive. So this idea of, if she's abducted, the powerlessness that the mother feels, it literally is taking the life out of her, the mother, that powerless feeling. So though it's colloquial, it's quite a strong metaphor being used there. Yes, the eyes defocus at the end of that. I think there's a strong possibility that there's some kind of sedative involved. They've been going a long time with this. We see, I don't know whether we see it in any of these films, but the child in some of the films yawns. I mean, it's because that, my guess is they're up and they're up and they're up and they're worrying and they're trying to, work this stuff out. Here's where I really think we feel the emotion. It smothers me. What I want you to do is listen to that intonation, and then a few films on, you're going to hear the mother talk about the kids crying, and the music that she uses, the intonation of her voice, the primal cadence of it on crying is exactly the same as smothers me. I think that's one of the ways that she shows her emotion. Listen, what you got to remember about individuals, personalities, and groups and societies as well. Just because you don't see them do an emotion doesn't mean they don't do it. What it often means is they're just not going to do it in front of you, or this isn't the place where that person or that group does the emotion. So many times I've had people come to me and go, yeah, but those people, they never do that. They never do this. They don't smile. They don't cry. It's like, not in front of you, they don't. And that's the important thing, is that you don't get to see that because you're not part of the family. You're not part of the group. Well, here, I think we're giving an indicator of where sometimes emotions are displayed, and they're in the intonation of the words, I believe. So interesting piece there. That's what I got for you.
I'm just scared that somebody's hurting her, and there's nothing I can do about it. It smothers me.
We good?
Yeah.
Are they asking anything of you other than just people that you might suspect, or, situations you might suspect?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I'm at work all the time. And Candace was on one side of the house when she got gone. That, not even, 50, 60 feet away. We know she wouldn't leave the property. There's no way she would do that.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So he starts off with what we typically call a resume statement. He's going to say, look, I'm always working. I'm always away. But his hands, if you notice, when he does talk about always being away, he drops his hand and slaps his leg. It's kind of a helpless movement. He's saying we did our best. She said, look, she was only 60 feet away, shaking his head. He's looking like I have nothing left to give you, and his elbow's away from his body. Those are all good signs. A resume statement we might think of as a red flag to say he's doing this. And for a little levity, if you'll notice, Kevin Williams shows up at 10 seconds and leaves at 13. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, nice. Well done. Yeah, you know, I'm the same. There's kind of almost an alibi put in there. You know, I got nothing more to give you because I'm at work all the time. I don't think it is him trying to lay down an alibi. I think it really is him going, I wish I had more for you. I think what we're seeing here is disbelief, confusion at the situation. I think you're right, Greg. That's what that hand slap on the thigh is about. It's that finality of that's all the information that I have. You know, unfortunately, I wasn't there. I wish I had more information. You know, Candice was 50, 60 feet away. That's all the information that she has. His direction illustrators are congruent around that. Again, the geography works around that. Again, 4 for 4, lips licking before he begins speaking. Again, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of congruence, a lot of fact in his mind around what he's saying. Chase, what do you got?
Absolutely agree, and definitely agree with the lip licking. So we're starting to see this is a normal thing. So it's losing power as we start moving forward. And I think when he says, "Unfortunately, I'm at work all the time," what makes this really truthful and different than when other people have alibis is that he doesn't focus his statement on the day it happened.
I mean, unfortunately, I'm at work all the time.
He doesn't say, that day I went to work at 3:15. I didn't come home till 6:50 p.m. that evening. So I'm at work all the time makes it more likely to be a truthful statement. That's something we're more likely to see when we're looking at truthful videos.
I mean, unfortunately, I'm at work all the time.
And I think it was extremely unusual when he said, when she got gone.
You know, Candice was on one side of the house when she got gone.
I think that may be a cultural thing, maybe something out there. But I also think that he doesn't like his job very much. We see what's called, from just a behavior perspective, it's not relevant to the case, but we see his elbow move out when he says, I'm at work all the time. We see that's indicative of disagreement. A lot of times, that's one of the first things I teach HR managers to look for in job interviews when they're interviewing people for a job. And when he says there is no way she would leave the property, I think the kid disagrees with that.
You know, we know she wouldn't leave the property. There's no way she would do that.
I think his son disagrees, and I think we can see him break eye contact and his head goes straight down to the ground the moment he says it.
We know she wouldn't leave the property. There's no way she would do that.
Scott, what do you got?
All right. I agree with a lot of that, a couple of things, but the got gone is very common in Southern phrase. That's it's not an Arkansasian phrase, however you'd say it, Chase, but in Tennessee, it's very common up the mountain.
South Georgia too. Yep.
Yeah, so it's a very common phrase. This, up to this point, the video we saw before this, a lot of movement going on, but even more here. And I think I think you're correct about that as well. I think he's just about fed up with this. That's what that hand slap means. He doesn't know where to go with it from there. I don't think he knows where to go with it. His cadence more than doubles again here. He's just speeding right along. He's already talked about where he was that day so many times. He's just getting right through it. But I think we're seeing frustration here. That's one of the main things we're seeing. And I think it's the son getting in the little kid's face, plus the fact he's not around a bunch of adults all the time. And I think those news people are looking at him, and when he catches eyes with them, I think that's why he's breaking eye contact. I could be wrong about that, but I think I watched that from the beginning. Every time he looks up and you can tell, because he just doesn't look down, his whole body kind of scooches down. I could be wrong about that because we're on the other side of the camera.
Are they asking anything of you other than just people that you might suspect or, situations you might suspect?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I'm at work all the time. And Candice was on one side of the house when she got gone. not even 50, 60 feet away. We know she wouldn't leave the property. There's no way she would do that.
All right. We good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's move.
Good one, guys.
Personally, I think someone come up here and grabbed her and ran down the hill.
I think so,
and
too.
threw her in a car and drove as far away as they could from this area.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So only a couple of things. I'm a big fan of listening to words that look out of place or looking for stress on words. And she talks about by her swing, and that is an orphaned little sentence there. She talks about, I don't think she walked away from here by her swing, and then she stops for a second.
Walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing.
I'm wondering what's going on in her head. Is that something she maybe shouldn't have said? Is that something maybe that they've discussed? Maybe she went down that path and that's how she disappeared. And then as he's talking, he does raise his brow for the first time. He doesn't raise it a whole lot as he's talking. She's trying to figure out which words to use when she says lured. Lured is a very specific word. People that don't know you can't lure you typically, or they don't have some kind of a prize to lure you. And that's how people go after children a lot of times, is it's someone they know, or it's something that they know that child would like. People use animals and that kind of thing to draw children in. So she cuts her eyes when she says lured, and she looks off. I'm assuming there's someone standing there. There's some other reason, because uncharacteristic of her to cut her eyes that hard so far as what we've seen. So something's going on. I would wonder if these are not words she's heard from the investigators. They went down by the swing, lured. Those kinds of words start to mean something when they're not usual patterns or they're orphaned. That's what I got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, all I will say about this is, again, Chase often has a brilliant point about the case of the missing perpetrator. It seems here that, again, the perpetrator is quite clear in their minds, or the possibility. They're not obfuscating from that. Though it's relatively nebulous, it's pretty clear. They're certainly closing down the possibilities of the type of person and how this crime may have been done. And the emotion is rising as we talk about this potential abductor. And so, again, that for me feels pretty positive for them in terms of them being honest about this situation. Chase, what do you got on this one? You caught yourself too early. I'll give it to you again. Chase, what do you got on this one?
I had a lot of the same stuff that you guys did. Absolutely agree. To add one thing, I'm not just going to repeat everything you guys have said. So to add one thing here, I think it's unusual that they would want you to believe that she has been driven away as far as possible. We're maximizing the scope of the investigation. Like, it's going to be infinitely difficult to find her. And I think with the no mention of her name, no mention of recovery and pleading for recovery, and a lack of emotion, I think it's very possible, guilty or innocent, that they've given up on the idea of hope at this point. Scott?
All right. I agree with everything you guys are saying. And I think the dad has heard the TBI say this. I think that's why he's repeating it with such, from the time the first interview we saw him talking, because some time has passed. I don't know how much, but obviously it's a different time. I believe he heard that and believes it and is going with that. And that's why his wife jumps in and says, yeah, I believe that's what happened too.
Personally, I think someone come up here and grabbed her and ran down the hill.
I think so,
and
too.
Threw her in a car.
So I think that's why she feels so confident in what she's saying, or I feel confident in feeling that she's not being deceptive here up to this point. So that's what I got.
I think the swing is a boundary marker for the child. When she goes out to play, it's one of those things where they say, stay by the swing. Don't go past the swing, or don't go beyond the swing.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. You good?
Mm-hmm. Personally, I think someone come up here and grabbed her and ran down the hill.
I think so,
and
too.
threw her in a car and drove as far away as they could from this area.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here.
You good?
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently. But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. I mean, if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen.
As we begin this, the subject of the truck she's talking about, that's the only thing that's really been brought up. I think someone said they saw a truck in the area, a pickup truck that they haven't seen before. So that's why they're talking about looking for the person in the truck. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think the speech pattern there is congruent with before when we think she's being factual. So I think, again, she's being factual. She doesn't know what this truck is. She hasn't seen it before. I think we see some aggression on say what you've seen. I think she's very strong and aggressive about this information coming out. The male and female here are connected and congruent with each other. So again, strong family, aggression from the female on give us the information that you have. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I not a whole lot to add, except this is one of the few times we're going to see any illustrators from her, and there are her eyes. Her eyes are moving around, and she actually shows some confusion. Why wouldn't you come in, and you can see her brows are different angles, and you can see that confusion. She's saying, why wouldn't you come and tell if you're not a suspect? Come and tell us what you've seen. I see the same thing. Scott, what do you got?
All right, yeah, I agree with you guys. Not a whole lot here. Her baseline for what's going on pretty much is the same. Everything looks good. She's using, again, the facial expressions that we are seeing are more enhancers and illustrators than anything else. You guys cover the other stuff. Chase, what do you got?
Agreed.
I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently. But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. I mean, if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen.
All right.
Please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go and where we can get her back.
Please bring her back home.
Just let her come home, please.
We miss her so much. Her brothers are so devastated that they wake up every morning crying for their sister. And as a mother, it really hurts to see your other children crying.
All right, I'll go first on this one. This is the one that really bothers me. I mean, it really bothers me. It's the only time we see any emotion in the mother, when she's talking about when the other kids are crying. And she furrows her brow there, and we actually see grief in there. And her voice goes into a grief tone at that point. This is the emotion we've been looking for, and this is the first time we see it. Still don't see it in the dad. Still not there. That's the odd thing about this whole thing is we're not seeing what we're seeing here all the way up to this point, up to where they're asking for the kid to be let go or bring the child back. For me, that's red flag town. So it's just odd. It's really odd. And for them not to be pleading, listen, bring right down the barrel. They can't just like bang, please let my kid go. Then bring back. None of that. No big expressions of emotion here at all, except for that one thing on her face for the first time. All right, Mark, what do you got?
So I think we do get this idea of group grief, like everybody's in grief. I agree it is kind of odd that the emotion comes out around the problem with the boys crying. I would say that we are hearing the same intonation as we get on Smothers Me. And so this idea of powerlessness, and so I think it's the mother's idea of she can do nothing to stop them crying. She's powerless to soothe them and stop their crying. Also, we have to accept that some groups, some societies treat the female children very different from the males. That female children can be unconsciously treated as less valuable than males, and that might be playing out here. That it's that the boys need soothing, and so we're not kind of quite hearing the value of the female child here. What I will say is, very clear here for me where the power lies. Find a way of letting her go and let her come home. It's very clear that the power belongs to somebody else to make this happen. There's a clear idea of there's a perpetrator out there and they have the power to make this happen. And there's already a little bit of sense of hostage negotiation going on there, of going, look, you're the only person who has the power to do this. Again, whether this is conscious or unconscious, I'm not quite sure. Greg, what do you have on it?
Yeah, I think if we go all the way back to the beginning of this, when he started off by saying, look, we believe in the resurrection, I think there is a hell of a lot of hopelessness in these people. Now, I also say whatever gets you to where you got is going to make you behave a different way. So if you've been in trouble with the police before, you're under high scrutiny and those kinds of things, you're going to be less forthcoming. It's just in your nature. And that'll come in our wrap up because it's an important fact for me. But when I watch her, I'm with you, Scott. This is a red flag. This is, up until here, I'm like, here I start to be really concerned because, I mean, very specific words. My other children, not her, not my other children. And she really does show grief, sorrow, whatever you want to call it, in her face. And her face is asymmetric because of the nature of Chase. I think you're probably right. There's some nerve damage or something. But she's almost dejected and lifeless at this point. And then the only thing that comes out of it is that sadness about her other children, about these boys. So now we're left with a handful of things to think about. We've seen a lot of red flags that we would traditionally say, if it were person X or Y, that means this, or we would be interested. We can't control the conversation. We can't go to the next step. But he is appealing. He does come out and appeal and say to the only power he has. He started off with a high power, and this is a high power. I need you to release her. I need you to find a way to release her. So he is asking for release. He is asking for what he knows how to do, and probably in a way that the organism understands. That's the way I'd look at it. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you guys. I think no emotion for the daughter, lots of emotion for the boys crying, the other children. And that stood out to me, and that made my stomach drop watching it this morning. I have a big TV right there, and I just kind of sit there and watch it on there in the morning when we record this. And I think that there's a definite possibility. There's a class of drug called benzodiazepines, which are used for acute treatment of anxiety, which acute means like I have a panic attack. I need something that's going to work really fast. And the trade-off is when I have a drug that works fast, it has a really quick half-life. One of the side effects of this, it's made to treat emotional conditions like fear or anxiety. But a side effect of this is that it treats all emotions. So it turns the volume down on every emotion that we can have. And even if that's true, we still saw a baseline of almost no emotion there for the daughter, and then a spike, an unusual baseline deviation spike for the boys. And again, I have it in my notes here. I'm pretty sure there was no name mentioned here in this video of the child.
Please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go and where we can get her back.
Please bring her back home.
Just let her come home, please.
We miss her so much. Her brothers are so devastated that they wake up every morning crying for their sister. And as a mother, it really hurts to see your other children crying.
Let's throw it around the room and really shortly, 30 seconds or less, tell what we think, how we think it compares to deception versus being truthful, and sort of what you think about what's happening. Mark, you want to go first?
Yeah, I think they're being honest. I think the loss of emotion element, I think you're right there, Chase. There's some sedatives maybe involved. I think there are also maybe in that family or that culture, that specific culture, a different valuation on males and females, or that males must be valued more because they might be aggressive or violent, and especially their emotions need calming down. So I hear what everybody's saying there, but I think that might be at play around this piece, or certainly that's where I'm siding on this one. Chase, what do you got?
Agree with you. I think this is mostly truthful here, and I think any deception that we see is self-management, not projecting innocence. It's not out of guilt from a crime. But I think in this culture, especially in this area of the United States, emotion is not part of the game. And in a lot of these cultures, especially working construction or working in these jobs like this, the more emotion you show, the less stable you're seen as, and it outcasts you from a group of males. And females tend to adopt those behaviors as well, especially in cultures like this. Scott?
What I'm seeing here is I think you're right, Chase. I think the only thing we're seeing deception on is trying to hold back the information that they've been given about whatever that situation may be. I know we all discussed this a little bit earlier. So that's what I'm seeing there. Other than that, I think we're seeing them be honest, and we got those red flags there at the end. That still bothers me. But after this, I think overall we're seeing truth here, them being truthful and being honest. I think we're seeing their normal behavior, especially in a situation like this. I think they're acting normally. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm going to take you down the path of an interrogator. I've interrogated a lot of people. When people give you too much information about a story, let me tell you what they don't give you too much of. Names of other people who could corroborate their story. They don't include the grandmother and the 3 boys, and to go through the whole process before the kid disappears. She was over at the swing. I went away to do something. I came back and she's gone, is how people typically lie. Omission, leave it out. They don't parade the child in front of 3 kids that the TBI is going to talk to, and the grandmother that the TBI is going to talk to. Have the whole story about candy and all that. It's not the kind of too much information you typically get. You get too much information about she stubbed her toe and they take you away and they chaff and redirect. I can't imagine that someone who has had a run-in with the law, who's trying to hide something, would say, hey, let's include the kids. Let's include this. Let's include that. It just doesn't make sense. So while I see a lot of red flags in normal behavior, remember, if I've been in trouble with the police and I'm under high scrutiny, it doesn't matter if it was a long time ago, that's still there. And I'm missing a kid. And I just had some domestic issues recently. All that's going to raise your fight or flight. I watched his cadence throughout this whole thing. It was pretty damn consistent throughout the whole show. Now, I'll also say her red flag was probably the most disturbing. But as you said, Chase, it can turn off all kinds of emotions, drugs can. And so let's leave it at that. I'm going to say we're mostly seeing truth. And I will say this, if they're lying to us, wow. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Well, today we're going in again on another couple that is dealing with a missing child. And what gives the details, Greg? Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so the best details are there are 3 people we're going to look at. One is the grandmother, who is the mother of the father of the child. And then the father we'll look at as well, and then the girlfriend of the father. This case is moving fairly rapidly in Texas right now. We won't tell you all the details. You can look it up. It's a pretty grisly, horrible account. But so far there is 1 person in jail, and we'll let you go look up who that is. And we'll go from there.
All right, great. Okay, we good? Oh, wait, before we get started, please subscribe. We're trying to get as many people subscribed as we possibly can, as you know, as does everybody. So we want you to subscribe. And when you do, you become a panelist. What are you going to say, Greg?
One last thing. Go out in community. There is a bingo card, and you can play bingo with us. Play along. All you have to do is go to that URL, and you can click on each of those things, and it'll keep track for you. People are already starting to enjoy it, so go have fun.
Excellent. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Dalton, this must be some rough times. Can you tell me what it's been like?
I feel like I'm living in a nightmare I can't wake up from. No parent should ever have to feel this. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I'm at a loss for words, man.
I understand. Have the police told you anything or given you any...
We're doing our best right now to get out there and search for him. We're trying to cooperate and give them everything. We've given them everything that we can. Any little information we think is important or even as insignificant as we think it is, we still hand it over.
I see. Yeah.
So we're just trying to do everything we can to play our part to help bring my son home safe, because that's all that matters at the end of today is please help me find my son.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So when I first watched this video, I don't do this all the time, but I turned this to silent. And when I first watched the video, the one thing that jumps off the plate to me, he's got a lot of grief down here. He's crying. I want to tell you that body language doesn't tell you everything. I always say we can't tell if a person's lying. We say red flag, red flag, red flag, and then we dig in. Those are clusters of behavior that we look for. He does have it, and Chase, you're going to cover the chin boss. You're going to see all that, all this lower face crying. His forehead is not involved in that crying. His forehead gets involved when he says, hey, we're handing over stuff to the police. Hey, it's bad for me. But it doesn't when he's talking, when he's crying and all that. His face is kind of smooth there. That's odd. That's odd to me. So my gut goes, let's pay attention to this guy and see what happens. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but that request for approval, as he talks about handing over details, as he talks about how hard this is for him, that nobody should have to go through it, as he talks about cooperating with the police, is all there. He's got that request for approval. He's not got the arch there. He doesn't have that balled up, greafy looking muscle, and it doesn't come up at the opportune time. People can be very upset and cry, and even if they kill someone, they can still feel grief. I'm not saying this guy killed his kid. I just want you to know we can't tell by watching a guy's face that he killed his kid or didn't kill his kid. We can only go red flag, red flag, red flag. And something about this jumps off the plate at me that I don't see that grief, that tremendous grief that I expect in this point while all that crying is going on. That's all I see. I'm going to leave it at that and drop to you, Chase. What do you got?
Absolutely agree with you. I think the story and the response is focused on him, what he is doing, how he is helping. And it's not really about the child at all. And he couldn't eat or sleep, but had plenty of time to throw in all that hair gel, which I think is an interesting behavioral cue there. And when he's asked, when he says, I'm at a loss for words, that's probably genuine. All the behavior syncs up at that moment, and I think he is at a loss for words.
I'm at a loss for words, man.
I understand.
And when he's asked a police question, he's focused on them, him and his girlfriend, their efforts, their story, their contributions, and all the things they did to make sure they did the right thing.
Have the police told you anything or given you any...
We're doing our best right now to get out there and search for him. We're trying to cooperate and give them everything. We've given them everything that we can. Any little information we think is important or even as insignificant as we think it is, we still hand it over.
I see. Yeah.
So we're just trying to do everything we can to play our part to help bring my son home safe, because that's all that matters at the end of today is please help me find my son.
And there's a very brief mention of the son at the end. But I think it's interesting that there's a small pronoun shift here. He's saying, we did all these things, and then said, please help me find my son. And so we're shifting pronouns. And typically in truthful speech, we'll stay around the same thing, especially towards the big capstone statement at the end. Scott?
I call this a sympathy funnel because he starts off, like you said, Chase, and like you said, Greg, he starts off with all these things going on. It doesn't talk about the child until the end there.
We're doing our best right now to get out there and search for him. We're trying to cooperate and give them everything. We've given them everything that we can. Any little information we think is important or even as insignificant as we think it is, we still hand it over.
I see. Yeah.
So we're just trying to do everything we can to play our part to help bring my son home safe, because that's all that matters at the end of today is please help me find my son.
He talks about what he looks like in that, but it comes down to me. Well, about me. It's all this big sympathy thing pointing at me. Greg, you're right, because nothing is the top of his head does not match the bottom of his face in that expression for what should be going on. Those two don't mesh together at all, not even a little bit if you look closely. This is called the glabella, and that's where people usually even frown their brow when they're frustrated, when they're concerned, when they're thinking about something. And that's what's going. We don't even see that with him. We'll see it in a few minutes on a couple other things. We don't even see that on him. It's all up. Everything is up the whole time. Now, if you'll take it and you'll block off the top of his face and the bottom of his face while he's talking, two completely different expressions that go along with that don't go along with what's happening right there. When he says, again, Chase, you nailed it. When he says no parent should feel this, well, of course not. Of course they shouldn't feel this, but that's not where how's it going for you? How do you feel? You wouldn't say no parents. We're going to see the grandmother during this. It's a completely different story from what's going on here. And she's in grief as well, or he's supposed to be in grief, and she actually is. We're seeing fake tears, if there are any tears. I don't see not one, the whole time. I hear him sniffling. I see his eyes look like he may have been up for a while, because I would be too in that situation. But his eyes look all baggy and dark under there because he's probably been up because he's worried, but not as much about his son. I won't go down that road. And then again, when the reporter says, "Have the police told you anything?" They didn't even answer that question. That's when I first started. Well, the first time I said, "Okay, maybe," is when Greg said, "Hey man, something's up with this cat." But when I started looking too, this is one of the things that jumped out at me right out of the gate, was when he said, "Have the police told you anything?" And he didn't talk about what the police told him. He just talks about what they're doing.
We're doing our best right now to get out there and search for him. We're trying to cooperate and give them everything. We've given them everything that we can, any little information.
Part of his sympathy funnel, going down to it, getting in and on himself down there. That's not the correct behavior you should be exhibiting in this situation, in my opinion. Mark?
Yeah, so I'll give him a fighting chance by steel manning his behaviors. Okay, just so you know, just for variety. So yeah, he does talk about stuff that's focused on him and his feelings, but that was the question from the questioner. How does it feel? So he is answering the question. Now, to straw man that, well, you could say that somebody in real grief would divert from that immediately, but he does answer the question there. Eyes are quite red, membranes are quite red, hard to do. He starts giving a list of things that he has done. So he seems kind of involved in it. He seems like he is anxious. So that could be an anxiety around, he's got to find the kid. And he does say, "Please help me find my son." So he is asking for help. I do see a tiny bit in the forehead here, right at the start. It does disappear, but I see a bit. So look, I think there are some things going for him here. And now let me straw man it. We get this sway from side to side, which we've seen in all kinds of people. As you've been watching us, we've explained this what Greg often calls the chained elephant. My expectation would be more forward motion towards the interviewer and the camera and the public. But we've got this kind of escapee motion happening here. Don't like the look of that. I don't like the rapidity that he starts listing.
We're doing our best right now to get out there and search for him. We're trying to cooperate and give them everything. We've given them everything that we can, any little information we think is important or even as insignificant as we think it is.
It feels like he's worked out all the things that should be done, and he's rapidly listing them off to go, look at not my mic then. Look at everything that we've done right now. I go back and listen to that. Feels kind of rote, feels kind of learnt in some way. So at this stage for me, there's some stuff that's going for him here and can be put down to how he's being interviewed. And there's some red flags to me around this sway that's happening, that he's not forward into the interview, and that he rapidly wants to get through this list of things that have been getting done. But jury is still out for me. Let's see how it progresses.
Yeah, if I could add one thing, what Scott and I have referred to as the trancer. You joke about this, Chase, by Donner and Blitzen too in some of these cases, but the trancer is a guy who is making himself emotionally unavailable by doing something, and all that crying and all that stuff. Not saying that the guy is not not saying he killed his kid, but there's some incongruency. When we're looking for congruent messaging, I don't see it. I see the sway and all that kind of thing being part of the whole emotional play, if you will. That trancer. My first.
All right. Okay, we good?
Dalton, this must be some rough times. Can you tell me what it's been like?
I feel like I'm living in a nightmare I can't wake up from. No parent should ever have to feel this. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I'm at a loss for words, man.
I understand. Have the police told you anything or given you any?
We're doing our best right now to get out there and search for him. We're trying to cooperate and give them everything. We've given them everything that we can. Any little information we think is important or even as insignificant as we think it is, we still hand it over.
I see. Yeah.
So we're just trying to do everything we can to play our part to help bring my son home safe, because that's all that matters at the end of today is please help me find my son.
What do you think? Where do you think he could be? Somewhere with... not with us. And that's the important thing, is that he is not with us and we need to bring him back to us. So I can't say where he could be, where he might be, because honestly, we don't know. At this point, we don't know. All we can do is keep searching and doing, everything we've been doing, and we're gonna continue to do it.
All right. I'm going to go first on this one. We don't see any tears, any sign, not even a little bitty sign of any grief at all or feeling bad about what's happened. This is all fake. And what we're seeing in here, again, in the glabella, that's all squished together. We're not seeing anything up here where you normally see the grief muscle. The grief muscle isn't down in here. It's up in here. It's not just because our brow does this and you see those wrinkles. It comes down. Greg, do it. I can't do it. There it is. Nailed it. That's what a grief muscle looks like. And we're not seeing that on her at all. No tears, not even any fake tears. We're not seeing anything like that. Her illustrators. I'm always talking about illustrators. Those are the things people use. That's how your brain emphasizes specific words or phrases, like I did just then, specific words or phrases. What we're hearing here are her illustrators not locking up. They're not in sync with what she's saying. And she's doing this little slap thing with her hand when she makes a point.
I can't say where he could be, where he might be.
They should happen like this, but they happen like this. They happen out of sync with what she's saying.
That he is not with us and we need to bring him back to us.
That's a big red flag. We saw a lot of that with O.J. Simpson. We see stress mouth when she starts talking to her. Every time she answers something, we see that mouth get real tight and she takes a deep breath. These are almost fear cues as you're looking at them. Taking that deep breath, getting ready. Her limbic system's firing off because she's trying to protect herself, trying to think something up. I don't think she's ready for any of this. And as she goes through these, she tries to shut down the interview and the conversation by completing everything with, we're going to find him. They're going to, this is it. We're going to find him.
He is not with us and we need to bring him back to us. So, and we're going to continue to do it.
But then they keep asking her questions. The best thing about this clip is the camera's right here as she's talking to her, that looks like. So there's no getting away. And she's pinned in. The car door is open. She's pinned in between the door and the car, so she can't go anywhere. Brilliant. And then the reporter, once she asks a question, shuts up. It's exactly what we'd want to see and what we would all do in that situation. When she says, we can't see where he is. No, you can't see where he is, because you're going to go to prison if you do, because we know where he is at this point. Then she goes into this thing where she starts doing her shoulder shrugs. She does, in 8 seconds, she does 22 shoulder shrugs.
Because honestly, we don't know. At this point, we don't know. All we can do is keep searching.
Never seen anything like that before in my life, outside of someone, and I'm not trying to be funny, having a seizure. That's exactly what it looks like. The first time I saw this, I thought, oh, here we go. She starts turtling over and over and over and over throughout this. This is great stuff, great for study. I'm sure we'll all use this when we're training from now on. And her answers make no sense whatsoever. I'll leave that to Chase, because you always cover those, Chase. Now, when she says, where do you think he could be? That's the first time we see her micro expression. And we see it in the left side of her face. Her mouth goes up just a little bit there before she starts answering. And as she goes into stress mouth, or some people call it lip grip, you see her lips disappear. That thing starts even before she does that. And then she looks like she's smiling at that point. We could say duper's delight or duping delight. That might be what it is, but I don't think she's conscious enough to be thinking it's funny or she's duping him from that point. I think subconsciously she knows, and maybe that's why it's happening, because that's for sure a micro expression that shows that. Then again, her hand slaps, those hand slapping things are out of sync. We're going to hear him do those as well. And that's part of a behavior virus where you'll hang out with somebody for a while, somebody you really like, or somebody in your family or one of your best friends, and they'll do little odd things and you'll start doing those too. The first time I met Bootsy Collins was in Memphis, and we got to hang out for a while, and everything he said was like, oh yeah, man, we'll do this or that. For the next 3 months, no matter, I was be in meetings and these big high level meetings. I go, oh yeah, man. I was until somebody said, what are you doing, man? You sound like something's wrong with you. Everything is, oh yeah, man. And I was copying him. I was trying to be like him. I didn't even realize it. Yeah. So it's just, we'll copy those. And that's what he's done. That's what you'll see her husband or her boyfriend doing, because he's doing the very same thing. Chase, what do you got?
Absolutely agree with you. This is one of the weirdest responses I've seen in a very long time. And I agree on the contempt facial expression. We see that micro expression here, her left lip going back. And she's using an external separation gesture where she's saying, where do you think they could be? And she's showing somewhere with, she's just kind of pushing that away.
What do you think? Where do you think he could be? Somewhere with...
I thought that was really interesting that she's separating herself from where that person is.
What do you think? Where do you think he could be? Somewhere with... And she cuts herself off quite a bit. There's a long pause to think. So it's called question answer latency. What do you think? Where do you think he could be? Somewhere with...
So she has a lot of time there, which is indicative of deception. And she says, not with us. There's immediate lip compression.
Not with us.
Or lip grip, whatever you want to call it. So the lips squeeze together there. And this is a completely nonsense answer. There's no emotion. There's mismatched baton gestures or illustrators. It's a non-answer statement. The mouth closes immediately after all of her statements, which indicates deception. There's these bouncing shrugs that you talked about, Scott. I had that number. I had the same number you did.
Okay.
I had to cross it off.
That's why I went first, because I knew you were going to nail it. I'm so tired of marking stuff off you get like that. I had to go first on that one. Sorry, man. Because that's why I said, I believe it changed some stuff. So sorry about that, dude. I had to get it.
That was great. It was great. I think this is also turtling from fear and an expenditure, just burning off excess adrenaline that's pumping through her body. And she's unable to say a single group of words with any substance whatsoever. She's just filling time, make a statement, and then talk around a bunch of stuff, and people might think that I have an IQ above room temperature. And I think that's what's going on here. Focused on the story, focused on her story. And I want you to look at one thing that we've never mentioned before in these videos when it comes to missing people. My daughter's missing, my kids are missing. A deliberate introduction of ambiguity or difficulty into the search. We don't know where they could be. We don't know where they are. I mean, this is a massive area.
I can't say where he could be, where he might be, because honestly, we don't know. At this point, we don't know. All we can do is keep searching and doing,
So it's when the person who is supposedly missing a child is deliberately inserting or injecting some kind of difficulty or vague information into the search. No idea where they could be. It could be 10 miles from here. They could have been on a plane and be 1,000 miles away. We have no idea.
I can't say where he could be, where he might be, like, because honestly, we don't know. At this point, we don't know. All we can do is keep searching and doing,
So this lack of optimism like that, I think, is something you'll see in lots and lots of people who are later arrested and convicted of the murder of that missing person. Mark.
Yeah, I agree that adding in that idea of hopelessness around searching, we saw it, I can't remember with who, but he was saying, I told the parents not to bother flying over because, it's just, you can't find anything around here. It's like immediately putting in the idea that it is fruitless to even try and search. It's tough for me to steel man this one. I don't think it's got anything really going for it. So I've only got, many of the negatives that people have already said. It's concern, not grief. These coming in here, that's concern, not grief. And even then, the concern is static. Look how long it holds for. Now, you might go, well, the longer it holds, possibly the better the emotion is. No, emotions are really uncontrollable. They're transient. They kind of flow in, they flow out. Somebody who's having a real emotion, they don't seem to be in control of it, or you'll see their body language reacting to it early on or too late, or it's just uncontrollable. That's why a strong emotion, most human beings won't be able to hold a strong emotion for more than 10 minutes. That's why if you're angry with somebody, go away for 10 minutes, come back after 10 minutes. It's like, I can't remember what I was angry about. It's too much impact on the body to have an emotion for a long period of time. Emotions are designed to get something done right now. So I'm not seeing a strong, real emotion in her. Now, to Scott's idea there of, what's the link between the two? I think there are some links between them, but there's some radical differences between them. And I think you're hearing it in the background right now. I think if you listen to the background, you've got your man there who is chatting away there loud, fast, like we heard in his rapid delivery of what they've been doing, the jobs that they've been doing.
What do you think? Where do you think he could be? Somewhere with... not with us. And that's the important thing, is that he is not with us and we need to bring him back to us. So I can't say where he could be, where he might be, because honestly.
Now contrast that to how comparatively relaxed this is. So often when you're reading body language, don't just look at the person, look at the other people around the person, the other rhythms going on, the elements around them. Like, how are they reacting with everything else that's going on around them? Listen to that stuff happening in the background and go, that's pretty different from what we've got in the foreground with her. And in fact, we'll see their difference in one of the videos coming up as well, just as everybody's been saying there. Tight-lipped, tight shoulders, tight breath. Everything's really kind of quite bound in, rather than wanting to release the information of here's how you help. We're trying to find this person. Everything is in on the person at the moment. Really short on the description there of the jobs to be done. Now, compared to the male there, which I'm still worried about how rapid that the release of that information was. Well, at least he's got some information on jobs to be done around this, whereas she doesn't seem to have any information around jobs to be done. And I think that, the icing is on the cake there around what Chase was saying. I said at the start again of she's even going, probably no point in looking, probably no hope for this one. So not a good look so far. Greg, you got any saving graces on this one?
Yeah, saving, no, but lots of stuff. So we talked earlier about these models. This is a stancer. A stancer takes high ground. They take a place where they say, look, we're suffering. We've done this. We've done that. As God is my witness. That's the way they approach lying. They take a strategy. She's a stancer right out of the gate. I watched this first time with no sound. And I'll tell you what my notes were before I even talk about what she says. She does a who knows, both shoulders up, slight smile, down left, internal conversation, back up, one eyebrow up for skepticism or contempt. And then she does what I call the wash my hands move. You know, I'm just going to wash my hands of this, blow it off. And then she goes to lip compression. All that I saw without any sound. And then I saw the concern of the brow. And then there's an explosive kind of breath. Interesting. And then she goes to some kind of feigned helplessness. Look, I've done what I can. All that stuff with all that face. Without sound, you can see all that. Now let's talk about what she says. She reminded me of somebody who said family isn't family without family, with that kind of vague answer she had. Well, where's the child? Well, somewhere not with us. That's what matters.
What do you think? Where do you think he could be? Somewhere with... not with us. And that's the important thing, is that he is not with us and we need to bring him back to us.
She also has a mixed message, which is really interesting. You would think if I'm going to find the baby, if I'm going to find this kid, is my message, I wouldn't say somewhere not with us and that's all that matters. There's some mixed messaging in here from her. When I first watched this one, I first thought, okay, she's quirky, we got to forgive, you can look past that. And then the real grasper for me was push-pull words. Anytime I hear somebody using these words, doesn't mean they're lying, it means I want to pay really close attention. Honestly, we don't know at this point. We don't know.
Because honestly, we don't know.
Okay. Well, at what point do you think you will know? Why don't you know at this point? Did you know yesterday? Did you know an hour ago? I go and probe and poke on those questions because they allow people to dance. What they're doing is kind of being a matador and dodging the bull with those kinds of words. And if you go after them and you penetrate that kind of cloak they're putting up, you'll get to a different place. So I see a mess here. And then in the end is one of my favorites I've ever seen. She does kind of a little dance thing where her head moves around and she waves both shoulders. And what I have written down at the note is, that's what I got. That's the end of her statement. It's over. And that was enough for me to go, I'd call Scott when I first saw this and said, this girl's going to jail. This is before she was arrested. Guys, this is bleeding. None of us have any saving graces for this one. That's all I got.
No.
What do you think? Where do you think he could be? Somewhere with... not with us. And that's the important thing, is that he is not with us and we need to bring him back to us. So I can't say where he could be, where he might be, because honestly, we don't know. At this point, we don't know. All we can do is keep searching and doing, everything we've been doing, and we're gonna continue to do it.
About your grandson.
He is the sweetest, kindest, most loving child. He's so smart. He loves dinosaurs. He can tell you which ones are herbivores and carnivores, and he puts them in the hibiscus trees and lets them eat. And he loves Buzz Lightyear and Woody and Forky. And he's got a really funny personality, and he jokes about my name because I'm his egg.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
This is what an honest plea looks like. There's a desire for the kid to return. And I want, anytime we're talking to anybody, me speaking to you through your iPhone or computer right now, I'm selling something to you. All of us are selling something to you. We're selling behavior on this channel. And she's selling. And I want you to pay attention to these people. Are they wanting you to agree with them and identify with them? Or do they want you to identify with the missing kid? She's selling how precious this kid is to you to get you interested and bought in to searching, finding, and assisting in the search for the kid. And this is low latency responses, which means the time between a question stopping and the answer starting is very quick, and the eye contact is direct during the important points, the exact points that a person is wanting to communicate an emotional part of the story. She's making solid eye contact. This is, in my opinion, absolutely honest. Greg?
I agree with you. This is one of the saddest people I've seen. This is one of the best displays of sadness I've seen. These incisivus muscles, I think, if I'm calling the muscle right there, goes hollow. The eyes, look at her eyes. Her eyes are sad. They're dragging down. You can see she does something that I say many, many times. When people are crying and they're trying not to, they instinctively draw their eyes up and left. You see it all the time. A lot in women. You see it in men too occasionally. But in women, you'll see them instinctively draw their eyes up and left. That's keeping them out of this area down here nobody wants to be, all these lower areas. And you see that, again, I did this in silent first. And if you watch her, she is trying to tell happy stories about a kid in a sad time. And you can see her remembering and her rolling through her head. That chin bosses up. She's got a grief muscle. These are real tears. Her whole body is illustrating about this kid she loves as she's asking for something. And at 40 seconds, she'll see this declaration where she's talking about her egg. And that's a very emphatic thing from her. She's saying, I remember this kid. If you watch it without sound and go back and listen, all this is congruent. This is a sad person asking for help. She's telling you about the worst thing going on in her life. The message is, if this were a polygraph, all three symbols would be lined up. If this were sine waves, they would all line. This is congruent messaging. Scott, what do you got?
I agree. This is 100% pure emotion, and it's pain. It's painful. We're seeing flowing tears, not that single tear that comes from the front where they don't wipe it away or anything. She's not wiping hers away. They're over here, but they're over on the side. That shows you that denotes there's a lot going on in there. She's been weeping. She is grieving. That's what we're seeing here. She mostly talks about the little child. Rarely does it go to her, except when she's talking about, he calls me I'm his egg. And there's no grief in it, or the grief we're seeing, a lot of it is in the chin as well, because you try to hold those in, try to hold what you're saying in, the emotion as you're trying to speak, and that chin lights up right there. Another thing we're hearing is these little gasps of breath she's having, because when your stomach, you try to keep the emotions in, your stomach tightens up and almost spasms to get you some oxygen. It flips out a little bit to get you to breathe. And that's why you hear this. When she breathes in, you hear her voice going, you hear that it's higher pitched than that, but you hear that going on, because for an emotional aspect, those are things that are happening that you can't control. This is one of the hallmarks of someone really experiencing true grief and emotional devastation right there. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. Same stuff. This is exactly what grief looks like. What we see in terms of her eyes going up, that not only clears the tears away, but again, as Greg was saying, stops her going down and getting deeper in the emotion and isolating herself, because she wants to clear the tears, get out of the emotion so she can contact that audience and get the data across. So she is very much forward into it. You don't see this side to side. You're not going to see any push away gestures of the questions. She wants the question. She wants to clear her emotion away so she can get contact with the audience and get help. We hear a list of things which are ascribed to the child, things he likes, not things he liked. So there's still hope for her that he's around, and she's describing things which are really, really specific to that child, which suggests to me this is the psychology of grief as well. Think about when you or when others have lost somebody very important to them. Do you not in your mind start to list all of these kind of little details, that only you would know, because that's where you locate the relationship directly with that person. So, Chase might often talk about, they've dislocated themselves from the person. In this case, they've finally located themselves with that person. You couldn't get a more detailed map of exactly who this is and the relationship to it. Yeah, I'm his egg. That's a really, who else in the world is going, yeah, but I'm his egg as well. Oh, anybody could be his egg. No, super, super detailed. So this is what grief looks like. And this is what grief looks like when you're also trying to manage getting the information out to an audience and getting that help. Really hard to watch, I think.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What about your grandson?
He is the sweetest, kindest, most loving child. He's so smart. He loves dinosaurs. He can tell you which ones are herbivores and carnivores, and he puts them in the hibiscus trees and lets them eat. And he loves Buzz Lightyear and Woody and Forky. And he's got a really funny personality, and he jokes about my name because I'm his egg.
All right, here we go.
What was your son's name?
His name is Samuel Olson. He just turned 6 years old on the 29th. He has a little bit of shaggy hair on top, shorter on the sides.
Yeah. And you said you're going to be passing out some flyers.
Yes, sir. We're all in the area.
That, yeah.
We've been in the Pasadena, LaPorte area passing out flyers. Right now, we're over here on the southwest side of Houston passing out flyers. We're going to go to the area where he was last seen, and we're going to pass out flyers. I mean, anywhere we can just hand out anything for somebody if they've seen something. I mean, any little bit of information will help.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Greg, what do you got?
I'm just going to tell you, go back, turn off the sound, and watch. And tell me what's happening based on what I told you in the first one. This is back at the trancer. The crying happens. The forehead happens. You tell me what's going on. I'm not going to go much further than that. Just to tell you that he does do one thing where he touches his chest. I'm going to let you guys leave it to that. And culture matters when we talk about this. In the Middle East, if I see a person touch their chest, that means I'm being genuine. And it actually has meaning when they do it. We don't do that much in the U.S., so I'll leave that one to some of the rest of you guys. But go back, turn off the sound, pay attention, and watch. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so let me kind of steelman this guy up a little bit because there is some stuff going for him. He does give name, age, starts a description. That's all good stuff. His gestures join in to describe, kind of describes, well, he looks a bit like me. So there's a location as well. He's not putting the kid very far from him. He's saying you're looking for somebody just like me. So there's relationship there. He isn't saying it's hopeless because he's saying here's the jobs to be done in order to get the kid. However, we've still got this sway from side to side going on, and he's really feels to me like he's on his back foot as well. His center of gravity seems back. Certainly his shoulders seem back. I would really want him to be doing all of that stuff and be further into the camera without being, right into the camera. Like, I will convince you of this, which we're seeing from some others in this. So I got a bit of a problem with that. But God, here's my main problem with this. Is look in the background and you're going to see somebody else coming out of a car and walking past. And as far as I could see, that's the younger female that we've been watching. I believe that's the girlfriend. Look at the difference in rhythm. Look at the difference in now both of these people have some kind of relationship to a kid that is lost. Potentially one more than the other, I grant you. One is the biological father and the other is a girlfriend of that biological father. So I understand it's not the same position, but it is kind of like it's just ambling along. There is certainly a huge difference between the rhythm of the guy up front and the female there coming out of the car. And I don't know why they're not holding something more of the same rhythm. I don't know why she's not as agitated as him. Why is she not picking up on this rhythm? Why does she not even look over? check that he's okay. You know, give him just a little bit of a look. She might have said, hey, you go out and do it. I'm not doing this. But if she's going to get out of the car, I would expect a little bit of a look to see how's that going. Is that going okay? Rather than I'm just going to go and check over here and, you know, amble around. It's really odd. It's really odd. And I would want to dig more into that. What is that about? What is that difference about there? Chase, what do you have?
Absolutely agree. Both of you guys. If you've noticed, if you're a subscriber, I've got a new background here because I just moved into a new house. The previous homeowner left me this gigantic TV, and I'm not a big TV guy. So today I saw this, and I like to, just like Greg, I like to watch it without the volume a couple of times. And this one was so good that I had to plug the iPad into this thing. And I brought the kids in here, and I had them watch it on mute. They had no idea who this guy was. And I said, what's going on in this video? And the two answers I got from my kids are begging for forgiveness and he's in trouble. And these are the reason that we can subconsciously read body language a lot is because if you take the span of human evolution or the human creation, 6 million years, 5 million, we actually don't know. The amount we've been speaking to each other is like this big. So language is brand new. We're born with body language. We're born knowing how to smile and frown and all this other stuff. We have to learn language later. So when we get these gut feelings and things like this, especially women, we get this intuition that's going on. That's the mammalian brain or the lower part of our brain sensing all of this stuff. And it can't really speak English, so it kind of gives us an emotion instead. And the kids knew this intuitively. So I went back and watched it, after my kids made this comment. And I think we're seeing a lot of crying from shame. Then we see him get more animated and excited the precise moment that he is asked a question that allows him to talk about how great he's been doing at doing this search. He's able to talk about all he's done to try to get his son back. That's when he gets animated, and that's when he gets passionate. So in my estimation, I'm very comfortable saying that this is likely deception. I will not hedge anything. Scott?
All right. I agree with you completely. And we're seeing this clapping thing he's doing and as an illustrator, and they're not in sync with the words he's emphasizing. It's part of that behavior virus I think he's picked up from his girlfriend, Teresa. And this lets us know, it suggests that there's something going on. He's thinking as this is happening, am I saying the right thing? I've got to make sure these things are in a row like this. I don't think he's having as big a problem as she's having because his is already planned out. And I think his involvement might be, if there is any, light in this compared to hers. So I think he's pretty much got his story ready to go. I'm not saying he had something to do with it, but I'm not saying he didn't. We don't see any chin grief. We don't see any grief in his chin. And the yelling when he starts getting really loud there at the end, that's his stomach compressing as he's trying to get the air out and to start breathing again, because he's getting real loud because everything's sort of shutting down in there. That's another thing that denotes fear. You get ready to roll, everything starts getting tight on you. So we're seeing all kinds of stuff here. You guys have nailed everything in this, but this looks bad for this guy. Really bad, really bad. All right. That's what I got.
What was your son's name? His name is Samuel Olson. He just turned 6 years old on the 29th. He has a little bit of shaggy hair on top, shorter on the sides.
Yeah. And you said you can be passing out some flyers.
Yes, sir. We're all in the area.
That, yeah.
We've been in the Pasadena, LaPorte area passing out flyers. Right now we're over here on the southwest side of Houston passing out flyers. We're going to go to the area where he was last seen, and we're going to pass out flyers. I mean, anywhere we can just hand out anything for somebody if they've seen something. I mean, any little bit of information will help.
Okay. Thank you, son.
We good?
I can't believe he's not in the pokey yet.
Yeah, I know. He will be.
I forgot to put pokey on the card.
You think he's definitely alive? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We just keep picturing him sitting, watching cartoons, waiting for us. Just sitting there waiting for us. And we're going to get him. We're going to find him.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So that's a pretty amazing, oh yeah, isn't it? It's pretty amazing. It like when you listen to that, what do you think it's saying to you? It doesn't seem to say the things that you think it should say. I mean, it's a tricky one because I can't really describe what it is trying to say. I just know it isn't saying what it should be saying, and this is now all over the place. This brain isn't working quite right around this. So on top of that, we start to get these push gestures away. You know, certainly on the picture of him, yeah, push gestures away and push gestures on the question. This whole idea is she has no words for it. She wants it pushed away. And I think there is a snort of anger, very much as you get from Peach. I hear some dogs in the background there as well, just reminding me, bring Peach into the picture.
I'm just trying not to blink so you guys don't know it's me.
Yeah, that's amazing ventriloquism that you can do there. Yeah, so Peach will give that snort of anger when things aren't going quite right for her. I think we get the same from this character here. Pushes away, snorts, tight lip on the top. I think anger around this question being brought up, and that, oh yeah, doesn't have any substance to it. I wish I could put my finger on what the meaning is behind it, but I just can't. I just know it does not fit. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm going to do something different. I'm going to Tarantino this. So we're going to start at the end, and I'm going to go back to the question. So here's the ending. The voice fades off into the distance as she talks about finding her potential future stepson. She goes into internal dialogue and rehearses this kind of cartoon line. We're going to find him. There's shame. And go ahead and pause the video. Shame when she says, oh yeah. You can pause right there. And it's about a second, maybe a quarter of a second long. Head bobbing, swiveling up and down between yes and no. The eyebrows are furrowed, almost in a micro movement. A rapid, sharp inhale followed by an exit check, which is when we're really worried about the situation we're in, we tend to make lateral or horizontal eye movement and just check really quickly to make sure there's a way out, which is through the car door. Looks like where she's standing right now. And then someone asks, do you think he's still alive? With that said, I think this is one of the reasons that she's in jail right now. Scott.
All right. We get those clapping illustrators, and again, they're not in sync. So that's her classic so far. We see that deep breath, and again, we get that. It looks like duping delight, but I don't know. I don't think she's again smart enough to do that. See the turtling, her head goes down. This is just the whole thing is it's like the worst. If you're going to show me, speaking of Tarantino, if he was to kick somebody out of come in and let's see if you can act well, you get rid of them. This is some of the worst acting I've ever seen in my life, and I don't know. I have no good example to compare it to, but I watched The Good Witch. That's some bad acting on there.
The Bachelor.
Oh yeah, The Bachelor. Oh yeah, okay, all right. When she's talking about we picture him watching cartoons. It goes from a lot of it's a lot of we. It's a lot of we there. We do this. We do that. A lot of we picture him do. Who pictures that? When you're talking about a missing child, do you think he'll be back? Well, we picture him watching cartoons. We know he'll be waiting on us. We picture him waiting on. No, you don't. Nobody's ever done that. That's the first time that's ever been said. That's ridiculous. I go on forever about that. I won't. I'll end it there. All right, Greg.
Yeah, so I'm almost leaning toward this is an Ekman-like expression. Think about shock or terror or fear when you inhale. I think there's some of that in this. This is the question she's been most fearful of: is this kid dead? And you see that, oh yeah. And she goes with whatever she's prepared, and I'm not sure that's very smart. And then she does. She drops down to an internal conversation. She starts doing this little ramble that she's doing, and she uses fading facts. She mumbles part of the whole thing. And this is one of those times that you really can't, I agree with you, Mark, you really can't tell what all that means. You just know that's not congruent with someone who's answering a question. If you ask a question, they just went, God, I hope so. That makes something. But, oh yeah, all that stuff is just not congruent. And we all know it. And your kids on silent would do the same thing. They would look and go, what kind of goofy was that? So the other one is listen to the background, Mark. You'll hear the guy doing all that stuff you're talking about. It's interesting. I think they're interviewing them both at the same time. And so you're getting some really weird body language out of it. And I would expect maybe that's part of the reason she's having a little bit of fear symptom there, is wonder what he's talking about over there. That's where I think some of that shock or fear or terror or whatever it is might be coming from, is because he's also talking on the side. That's what I got.
That's good. Didn't think about that.
You think he's definitely alive? Oh, yeah. We just keep picturing him sitting, watching cartoons, waiting for us. Just sitting there waiting for us. And we're going to get him. We're going to find him.
All right, here we go.
Scott, I'll give you $100 for a 60-second clip of Greg doing that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. You don't have to pay me for that. That one's on me.
Like I said, I know where you live.
My son and all of us know nothing. We are shocked. We are devastated for everybody involved.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
My one question here would be, are you certain that the people you love are not involved? And the only reason I would ask that is because she has weird speech patterns. And that could just be hers. She's clearly emotional. She's clearly devastated by this. But my son and all of us, that's a weird kind of combination. My family is not involved, got it. My son and all of us. When people call out things, it doesn't mean that she knows anything, but it might mean she's suspicious that something is going on. She further says, I feel whatever for everybody involved. Another odd choice of words. So I'm not saying she's involved in any way, but even when you don't know, you may be suspicious that somebody you love is involved in a crime. In this case, I would quietly, if I were talking to this woman and trying to investigate, I'd quietly lean over, I'd close space, I'd do exactly what I do in pre-confession and say, it's okay, I know you're devastated. Anybody you know might be involved in this. I would give her the opportunity to confide in me that she thought somebody close to her might be involved. That's weird word patterns. I'll leave it at that. And then I'll pass that back to you, Scott.
All right. I think she says that because I think they've talked to her about, the cops have said, look, don't say anything because if you do, she's going to run. I think she suspects, especially this kid's been missing since, for what'd you say, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, a month almost.
Yeah.
So, and the last person to come get him was Teresa. So I think they've probably had that talk with the cops. That's probably what it is. But then again, you're probably right. She may have some suspicion as to whether or not he had anything to do with it. You know, who knows? Who knows? But I think we're seeing, again, true emotion, 100%. And I think a part of when her head goes back, it's her body trying to get oxygen. And you'll see this when people, when they're wailing. And I know a couple of us have seen that when someone is in such deep grief that their head goes back. And you'll see it when she says, please. You'll notice the stress in her. And please, it's almost like a wailing of please. But when her head goes back, it's her body is intentionally making her do that. Her brain is to help get her oxygen because it opens your throat up, and she's breathing in at that point. And when she talks about devastation, that pause there, I think she can't think of a bigger word at that point, or maybe I don't know, but there's something going on with her there. But it's nothing bad. It's nothing deceptive at all. Again, the short breaks or the short rapid gasps for air are her brain again making her gasp for air because her stomach is tight, and that spasm is making her is wanting her to get more air when her head goes back. Yeah, so that's that's pretty much what I got. We're still seeing real tears and 100% real emotion here. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, this is truthful behavior. And I think if you listen to the language that she's using here, I think she's already starting to suspect the idiot that we've been looking at, because I think her language might exclude that person. And I think some people might say there's some contempt here in the man that's behind her, but I think he's just got a dip in there, maybe a little Copenhagen, and just kind of making some adjustments there. Mark?
Yeah. So one thing that you want to look for if you're trying to work out is an emotion real or not is look at the people around and see how they're responding to that. And so, yeah, we do get that little micro movement in the corner of the mouth from the male. Could be something he's chewing on. It comes at that point where she breaks up the word devastated. And after that, we get chin boss movement from him. So even if we discount that movement in the side of the mouth being an emotional one, because, you know, maybe he's self-soothing with something in his mouth, that's pretty real. That chin boss movement, it happens around devastation. That was broken up. Let's suggest he's got a lot of close proximity to her, so he knows her pretty well. Okay, he's most likely I don't know exactly who he is, but he's most likely very, very close family. Close families are able to judge other people's emotions pretty well, and they get triggered quite easily when they're true emotions. I think he heard the breakup of that word, and he knows when this woman breaks up words like that, there's something really serious going on, and that's triggered him at that point into revealing that grief emotion alongside her. So unlike the other couple we've been looking at, this couple here are really together around the emotion. The other couple, though we haven't seen them, we have seen them together because they were in the same shot, and in the same shot, they're absolutely not aligned in their emotions around this event. So again, it builds on the extraordinary nature of these two relationships and who seems in a more grief-like emotion and who clearly doesn't seem to be at all in a grief-like emotion. That's all I got for you on that one.
My son and all of us know nothing. We are shocked. We are devastated for everybody involved.
Cool.
Tell me about your relationship. Did he call you mom? Or at least
Super mommy. That was his choice. It wasn't forced. We didn't force him because I don't want to force that. But you know, he used to call me Super mommy or Teresa. You know, it was still uncomfortable for him. You know, because you know he's little. He's a kid, and he knows who his mom is. But he also knows that how much I care about him and everything that I've been doing for him and have done for him. So we're gonna find him. I know we're gonna find him.
All right, I'll go first on this one. She speaks a whole lot in the past tense about Sam. She says that was his choice. It wasn't enforced. He used to call me Super Mommy after she goes through that. It was still uncomfortable for him. And then she tries to clean that up. I think she realizes what she's done, and she plays cleanup by saying he is this, he likes this because he is just a little kid. He is this. He knows his mom, who his mom is. This should be enough. It's not as bad as the one where she's wiggling around, but this is pretty bad as far as from what she's saying from almost embedded confession. about when she says, he used to call me that. They should. And she's trying to close the whole thing out by saying, I know we're going to find him. She keeps saying that to try to make this interview stop, because she can't say, no, I don't want to. I don't want to talk to you. So as they're talking to her, she's trying to shut it down. So that's why, and she doesn't know enough just to not talk anymore. So she keeps talking. I think she's an idiot. I think we're dealing again with another idiot here. All right. Greg, what do you got?
So one of my favorite things, when the woman gives her the opportunity, she does an intake breath, looks down left, smiles, and says, thank you for the opportunity to chaff. And she starts. And she runs down and she starts laundry listing stuff that she says, well, you call me super mommy. Oh, yeah, here's my opportunity to be this great person. But there's a little grief muscle activity, a little concern, maybe not the grief muscle involved, but certainly, right, as you were pointed out earlier, Scott, in that glabella, that concern muscle in there. And then she goes on down the list and she starts talking too much, more than is characteristic to this point. And then she says, or Teresa, or maybe laundry lady, or, she just run down a list of things. Well, of course she called you that, or Teresa. And then she starts to have to explain why it would be Teresa instead of super mommy. I think she gets herself into a little spot where she thinks she needs to explain what she said. Whether it's because she realizes she used past tense, I'm not sure she's that smart, but she certainly feels like she needs to explain. And when she starts to explain, a little bit of blink rate increase and her lips compress. And then she gets down to that push-pull stuff about we're going to find him and kind of fades off. The other interesting one for me right here with her is she cuts her eyes over to all the noise coming from her boyfriend over to the right. I think that's increasing her fight or flight, and she's realizing what's going on. And you can see her kind of going down that little hole and is starting to raise fight or flight. That's what I got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so again, always have a look around the rest of the environment, have a listen around the rest of the environment and see how that's functioning with the subject that you're looking at. Go back, have a listen to the interviewer and think, is that interviewer being nice? No, that interviewer is like, if you send that interviewer to go and interview that bereaved family, like you'd soon come back going, no, we can't send you to these things anymore because you're just plain old snide and nasty. She can smell it. She knows something's up here. And so she is coming in hard. Go back and play her tone of voice and think to yourself, would I like this interviewer as a friend? No, you wouldn't, because this interviewer right now has zero empathy for this person. Okay. And I think it's because she smells a bit of a rat going on. She's seeing something. She's getting this sense, and either consciously or unconsciously, she's going, why don't I dig in to the emotions here and see what happens? And I think that is partly, not only is this not a question that the other female doesn't want to answer, but also I think she's reacting as well to the idea that this person has her on the ropes. She has her number. She's got a sense of what's going on here. So just go back, have a listen to that kind of, I would call it snide and aggressive way that she points that question. I think that's why as well, we get that look away. I agree. And I think as she comes back, we see anger. And I think it's not only anger to the question, it's anger to the interviewer. She now wants to see that interviewer off the territory. This is getting a bit hot and a little bit dangerous. I think we got Chase. What do you got?
Yep. Going through this, she had an opportunity to talk about herself, and she was, I think, a little bit excited about that. He calls me super mommy. I'm amazing. That was his choice. I'm amazing. We didn't force him. I'm amazing. He used to call me super mommy. Instant grief and shame. I'm amazing. She's bouncing out of stress, I think, most likely. And she's unable to complete a single substantive sentence. And a whole lot of her language is repetitive and duplicative. Let me just say the same thing in different ways over and over again. It seems like I'm intelligent. It seems like I understand what I'm talking about. And it makes me seem more honest because I'm being helpful and forthright and trying to give you as much as I can. And we're also seeing a really big uptick in her nodding during her conversations and saying, every probably one or two sentences. I actually didn't count this time, surprisingly. I should have made some tally marks, but that's all I got. This is a mostly deceptive statement. This is a liar. Is that everybody?
Yep.
I think so.
Tell me about your relationship. Did he call you mom? Did he, or at least...
Super mommy. That was his choice. It wasn't forced. We didn't force him because I don't want to force that. But he used to call me Super Mommy or Teresa. It was still uncomfortable for him. Because he's little. He's a kid, and he knows who his mom is. But he also knows that how much I care about him and everything that I've been doing for him and have done for him. So we're gonna find him. I know we're gonna find him.
Here we go.
But whoever it is, this is Sam. He just turned 6. We didn't even get to spend his birthday with him. And I would like anybody out there to donate to EquiSearch because they have been truly amazing through all this. Tim and everyone, all the searchers, they need supplies, y'all. They need Gatorade, they need water, they need off, they need towels. Anything that you guys can provide out there when you know that we're going to do another search for Sam. Please just drop something off for those people that are taking their time and have to do this kind of thing.
All right. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so here's the main thing for me. Whoever this is Sam. Well, that means that whoever this is, whoever is responsible, whoever might have this information, knows this person intimately. So that kind of rings out for me. She thinks she knows the perpetrator of this. Whether it's conscious or unconscious, she thinks she knows who's involved in this. She goes on to list the jobs to be done, the resources to find. So that's always a useful thing. That's always, along the right lines. Here's what we got to do. Here's the resources we need. And there is a general idea of please help. The list is very similar to the rhythm of her son, who's the father of the child. So I think we're seeing a family rhythm as to the rapidity that you can get through lists of stuff that you already have in your head. That makes me kind of go back and think about some of my earlier comments when he's there rapidly delivering this list of things to be done. Seems like something within the family there. But anyway, the biggest piece out of this for me is I think she thinks she knows who's involved and that they know that person intimately. They would know him as Sam. That's all I got on that one. Greg, what do you have?
Funny, we're on the same exact page.
Yeah.
Exactly what I heard is she was emphatic, almost angry when she said, this is Sam, not this is a baby, this is a child, this is somebody I love. This is Sam. Like she's talking to somebody very specific. I said, earlier I could see this leading in, but I'd want to lean over and say, who do you think did this? If I were talking to her to try to figure this out. She's emphatic. She's down talking. She's trying to get to some kind of normal. When she starts talking, then she tries to go away from that, almost like she feels some pain from being angry. And she goes back to try to talk about the EquiSearch guys, the guys who are horseback searching for this child. And then she kind of falls apart right there at the end. This woman's very upset, but there's anger in that voice, and very specifically talking about this person like she's talking to someone she knows. The rest of it is still consistent. You can see the emotion in the guy behind her. You can see his eyes are wrenched a bit as he's feeling her pain. All those mirror neurons are kicking in and all that. Guys, I venture to say she's suspicious, whether she knew already, or somebody had told her, she was suspicious that somebody close to her is involved in this. That's what I got. Chase, what do you got?
Totally agree with you guys. I think she does have a suspicion there. And I think it's great that she's using the name. She's not just using the name of the child. She's using the personal name that the family would call him. And when it comes to innocent and guilty people are far more likely to use personal names and intimate names for victims when talking about a victim. There's genuine grief here. What I really liked about this is she makes nothing about what she's been through. She makes no deal about how hard it is for them or what she is going through and what her and her husband are going through during this ordeal. It's all about Sam. Everything's about Sam. And it's focused on recovery. And she's getting the viewers, who's ever watching, I think this was on KHOU, which is a Houston news channel. She's getting the viewers to identify with Sam, not them. That is what we need to start looking for when we're seeing some of these videos. That's maybe one of the things we can add to that little quick list that we built. And she's focused on people liking Sam. She's not really trying to hide much of herself or present a mask at all. She wants you to like Sam. She doesn't care if you like her. She wants you to like Sam. I think that's the most telling thing that we're seeing here. Scott?
Yeah. Well, I think you guys nailed it. We're seeing 100% true emotion here of pain and grieving. And I think she knows that. I mean, she's got that gut feeling that women get. I don't think she thinks that little kid's coming back. And I think when she says these people are out trying to find him, I know she knows they're out in fields in the woods and things like that. Those are the spots they're covering. So that's why she's saying, I help those people with that. I think maybe she's obviously not aware of what's happened yet, but I think she's got a pretty good gut feeling that that kid's not coming back at this point. It's because it's been a while. You can put those pieces together. He's been gone too long. The father hasn't seen him in 3 weeks. The last one to see him was Teresa. And with her behavior, which I'm sure she's seen and talked to her as well, being the grandmother, she'd be like, well, I got to get a hold of her. She's not going to let that opportunity get by her. She's going to call her or go see her something. So I think we're seeing 100% true feelings and grief there. We're still hearing those little gasps, not even little anymore, those big heaving gasps for air as she's going through. When she says, please, it's almost like the wailing please. The head goes back trying to get some more oxygen. She's in pain. She's in real pain there. And I feel so bad. This is the worst grieving we've seen, I think, because of course, we usually don't cover the true grieving person. But in this case, yeah, this is bad. This was a bad one. All right, that's what I got.
But whoever it is, this is Sam. He just turned 6. We didn't even get to spend his birthday with him. And I would like anybody out there to donate to EquiSearch because they have been truly amazing through all this. Tim and everyone, all the searchers, they need supplies, y'all. They need Gatorade, they need water, they need off, they need towels. Anything that you guys can provide out there when you know that we're going to do another search for Sam. Please just drop something off for these people that are taking their time and have to do this kind of thing.
Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, this is the worst one I think we covered.
We really are confused about everything that was going on at the moment. And it's just not bringing Sam home safe.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, if you don't feel the pain from this woman, then your mirror neurons probably aren't firing. Guys, every one of you you personally can feel this pain. You just can, because you can see this person is exhibiting grief. Now, her son favors her in musculature and all that. And I always say the best way to tell when a person is lying is to learn how their children lie, because they learn to lie from their parents, and all the muscles are the same. So it makes it pretty interesting. It's also true for grief. When a person is feeling grief and that grief muscle engages, you would expect the musculature in his face. Now, he's got a father, so maybe that changed it, but you would expect his face to look like hers. You can see it. You can't miss it. It's that you can see the concern, then it goes to grief, and you can see the hollowness in her face and real tears, and you can just see the pain in this woman's face. This is probably the best example of grieving we can show you. It's not just grieving, it's also pain as she's talking about the case. The best I can probably offer. Scott, what do you got?
I don't think we could add to that, unless you guys got something.
Yeah, I can add a little bit to that, which I think, number one, we've got this confusion element of it, that she says, we're confused. We hear an intake of air both through her nose and through her mouth at the same time. That's the snort that you hear there. You could kind of go, okay, she's maybe kind of draining, but you hear that same snort during aggression, because you need so much air in there. You'll see people take in air through both the nostrils and the mouth. And then I think we see some bottom teeth from her. I think at the same time as there's grief going on, I think there's some aggressive anger there. I think the confusion is one of, she's got a good idea of where guilt may lie. That's really confusing for her. And there's some aggression building up in her. So a little more for me than I think the grief is plain and simple and clear, but I think for me there's a little more going on in there. That's all I got.
Yeah, and I'll just add, the least a person is engaged in perception management, the more likely it is that this is probably a truthful plea for help video. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Okay.
We really are confused about everything that was going on at the moment. And it's just about bringing Sam home safe.
All right, we have a really interesting episode for you here. Greg and I had a chance to talk to Dawn Wells from an investigative point of view, and we did what's called a non-confrontational interrogation. So when that's going on, a lot of times you don't even realize that's what's happening, and that's what we got a chance to do. Mark?
Yeah, a little bit of context behind this. Don Wells came directly to Scott and asked for this interview. We didn't approach him. He approached us, and specifically Scott, around this. So trust had been built up through Wells watching our show. He earmarked Scott as the person he wanted to confide in. So that's how this all came about. Chase.
Yeah, so Greg and Scott were the only two of us that were able to make it up there for the interview. So we sat down, prepared for this in advance, and made sure the questioning was on point, and on the interrogation or interview, whatever you want to call it, maybe a tactical interview, was going to go really well. Greg?
Yeah, so what you're going to see here is not an interrogation like the police would do to get a confession, nor is this a TV interview. This is something very different. We want you to pay attention to it. We'd call it an investigative interview.
Right. All right. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Here we go.
What you're about to watch is an exploratory interview or a discovery interview. Scott and I went to talk to Don Wells with one purpose in mind. His stated purpose is that's to get as much information about Summer Wells out as possible. Again, this is not an interrogation. Interrogation means I have control over you. I can make you sit and do whatever I want you to do. This is an investigative or discovery interview. And if you watch, what we're going to do is we'll establish some rapport. We'll get the guy talking to us, and we'll get to a comfortable position where he talks. Now, what we're going to do here is show you the entire interview as it unfolded. What we're not going to do here is to analyze. We'll be back. We'll be back with future episodes where we analyze his baseline. We analyze any deviation from baseline, and we show you what we see and our opinions. And it will be all four of us. So hang in there. We just wanted you to see this interview as it unfolded. We got water because I need it.
All right,
I'm talking all week.
Oh man,
we do this usually at home, so we're not sitting in front of other people's cameras. I got some computer cameras sticking up in front of my face, so it's easier to do than sitting in front of this and all the lights.
Yeah. So I know it's weird. So today went okay, you think, for the news people?
Who'd you talk to?
Channel 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've been the guys who've been there before?
Yeah.
The British sounding girl of South Africa?
No, they sent different ones out. I've met her before.
Yeah, I remember she had a weird accent for Tennessee.
Yeah. I don't speak very well, of course.
Oh, no, you're
fine.
We're Southern boys.
Yeah. So we're the same
I'm trying. I mean, I've been through a lot of trauma when I was younger, and so I've had a lot of problem dealing with that kind of stuff. Feeling less than human kind of thing most of my life, you know.
And Don, I think the piece that you want people to get is that you want people to know who you are, because the way we talk is, I always say, you'll hear me say, we are what we come from and what's made us successful to now.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, a little bit about me.
Yeah.
I was pretty much raised up in the county jails and prisons and stuff like that. But that's where I found God, and I feel like He raised me. It's hard to believe you find love in a place like that, but I did, and people that had respect, and I found brotherhood, and people that very few, but there was a few that would want to read scriptures and do the same kind of thing, and tried to get away from this kind of life and go to a godly kind of life. But there are a few, very few though.
Right.
It's tough. It's really hard. And when you can find that, it changes everything.
Yes.
Forever.
Changing my life.
Forever.
For sure.
Yeah. So how long ago was that?
Well, it's been a long time since I've, been in trouble. But I've seeked out, churches and stuff, that, like the Seventh-day Adventist, Well,
I know I've heard you say you lived in Utah, and there's a different animal out there.
Yes.
So did you deal with the Zion curtain and all that?
Oh, man. Yeah, if you're a Mormon out there, you're fine,
right.
But if you're anti-Mormon, the Board of Pardons in Utah is almost all Mormon.
So if you're in jail there, you're a blind.
Yeah, the Board of Pardons and Parole,
Yeah. Well, and I think just living there. But where'd you live?
Ogden, Roy area.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Pretty area.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it, and I miss it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what I think is good is to talk a little bit about your background. Yeah. And I don't mean jail time, but talk about where you lived and where you were, and because that gives people your speech patterns, what's made you, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I've always had really good jobs out there and stuff. But, for whatever reason, my parole officers, they never liked me. I had a job at Hill Air Force Base at one time, making really good money, had security clearance out there and everything. And they showed up out there 2 carloads deep. And my boss come to me, he's like, I can't use you no more, man. And they got me fired. And that's the kind of, that's what they,
What were you doing then?
I was doing construction.
So were you working for a general contractor?
Yeah.
I've been in the construction business, the reason I ask. I ran construction for a couple of years. So,
just we're doing drywall, what I've always done, metal stud framing or whatever.
How long ago was that?
That was a long time ago. When I finally got out of that mess, I left the state as fast as I could.
Right.
I haven't been back.
Where'd you go from there?
I think I went to Arkansas. That's where I met my wife. And then my mom got sick, so we come out here. And,
your mom lived here?
Yeah, she was sick, had MRSA. And so we come out here to try to help her, and she, died. And so, but she left us the property, but we've had, 4 kids since then.
Yeah. How old's your oldest?
12.
And Summer's your youngest?
Yes.
Do you have your kids back? I know you went through some trouble with that.
Well, it got real dangerous at our house because of, and I'm not using that for an excuse, but it did. It got real dangerous because of everything that was happening on YouTube and the psychics wanting to come on our property. Yeah. And we was telling them, no, you cannot come on our property.
How are they contacting you?
Through Facebook and stuff like that, whatever, and other people. The whole YouTube, Facebook thing was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And people were trying all different kind of things. And then I found out, they were making all kinds of fake accounts and contacting people in Utah. And they were saying stuff back and forth, probably a lot of stuff wasn't exactly true, or just making this whole thing keep going and going and going. So it got pretty bad and scary for a long time.
That's tough. That's
for quite
tough.
a
People
while.
you don't know showing up.
And there was some.
It's dangerous, actually. On lots
Yeah,
of
it was
levels.
dangerous, and I didn't want my boys there.
Yeah, you don't know who's coming up.
Right.
I live in the middle of nowhere for a reason.
You know,
How old are the boys?
Huh?
How old are the boys?
12, maybe 10, on down to 8, I think.
Okay.
You know.
And they're all, is Candace the mother?
Well, there's a gag order on the boys. I'm not supposed to talk about them.
Okay.
And they're in custody.
Okay.
Yeah, well, hopefully they're okay, and you get to see them.
They're fine.
Yeah, so you can
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I went off the deep end. I
Did you? I can totally understand.
I started drinking and other stuff and just lost it.
Well, I think it's a hard thing to deal
really
with. You know how I feel.
But I'm back on track. I mean, no drinking, no nothing.
Did you get a prescription or anything for some help to keep you calm? And
no.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right.
Nobody can make you feel better about what's going on, but
Right.
we want to make sure that you get whatever you want to say out today too. And I know people have asked you your whole stories and everything else. How long you live where you're at now?
About 12 years.
Okay, so most of your kids were born here?
Well, Josie was born in Arkansas, and then we moved directly here.
Okay, so the rest of the kids are born here?
Yeah.
So that's their home, that's what they know.
Yeah.
That's got to be tough on some level for them to go to.
Yeah.
So, and I have no idea about your house or how it's set up or anything else. How do you get to your house?
How do you get to my house?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean that from here, don't give me directions, but I mean, you're up a road somewhere, I know.
Yeah. I don't understand what you...
Yeah, so are you isolated? You can't really tell by the picture.
It seems isolated, but we do have neighbors, you know, and then you got the drug thing going on. And where we live at, you got certain groups of people, and I'm not going to mention them by name, but you got these boys and those boys, they're all related, and they think that they run everything. And a lot of people for years have run moonshine out of there, probably manufactured meth and other stuff like that, and they think that they are the Bloods and the Crips of the hillbillies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have where I live. There's something very similar. We call it the cornbread mafia.
Yeah, and that runs from here to through Georgia.
Yep.
Right.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Cornbread mafia.
And they take that name and that title very seriously.
Yep. So, have you had problems with them personally?
Well, we've always tried to stay away from that kind of activity and stuff, and stay in church and stuff like that, and stay positive. So I always felt like they looked at us as a target. And we've had people steal our dogs and leave their mutts for as long as we've been there. We've had people come up and just take various things, steal our gas in the middle of the night or whatever. And there's only certain kind of people that are up all day and night and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
how close to you are they?
I say they're all the way around, but I don't know. I mean, I just know a few people, personally, but.
Is it easy to just drive by your house, come by?
Well, they have to go by my house to get to one area.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of traffic out there?
Yes, and when things are, when stuff's going on, there's a lot of traffic.
Yeah. How close is the house to the road?
Our house?
Yeah.
We are Ben Hill's just down the driveway there, and then Beach Creek's out in front, but you'd have to go across the creek to get to
Do you think that from your door to the road is 100 feet, or is it 50 feet, or?
150 feet.
I bet you're pretty good at guessing distance when you're doing drywall.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I mean, we can see all the, if you go to our front door, our back door, or whatever it is, we can see all the way down Beach Creek one end, and you can go to the other side of the house, you can see all the way down Beach Creek the other way, because we're on a hill.
Right. So can you see cars coming and going?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And can they see up there easily, or is it?
Yeah.
So if you're coming up the hill, how long before you can see your house? Is it hidden from other people, or is it?
You mean our driveway?
Yeah, your driveway.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of trees and shrubs and stuff like that, but in the wintertime when all the leaves fall, you can see pretty clearly. But right now it's secluded, more secluded. But
Have you ever had any scares before? I mean, around your kids and that kind of
Well, we've had people come up, and say, oh, yeah, I was looking for my dog or my horse or, or various things before.
Were the children in the yard or?
Yeah.
During that?
Yeah, I've had people come up, on horses, all kinds of things, And
When was the last time that happened?
You know what? Since summer's been gone, we haven't had nobody around there except for, we had that one incident with the red truck that got hung up on the ditch there.
Right.
There was actually, I asked the police if I could take pictures. And he said, no problem, Mr. Wells. And I was taking pictures of the side of that truck, and some woman popped her head out, and I was like, wow. And she just covered herself back up and laid back in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, when was the last time before summer was missing that you had people up at your place? That somebody showed up, you know what I mean?
I'm not sure. It's probably been a long time, so I can't really remember. But I'm always gone. I'm always working. And I don't know these people, but
Does Candace know them? Or
no. All I know is the people I work for, and they've become they're the only ones I know.
So is Candace there all day with the kids?
Well, if they weren't in school, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But when we started getting involved in the Seventh-day Adventist, Robin and stuff would invite them to go do this and that.
Who's Robin?
She's the one that would hold summer in church all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So they was always going and doing things with the church whenever possible.
Yeah, other people from the church come over and help?
Yeah, David's been over a few times, our pastor, and David Dotson's been over a couple times.
Does Dave ever babysit or anything?
No, nothing like that.
No.
Well, we let him take the boys to the putt-putt golf course when all this first happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Just to try to help us out and stuff.
How long have you known him?
Well, he come from another church, and he just kind of popped in and got to know Summer a little bit before she got gone, and then he met some girl in some Baptist church and started going, I guess, to church with them.
So he would come over and hang out with her and play with her and stuff?
Well, no, not until after she disappeared.
Oh, so she didn't know him very well before that?
Well, she met him a few times. Summer did, and Candace did, and they got to know Robin and everything.
But mostly at church?
Yeah.
Was there a daycare thing at church?
No, no, not a daycare, no. But they do have their own private school.
Did your kids go to that private school?
No, we was trying to get them into it, yeah.
They go to public school?
No, it's a private school.
Okay, they're going to private.
Yes, sir, yeah, they do go to public school.
Okay, yeah, and you were just trying to get them into that private school?
Right, absolutely.
And is there a waiting list or something?
No, it's,
just
about money.
Oh, yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. I was a soldier. There ain't no money in being a soldier.
Yeah.
I get it.
But they teach them a lot of good Christian ethics and stuff like that.
A lot of Sunday school. How long was the church? How long was the Sunday school part? Do the kids go to Sunday school?
Yeah, no, it's Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So what do y'all call that? Yeah. What do you call it? So it'd be Saturday school?
Yes, sir.
Do they really?
Well, yeah, we would go every Saturday to church.
So they call it Saturday school? Or is this church school?
Well, yeah. They always say Happy Sabbath, because that's the Sabbath day.
Yeah. Well, how long does the Saturday school last for the kids?
We'd be there at 9:30. Well, we got our first class. It runs about an hour and a half, and then we go to the big room together.
And the kids are separated from everybody?
Yeah, at the first class, and then we all join together in the big room. And
so they have different, I guess you got different teachers.
Yeah, like Robin and other ones that teach the younger ones, and there's a lot of kids there that are extremely happy.
Yeah. How many classes are there, do you think?
Well, you got your younger kids, and then you got your, I'd say there are about 3 or 4 different classes and age groups.
Are all the girls and boys that are at Summer's age are in the same class?
Yes.
Who teaches that class? Do they have
I can't remember her name. I know Robin. I think maybe Robin teaches the youngest ones.
Yeah. So she was her teacher.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and that's why she was so proud, to give Robin that little yellow necklace and the bracelet, and so proud.
And Dave was the preacher at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did he ever teach him or anything? Did he ever do
David?
Yeah.
Our pastor?
Yeah, you're talking about David.
Okay, you got David Dawson, and you got David, our pastor.
David the pastor, yeah.
The pastor.
Yeah.
He teach the adults, like I would go to his class, and my wife, the older ones, and he's got an awesome class. Love it, absolutely love it.
But never kid, you never work with the youth group or anything?
Not the pastor. I don't know what he teaches in their school. I'm not familiar with that too much. I've been there, but I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
So who else did you guys interact with aside from the church? I mean, I know you were not home much, and I will talk to you a little bit about that. But it's tough.
Really nobody, because drywall takes up pretty much all my time.
Sure. Yeah. And you drive a fair amount?
Yeah, up to work, yes.
Okay. How far away do you work from?
Well, it depends. I might do a house in West Virginia somewhere.
Oh, gotcha.
Or it might be anywhere. My next house is coming up, and on Boone's Creek up here.
Yeah.
When the incident with Summer happened, when Summer disappeared, where were you working that day?
Let's see, I was in Jonesboro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jonesboro, which?
Yeah, Jonesboro.
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't know this area very well.
Yeah.
How far away is that from home?
Well, it takes 45 minutes to get from there to my house.
Okay.
And so up 81 all the way, and that's where I was working. And previous to the day someone come up missing, I fired a guy because he was extremely out there. And,
what was he doing?
Yeah.
He was just out there.
What kind of out there? I know you got to be careful.
I think meth.
Okay.
I can't prove
it. Did he take that well?
No. He was extremely mad.
Did he know where you lived?
Yes.
And have you heard from or seen him since?
No. Our investigators have talked to him, and he's talked, I guess pretty well, but I mean, the day after Summer had come up missing, he called my boss, and he was crying and saying some really oddball things. My boss has a really good memory, so he remembered every word of it. And,
what was he saying?
Like, my kids, let's see, the hills have eyes. I got too close to that family. What was the others? I got too close, and my kids can't see me in the back of a police car again. See, he worked for us 7 years prior, and he went through all the different crews. And he worked with me for a while, and it's kind of the same thing happened.
How old is he?
He's like 36 now, I'd say, something more than there.
You don't know where he is, huh?
Yeah, I know where he is.
Mm.
Has he's been to your house with you?
Well, yeah, I had him come to my house and park his vehicle so that we could ride together all the way out past Chucky, way out there somewhere, past the airport, way out there in the farmlands.
I know where that is.
Way out there, yeah. So we rode together way out there and done a little house and rode back, but I just noticed he started getting irritated and just every little thing. This man, I give him 50%. Who does that? Right. Give him 50%, and all he has to do is show up every day. Mm-hmm. And he starts, coming up with excuses why he can't make it to work and stuff, and giving me trouble. And then the day I fired him, he was, doing a pan like that there, okay? Mm-hmm. And he spent probably 2 hours on it. Well, it should have took 20 minutes to coat that with mud, first coat. And we were supposed to do something else, and he just jumped on that, and he was speaking under his breath and just carrying on. And then he comes to me with a pan of mud, and he says, "There's all kind of trash in there, get it out of there, and give me some different mud." So I was like, "Well, okay." I threw it away and got him some fresh mud, and he come back at me again. He's like screaming at me, "I told you, did you put it back in there or what?" And
you're familiar with that kind of behavior for somebody like that? Would it seem like that was kind of behavior?
I looked on YouTube of all the behavior that somebody on meth would have. The only one I can remember is hyperactive.
Sure.
But but he was screaming at me, "Just go home, I'll take care of this job. I got this job, I'll handle it by myself," or whatever. And I thought about that, and I went to lunch. And I come back, and I told him to leave. get off the job. Don't want to work with you one more second. And he didn't like that too well. And then he called my boss with that, what I was telling you, what he was saying and stuff, and called him probably 100 times. Tried everything in the world to get me fired. Told him all kinds of things. And I told Jesse, told my boss, I said, see, that's how it is every day.
Yeah. So how many times had he seen Summer before?
A few times, and my wife was concerned about the way he was looking at her. She had red flags about that.
What did she say?
She said that he was just kind of looking her up and down, like, you know, it bothered her. Now, she mentioned that to me before all this happened. So the very next day, she comes up missing around 6:30.
So when did you leave your house?
When did I leave my house that morning? I'm not sure. You know, it might have been about 7:30, 8 even.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And this, I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Okay,
Like I said, I need you to. I know they might be pushy and painful at times, so just take it for what they are. When was the last time you saw Summer?
That morning when I woke up, because she was sleeping in between me and her mother.
Okay. Did she wake up?
I was kind of laying on her foot a little bit and stuff, and I was like, my back, you know.
Yeah. Did she wake up?
Did she wake up? No.
Okay.
No.
I was wondering what she said to you, the last thing she said. What are the last words she ever said to you? Do you remember?
I'm not sure if it was that night or not, but I remember, you know, clearly, I was like, Summer, you got to sleep in your own bed. And then she come back with big old crocodile tears in her eyes, and she said, but Daddy, I want to be with you.
Yeah. Painful, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot, I know. But they can't sleep with you forever, you know. They can't sleep with you forever. They grow up
and that's how kids grow up, is by you doing that. So you didn't do anything wrong.
No.
And we want you to know that.
Well, it's interesting. The other day, you know, all this stuff going on, when it was so bad, everything on YouTube was so bad, I was begging God. I was like, Lord, and I was on my knees. I was just at the end of my ropes, and I said, God, I just want to be with you. And that thought came to my head just like that, of what Summer, and I just started crying.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And not knowing is tough, I'm sure. I can tell you from experience, I feel where you feel.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for you.
Well, I mean, God's in full control.
What did Candace say about that morning? What was she doing?
You know, I hadn't really heard from her except for she had to go to town to fill her mom's prescription. And so I called at some point because I was going to go home, and she says, well, we're still got to wait for the prescription. And
what was she getting?
Something for her mother. I can't remember.
Well, you don't know what the prescription was?
I can't remember. But so they was at the lake, and then Hunter and his, I guess they went, she called and says, come by the house, you know, and then she begged to take Hunter to the lake with them so they could swim a little bit.
Yeah.
Seen them videos, and then I took her back, and they said everything was okay in that situation between now.
Yeah. Which situation?
Sir.
Which situation, sorry?
With Hunter, Allie, and Candace. I took Hunter to the lake. Everything seemed to be A-okay.
Yeah, I saw the little video of them playing in the water.
Yeah, everything was fine.
Yeah.
And then what happened? I mean,
well, when Summer, you know, when they went back home and everything, and then, you know, now I wasn't there, of course.
Right.
But according to my wife's story, which I believe.
Yeah, you ever had a reason to not believe it?
No, and with her emotions, she's this close to going off the edge. It's bad.
I'm sure
it's bad.
It's hard.
And so there's no way, in my mind, I believe her.
So, and you said you were talking about Hunter?
Hunter and Allie and all of them had a
good
great
day.
relationship up to, everything was fine.
Yeah. And then?
Everybody's happy. You know, and then so she goes home, she gets the groceries out, and with her story, washes a load of clothes and everything, and they plant the flowers, and she gets a piece of candy from her mother or whatever, and they wash their hands. I guess they had some water on the tailgate of the truck, a gallon of water there, and they rinse their hands off and everything. Summer wants to go in the house, and the boys are in there, video gaming, of course.
How far away is Candace from the house?
About 25 feet. Her trailer's about 25 feet from her trailer to our door.
Mm-hmm. What's the trailer about?
What's that, sir?
What's in the trailer?
What's in the trailer? Mm-hmm. Well, Grandma and all her.
It's a travel trailer.
Travel trailer.
Okay.
All her stuff,
So the boys are playing.
Sorry, I'm thirsty.
Sir.
So the boys are playing with the game.
Right, they're upstairs playing the game, and and my one son told me, that Summer wanted him to go down and play with toys with her, and he's like, "No, Summer, I'm playing this game. I'm not going down there." So she goes down there by herself. As far as we know, that's the last she was seen was by her boys.
So she went down there, and there's 2 ways into that room, right? Down the stairs,
right,
or a back door,
right.
How tall is the back door knob off? You probably know.
Well, she could open it, no problem, I'm sure. But the boys would always leave that door open all the time, and we'd tell them, "You got to keep that door locked." But they would leave it wide open all the time. We'd go down there, and the door would be wide open, or unlocked.
That's common.
And,
what's right outside the door there?
What's outside the door?
Yeah.
The driveway that goes by, the small piece of, small porch, and then the driveway that circles around, and then you can see that generator right there, and that dog trail that I wasn't aware that dog trail was even there, but it goes straight down to I could pick up a 40-pound sack of potatoes and go down that trail probably in about 12 seconds.
Okay, so
all the way to Ben Hill Road.
Could somebody drive around the house and you not hear him or see him?
It happens all the time.
They could drive around that back door there?
I've went and drove all the way to the top and honked the horn, and nobody can hear me. Come and help me get groceries.
Yeah, okay. So what about this dog trail?
TBI. Well, can we back up to...
back up to where
back up to...
for you.
At some point, Allie and Hunter and them find out that Summer's gone. They completely flip on us, on Candace, and I don't understand that, and start making all these crazy accusations and everything else, and all this. I can't remember everything that they actually said.
What were they?
Did you talk to them directly?
No, they won't talk to me. They won't talk to Candace.
What were the ideas? What was the concept of what they were saying? What were they saying? She did something, or?
I really can't remember. All I know is they really turned on Candace big time and flipped on her.
Right then?
Right at that point, yes.
Had they had any reason in the past to have, people that live close to each other sometimes get it on each other's nerves. Had that happened at any point?
We never lived close to each other. We just invited them out for their kids' sake because their kids don't have a father. And they're troubled kids. They live in the city. They can't get out and play like they could there or anything else. And we don't understand why Allie and Hunter flipped like they did at all.
But what did Candace say they said when they flipped? Was it?
I wish I could remember, and I wish she was here, and I wish I could answer them questions. They're all on YouTube, and I can't remember what all it is because they made all kind of videos. I know they was in the parade. Our church made a banner for Candace, and it was in the parade. And I was walking down there, and Allie and Hunter was in there going, "Ha ha, they got your daughter, ha ha."
Who got your daughter?
That's a good question. Who's they? Who was they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got your daughter. Who was they?
Yeah.
That's a really good question.
How old are they?
Hunter's just like 14, and he's always come up and given me hugs, and always been really, and.
Has he been that way with Candace as well?
Yeah, and always everything just seemed fine up to this point.
What about Allie? Same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who's Allie?
That would be Hunter's mother, I think. And there's Sherry, and we just don't know why they flipped suddenly like they did. And I can't remember all the hateful things they said. I just don't remember, but I know it was bad. Mm-hmm. And when someone loses their kid, and then for them to say a bunch of hateful stuff like that on top of it, it's just like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I know that's
I don't understand why that happened.
And it began immediately.
Yes, and then
where were they when that when?
I guess they was at their house, you know. But we know we give Truey, one of their daughters, a dog, a puppy, and next thing we knew, it ended up back up there.
Oh,
so they brought it back up and dropped it off.
Right. Yeah.
Afterwards.
Yes, after it got grown and they didn't want it no more.
Oh, so this is after.
That's before summer.
Before summer went missing.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I got you.
So you drove from, I'm just trying to get my head around what kind of gap you have in time between the time you saw her and the time you got back.
I probably made it home in half the time it normally would, because I almost lost it in one curve. And I was able to pass in double yellow line all the way without hindrance of any kind. I was able to fly. Didn't get stopped one time, or didn't have to slow down not once. So I know I made it in probably at least 25 minutes.
Were the cops there when you got there?
I think there might have been one or two cars, if I can remember right. But when I first come to the house, I knew they was looking all over the top of the hill. So I drove straight to the bottom property and down to the creek. And I noticed my neighbor walking this way around the hill, and I seen my three boys together on this side of the hill, and my heart just sunk right then. I knew she was gone. I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew she was gone. Because I knew, you know, and it's 25 minutes later, and nobody's found her. She's gone. You know. So I turned around, went back up to the top, and I think there was one or two cop cars there, if I remember right. And they started asking all kinds of questions. I kept trying to tell them she's gone, she's not here. And just like I don't know. And then more cops kept filtering in. And then we had all kind of people with trailers and stuff and SUVs, and they literally blocked Beach Creek, bottlenecked Beach Creek, Ben Hill Road. You couldn't go nowhere.
How much time had passed from the time you got the call till that happened?
From when I first got home, and then I'm talking to the cops up there, and then, another 20, 30 minutes, and everything just starts getting bottlenecked. You can't even leave there.
When did you see Candace after all? What was the first time you saw Candace after you got this news?
When I first pulled up there, she was freaking out, and
yelling, screaming.
Really kind of funny. I look back on that. I had her on Messenger the whole time. Never lost her. That's really odd to me. Because in that area.
What do you think caused that?
That's a good question, because I don't know how I could have kept her on Messenger, because she got in her mother's truck, drove all around and asking people, because I watched her, and she was driving her mom's truck. I had her on Messenger. And she was driving all in the area, looking everywhere for her in her mother's truck, and I don't think I lost her the whole time, all the way.
What was the first thing she said to you in person, though?
So I says, when I seen her, I can't remember, because there was cops questioning her and cops questioning me, and probably trying to keep us apart, probably.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So what do you, I'm going to ask you some questions that are just out there. What do you think happened? I mean, what do you think happened?
I don't know. I just think it's so weird and odd the way Allie and Hunter acted after she got gone. That just blows my mind right there. That's very suspicious to me. And the way that McDonough got involved with them.
Who's McDonough? Right.
Chris McDonough. Chris McDonough got involved with them, and the way that he played into their lives like they were gold. That blows my mind. Literally.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And I don't understand that. And okay, sir, you have to get me back on the right train of thought.
No, I got you.
No, we want your thoughts. And I told you I'm gonna have to ask you some hard questions.
Yeah.
So what do you say to somebody who says, no, you're involved, your family's involved? How do you respond to that?
Well, for 3 months, I spent on the phone for 3 months. I accepted every friend request there was. People want, well, I'm your friend, we're for you, and for 3 months I stayed on the phone day and night trying to find her baby, because I figured Facebook's the best tool possible to help find her. And but there's this group on Facebook combating this the whole time, and we don't know who this group is or what they're up to, but it seems like they're trying to throw everything off.
What were they saying?
All kinds of stuff. Creating drama, trying to throw the blame our way. No, you did this, you did that. And,
What's Candace doing this whole time?
The same thing.
Yeah.
On Facebook. She might have been a little smarter than that, but I reached out to Facebook and YouTube and stuff to help find Summer, and they crucified us. Yeah. And so I'm out of it now, but for 3 months, that's all they did. So we didn't get no sleep the first 2 nights at all, and stayed up all night on Facebook. We don't know who we were talking to.
Yeah.
Could have been the police, could have been the kidnappers, could have been who knows who.
So you feel like she's been kidnapped, huh?
Oh, for sure. But by who? Don't know.
Why do you feel like it's for sure? Why do you feel like it's
because she would never leave our property. She would not even leave around the house, because there was times when she was younger that she would just take off running, at the church, especially. And it's like, Summer, you can't do that. There's bad guys and stuff like that. And
So have you talked to her about how to talk about those situations? Does she understand stranger danger and those types of things?
Yes. I think we got her pretty well under control as far as that goes, especially around the house, because like Summer, there's bears, there's bad people, there's wildcats, there's wild dogs, and we just keep going through the list. And so she would never go far.
Yeah.
Even when her brothers, we taught her brothers to, if you're going to go down to the creek, you have to be together at all times, and we bought them each a pocket knife. And so they might go down the creek as long as we knew where they were, but she might go like halfway down the hill to watch them, but she wouldn't go all the way with them. She would stay at a safe distance, and when they started coming up, she would come up to the house first.
When she would go off by herself, and let's say she'd get in trouble, when she would get in trouble and do something when she wasn't, did she mind? Did she mind?
She minded well. I've never had to discipline her or anything like that. I could just say one word to her, and she would just break down in tears. I'm like, Summer, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry.
What about Candace? Is it the same kind of relationship there?
They had a great relationship. Well, when Summer was born, she only wanted me for a long time, and if I come home from work or something, she would not want her mother. She wanted me. She just wanted me for first 18 months or so. And I never expected anything like that.
Yeah.
But Candace, so I'd be at work all day, so Candace would take her to the park and all kinds of stuff. She got to spend all kind of time with her, doing, that's where all them pictures come from.
Yeah.
And she was proud of her, and she built a good relationship with her that way.
Did she, when she didn't mind Candace, did Candace punish her or discipline her?
Never.
Never?
No. I mean, the worst we've ever done is like, with our boys, really. Summer just...
What do the boys do?
The boys would fight a lot.
Yeah, everybody spanks their kids. Everybody does that.
Yeah, for sure.
But the worst, we'd make them do timeouts. Yeah, you have to go over there in the corner, no TV, no nothing, no games. And that's the worst thing you can do is pull the games from them.
That's tough.
So every family has drama. Every family has drama. I mean, if somebody tells me their family doesn't have drama, I'm surprised.
Right.
So tell me about yours. What's the worst drama you ever had? I mean, I'm going to probe just because.
Our worst drama is probably related to drinking.
Okay.
Candace and me drinking, and that it can escalate and stuff like that.
Does that lead to violence ever?
Violence? I mean, there's been some violence, yeah, but I got in trouble here a while back over that stuff, but I was the one getting beat up.
Okay. So, how long ago was that?
When I first come back from Utah, we had Allie
left Jose there, just dumped him off there and left him.
And who's Allie?
Allie and Hunter.
Oh, that same people.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
She wanted to be with that Jose guy, and she just dumped him off at her house. And
Who's Jose?
He's just some guy that we don't know I don't know where he come from, but.
And how long ago was that?
I don't know, a year.
So it's been a year ago. There's a guy named Jose. How well did you know Jose?
Sir?
How well did you know him?
I don't know him at all.
So he stayed at your house for a while?
He stayed at my house while I was in Utah.
Okay.
And my wife she was trying to make me jealous so I'd come back, and it worked very well. So I packed up everything in Utah and come back, and I flew across the country in my little truck and got back, and we was having a few drinks one night, and we almost started fighting, but he was calling me a cheater and said I did this and said I did that, and
in your house.
And every time he'd say something, my wife would push me. He'd say something else, my wife would push me. She just kept shoving me. About the, I don't know, 5th or 6th time that she shoved me, I had a beer bottle right here, and so I pushed it out of the way, and I grabbed that beer bottle, and I was going to hit that guy.
Yeah.
But instead, I just threw it somewhere else. But
yeah.
So they called the cops, and so one thing led to the other when the cops get there, and they told them I had a gun in the glove box, which I did. I said, yes, sir, I do. It's a black powder gun, and which I'm allowed to have, but you can't have it in my vehicle.
Right.
And I kind of forgot about that. But to me, with everything going around in our area, it was the safest place and most effective place to have it. Is something happened to one of our kids or something.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, we realized alcohol and all that stuff's not good. And
where were the kids during all this?
Probably downstairs.
You think when you say probably, they were, or you just weren't cognizant of it?
I don't know where they were exactly. Yeah, I don't. It was later in the evening, so I'm assuming they're downstairs watching a movie or something.
Okay.
How'd that resolve? How'd that get fixed?
Oh, they took me to jail. My mother-in-law told them I put real bullets in the gun, so I was facing 10 years, mandatory minimum.
Ooh. Wow, that's tough. How'd that get resolved?
I had to hire the crazy thing about that whole thing was I'm facing 10 years minimum mandatory, and I said, Your Honor, please OR me. I'm begging you. And that man OR'd me.
Wow.
I know.
So what's an OR for someone watching?
On recognizance. No bond, just promise to appear, and I couldn't believe that, but that man OR'd me.
Yeah.
He sure did.
Yeah. You got blessed.
Yes.
Somebody's looking out for you.
Yes. Yeah. So I was able to get a gunsmith. They told me to get a gunsmith and show them that was a black powder gun, which I was able to do. So they dropped it all down to a misdemeanor, and I was so happy. I was like, please, let me sign it before they change their mind.
Yeah.
I'm sure that didn't fix the problem with you and Candace, though.
Well, no. That night, Candace's mother told him to pack his stuff up and get out of there and leave. And so she hauled him out of there that night.
And how long ago was that? About a year, you said?
Yeah.
You seen him again?
Huh?
Have you seen him since?
No.
How old is he about?
I have no idea.
20s, 30s, 40s?
40, yeah.
Has Candace talked to him since?
No. She didn't want nothing to do with him. It's just, she was just trying to make me jealous to come back home.
Okay.
Because I was trying to talk them into moving back to Utah.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to do. I had a good job up there, and I wanted to sell the property and move back up there, but she didn't want no part of it. So she won, I guess.
Yeah.
That's tough. It's tough.
Yes, it is.
But that's fine. As long as she loves me, that's all good.
So did this guy have anything, did he ever interact with Summer?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm sure they did.
How long was he there?
I have no idea. Allie, when I went to Utah, they went out of state, but Allie and them wanted to spend some time with them, and they moved, all their kids in there for a few days and had their fun or whatever they did. I don't know. And so everything was fine up to the point that I don't know what happened between Allie and that dude. I have no idea. But she dumped him off there and left.
So I'm going some more hard questions for you. Did you have anything at all to do with your daughter's disappearance?
Sir?
Did you have anything to do with Summer's disappearance?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea where she might be?
I wish to God I did. If I did, we'd go get her. I'd call TBI or whatever and say, look, I did this, I did that, I messed up. Can we please go get her now? I would have done that a long time. I would have done that day one.
Do you have any reason?
No point in lying.
Do you have any reason to believe your wife knows anything?
No, I don't think so at all. She's too tore up.
Do you think she'd tell you if she did?
Yeah.
If she been in a state where you could ask her that and she may not remember if you were.
I've asked her many times, what about this? What about that?
What about what?
You know, like what about her mother? You know, and then this or that, and what about this person? Her mother's ex lover, some woman. You know, I asked her that the other night, and she says she's already in an old folks' home. You know, no, she loved her daughter. There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah. So what do you think happened to her?
She was kidnapped.
Do you think there's something that you did that caused somebody to behave that way?
Well, with criminals, you don't really have to do anything. Right. And I don't, you know, this has been brought up before. You know, maybe I owed some drug debt or something. I'm like, I got money in the bank. I don't need, you know, no.
Who would think you have a drug debt?
I have no idea. Well, this is what TBI asked me.
Sure. They're going to look at every step.
Right.
Yeah. So you're in the
at that time I had $3,000 in the bank. Why would I?
Yeah. So you think somebody got her?
For sure.
How would they do it, do you think?
Well, it'd be easy enough to sneak up that dog trail and stay hidden in the tree line. You wouldn't hardly be able to notice anybody there, especially if they had camo on. You wouldn't even see them. And they just have to wait for the right second for someone to step out that door or go into the basement or whatever. Our neighbors, you know, at that time heard a scream, and she thought it was a really weird scream, like somebody had her mouth covered the whole time, and she was trying to catch a breath, kind of a scream. She could scream loud.
How close was that neighbor?
Well, from the bottom, from Ben Hill Road down there at the bottom, their driveway is directly across from ours almost, and it just goes straight up to their hill, and we live on this hill.
So you don't think Candace would have heard that?
No, because I can pull up in our driveway and honk the horn, and they can't even hear that if the TV's going inside and everything like that. So Candace is inside the house searching, looking, going through the basement and everything else. So where's Summer? And
but I mean, when for the scream, so the muffled scream, she wouldn't be able to hear it from the front yard, but they could hear it.
Well, if she was outside, yes, but if she was inside, no.
Was she outside or inside?
Well, we don't know for sure. She was looking all through the house, everywhere. I'd say she's probably inside.
But when the scream happened, do you think?
Probably. Because if she would have been outside, she probably would have heard it. Yeah.
Is there anything about Candace's story that makes you question the story?
No, not the way it played out and everything like that. I mean, yeah, you always have questions, and I'd ask myself, but the way that it happened and her emotions and her state of mind.
What were the questions that you had?
I mean, I don't really have any. I mean, I don't really have any questions. I mean.
Did you talk to your boys about what happened?
The questions, yeah.
Go ahead with that.
My one boy feels bad because he didn't go downstairs and play. And I was really down one day, and my other son comes and he says, "Dad, it's not my fault." I says, "I know, son, I know it's not your fault." I had to tell him I was sorry for whatever way I was acting, you know.
Sometimes you get upset when you get a lot on your mind.
Part of being human.
Yeah.
It's tough.
So when you had questions for Candace, let's get back to that for a second. So what were you?
Well, mostly about Allie and Hunter. and their family, and the way they turned on us suddenly. After, as soon as summer got gone, they turned on us, and I don't understand that. And I don't know the whole story. And I wish she was here, and I wish she would answer these questions.
Yeah.
Because she knows firsthand. I don't.
You got to remember something. Tell us. You got to tell us something.
I don't know. It's like they blamed us right away for her disappearance. Like we'd done something. You did something to your daughter, or something to that effect. I can't be sure word for word, but I know it was something to that effect.
Yeah. I know you've been talking to everybody on the planet, but there's got to be some. What usually solves problems is what else? What else do you know that you haven't said to anybody? Or what else do you know that we haven't heard?
Yeah.
Such as?
We don't know. I mean, that's the whole point. There might be that one piece that somebody can put a story together.
I don't know.
Is there a part you haven't said that you've told me a couple of things on the phone?
Yeah.
You've said a couple of things. Maybe there's some things you haven't said to somebody else that you've told me. So think of the things the reasons you think she might be missing, or what may have happened.
Okay. Well, okay. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to make my stepsisters mad or anything like that. I want them to just leave me the hell alone. But, so they said they never knew Summer on YouTube. They never knew anything about Summer. And so the day that this happened, the very next day they called TBI and say, we know what happened to her. Her daddy did this to her, and her daddy did that to her, and then he probably got caught and killed her and all kind of stuff like that. Yeah. That was the first thing ever said. And then they said that both my nieces said that I did some horrific things to them for 7 years straight, and told them if anything was ever said about it, that I would kill them. Mm-hmm. And they let this ride the whole time for 70 some odd days before they clarified and straightened it out. These were horrific lies. So when these lies first come out, I had women calling my phone, screaming at me, "Did you really do this?" Right. I'm like, "Do what? What are you talking about?" Who
are they telling this to?
Me. How'd they get my numbers and other questions?
Yeah, the stepsisters. Who are they telling this to?
I guess groups in Utah, Facebook, and doing videos on YouTube.
Have they been here though? Have they been here where any of that could have happened?
No, they did this all from Utah.
Well, where would they get information? Did they have any information, or they're just saying whatever?
They're making up some horrific lies about me. So I barely know my nieces.
But have you been around? When they're saying these things happened, were you around in that time?
No.
So they weren't. Have they been to the house?
No, they've never. No.
Have you been to their house?
I barely know Trish.
Yeah.
I barely know her, I do know Amanda a little bit, but just.
Have you
barely.
been to their house?
No, I've never been to their house. I've seen them.
Have you been anywhere with them other than?
I've seen them at my dad's house.
Okay, for how long a period of
time? I don't know. Not long. I don't know them that well. They were little kids.
You got along with them though?
I don't know about that.
But when they were little kids, you knew them? That's where you got to know them when they were little kids, I guess?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah.
How much interaction do you have with them?
Well, see, not much, because you got my side of the family, the Welleses, and then you got the Simonsons. Those are two different entities brought together by. Okay, my stepmother is my babysitter. Okay, so we've known each other our whole lives, and when we were little kids, it was really good. My stepbrothers and stuff, we played together all the time. We done everything. It was good, and even with our stepsisters. But I don't know what happened when. Me and my stepsister have had some issues. She wants to play innocent. That's fine, whatever. She can play innocent. But when we were younger, we done what little kids do.
What is that? Some stuff we talked about on the phone.
Huh?
Some of that stuff we talked about on the phone.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I mean, you know, little kids do stuff, you know. They do
No, when you're a kid, you're learning,
Kids, yeah.
you're exploring. That's a whole different world. There's a whole different time.
Right.
So people change.
Right.
You remember 1 Corinthians is when I was a child, I thought as a child and I understood things as a child. But now that I'm a man, I understand.
Right.
You know the whole.
Absolutely.
So I'm with you on that.
Right.
But did you love them? Was there love in that family?
There was, you know, when we were younger and stuff, and then, you know, as we grow older, it seems like everybody started growing apart. A lot of hate. I don't know, you know.
When were you around the nieces? When were you around them that they would even have a chance to say any of that? How old were they?
How old was
the nieces that are making up stuff?
When I was, you know, with them, I mean, I want you to understand that they've already clarified that I've never done that stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I've never done any of this stuff. So they've already said that on YouTube.
Right.
They made it clear, finally.
Yeah.
You know, okay. But when I did know, you know, Trish, she was probably, I don't know how old she was at that time. She was just, I mean,
little teenager,
10 or something.
Okay, 10.
I don't know.
Is this during any time when you were having trouble with law or drugs? Or?
Well, I was pretty much raised in the county jails all my teenage years. I don't know why. You know, when my parents divorced, I had my family was good when my parents were together, but when they divorced, my dad, you know, married my babysitter, and my mother married some dude from Kentucky, and both, in my opinion, you know, I know my stepmom tries to love me now.
Yeah.
I feel she's been good to me. She's trying to be a Christian now, but before they didn't want me around.
Well, when y'all were little, and let's get back to that for a second. And because you and I talked about a few things on the phone. What was that relationship like back when you were kids, though? This is the same people, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What relationship was that?
Your relationship with your stepsisters.
When we were little, I mean, it was good and everything, you know, and I don't know. But like I say, you know, me and my brother Randy, we done a lot of stuff together. We'd go skating rinks, everything.
What about the stepsisters, though?
As far as they were good when we were younger.
Yeah.
You know, but as we got older, you know, things started changing. I don't know. I just feel like they didn't really want me in the picture. Mm-hmm. So he's trying to.
Is there anything that happened when you were little that made them? Was that stuff that we talked about on the phone? Was that maybe happen, and that's why they split up? Well, is there anything else you want to clear up during this? Before we
at all?
Yeah, anything at all
that I can think of.
Yeah. So as we go through this, we can say, do you know where Summer is? Do you know where Summer is?
I don't know. I wish I did.
Do you have any earthly idea what happened to her?
No, I wished I did.
Do you think Candace had anything to do with it?
No.
And what about this? And you think what might have happened to her was what?
She was kidnapped.
Yeah.
Who in your life would you, if I ask you who in your life might have done it, what would you say?
I'm thinking one of the meth heads down the road that come in there filtering in at certain points in time looking for her. I don't know. I don't know if my stepsisters in McDonough could have possibly caused something like this, because that's another theory I have. Mm-hmm. Back to my stepsisters, they said they never knew that we had a daughter, and when they found out that she was gone, they all of a sudden freaked out and like, oh, we know what happened, blah blah blah. Okay, and they called TBI the very next day, and they put all the focus on me. TBI was asking me about all this crazy stuff, and
they have to do that for sure.
Yeah. So they took the focus off the real perpetrators right there. And and the way everything played out on YouTube and the whole 9 yards with Chris McDonough, knowing they're full well lying. You can't believe that stuff. I know Chris McDonough don't believe it, but he played like he did.
Right. So you've got some past. You said recently you've had some drug and alcohol things. Maybe have you? Who in your life would you think is less than above board? that you deal with?
Who in life has been above board?
Yeah, who's less than above board? If I was saying,
not nobody that I know of except for our neighbors and stuff. You know, I mean, the guy, the meth heads and stuff like that, and whatever like that. I mean, we're trying to fly right, and we're trying to do the.
No, I get
right
it, man.
way.
Life is. I always say life is a challenge between being this and what is underneath.
Okay, and let me back up for a minute with the stepsisters. They said they never knew we had a daughter. 2.5, 3 years ago, I called my dad, and they were there. And they were bragging, you know, I was like, they was asking about Summer, and I was like, yeah, you know, and so they said they named one of theirs Winter. So they knew, they lied when they said they didn't know.
Why would they do that?
Why would they? That's a good question. Very good question.
When was the last time you talked to your stepsisters?
That one time when I was at my dad's house.
Have you had any drama with them?
No, haven't had no drama, haven't talked to them, but I know that Trish and Amanda has been spreading these lies about me for years, all my younger years and everything. These horrific lies they've been spreading all this time.
What were they?
Well, Trish and Amanda first come out saying that I raped them for 7 years and I told them that if they told anybody, I would kill them. So they've been telling everybody these lies for all these years. Plus, I molested my first set of kids, and I can't remember what else. So they've been telling people all these lies for all these years.
So I have to ask you a few questions. Did you rape your sister?
No.
Did you rape your niece?
No.
Did you molest your first set of children?
No.
Did you threaten to kill them?
I can give you my kids' number, and we can talk when this is done.
Sure.
And we'll talk to them.
Sure.
Did you threaten to kill them?
No. Okay. And they already admitted on tape that it was all BS already, Trish and Amanda both, and Jeannie.
Yeah, if you had any involvement, you could talk about
all on tape. I feel like this whole thing, my stepsisters could be behind this with these horrific lies and everything else, and maybe they believe my daughter was in danger. Maybe they actually believe this. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I wished I did.
So you're saying they may have her, keeping her safe. What do you believe?
I don't know. This is just one of the theories that I have. And the way that everything played out with Chris McDonough, YouTube, Facebook, all these people attacking us, making us the guilty party. Trish ran with that lie for 70 days before she made it right. Plenty of time to get out of the area or whatever with my daughter.
Did Candace have baggage or drama with your sisters?
Never, don't even know them.
Okay.
And they don't know us. They've never contacted us, didn't get to know us, don't know what we're about or anything else. And why they would spread these kind of lies about me all these years and get my side of the family hating me, even my own father not wanting to be around me and stuff. Why?
What's he saying?
He don't believe him at all. He say he don't want to be around them because he's afraid they're going to do something to him.
Yeah.
Does he talk to you?
Yeah, he talks to me.
What does he think is going on?
He thinks they're conniving, no good, lying, little, you know what.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
also, you can go back. You know, when I had my first set of kids and I was in Utah, they called my POs on me constantly. They called the cops on me constantly. Called the damn welfare on me constantly. We never had a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible. I'm sorry dealing with that.
Yeah, it sucks.
Anything else you want to add about it?
Just the history of that kind of abuse when I'm calling everybody on me and everything else. Is it possible that they're behind my summer being gone? I think it is.
It's a hell of a lot of stress, man.
I mean, when you got Chris McDonough coming in the picture saying, well, I was 3,000 miles away, blah, blah, blah. But he shows up out of the blue and believes all these lies, straight lies that Hunter and Allie's telling him? Really? Wow.
That's a lot of stress, man. It's in the middle of some of the worst drama you can have in your life. All that stress. I'm sorry you're dealing with.
Yeah.
So we appreciate you coming and talking.
Yeah. No, we really do appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
So let's say if somebody says, I think I saw her. I think I've got an idea what happened. Who should they contact and talk to? to give them information.
Yeah, how do they pass on information if they think they see someone?
1-800-TBI-FIND.
1-800-TBI-FIND?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other, or the web pages or anything else done that people
I think there's some out there, but I'd go with the 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. Okay, and we'll make sure we put a good picture, whichever
Okay,
picture
I
you want.
appreciate that. I think Wednesday, what's his name? Walsh.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
He's got something
John
Walsh.
Yeah.
He's
Wednesday.
a good guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Yeah,
So
I think he does good work.
He's going to have something for summer Wednesday.
Good.
Okay, wonderful.
Cool, yeah.
What about, so David getting married, the preacher?
No, David Dawson got married.
He's the one that converted to Baptist.
Yeah,
right.
with
What I'm
that
saying
girl.
is Dave Dodson, not Dave
He's not
Dodson,
the preacher.
Dave, the other
was a
Dave.
pastor, yeah.
Yeah, now, because we want to get him for that, his flute part.
No, that's Dave Dodson, the flute guy, right?
Okay, I'm confused.
Oh, yeah, Dave Dawson's the flute guy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
he's the one you're a little suspicious of?
Sir?
You're a little suspicious of him?
Well, I mean, it's the way that he appeared on the scene. Summer got gone, and then he started taking our boys, to help us, and he'd be at our house and trying to help us out and everything. And then he got with that girl, and now he's in.
So he just
some
showed
other
up that day.
Well, not that day. He got to know Summer a little bit. I guess when they was out with Robin or whatever. See, I don't know because I was always at work.
Right.
But we will definitely check into that.
Are there any pictures of him with her?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, those would be nice to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll send them to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So was he? When he showed up, what was he saying? Was he like wanting to know how the investigation was going and all that, or what was he saying?
That's a good question. He just wanted to help out. It was like his mission from, I don't know if David sent him or not, the other David, but he was there. He brought us pizza, and Robin was too. They brought us pizza and was trying to help out. And there for a long time, the police wouldn't even let him on the property, and they wouldn't let nobody on the property. They had the roadblock.
When was the last time you saw that guy?
It's been a while.
He hasn't called or anything anymore?
I don't know. I'd have to ask my wife.
Yeah.
She has this
I'd be
number.
interested in knowing, like I said, I'd love to see pictures of him with
Right.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You just got to be really careful,
Yeah. I was talking to somebody earlier. I've lived in a lot of places all over the country, following construction and stuff like that. And I noticed when things go down in a lot of places, there's not going to be no drug activity. There's not going to be, everything's going to be shut down until they get what they want.
Right.
But here in Tennessee, it's just another day. And I thought,
Why do you think that?
Well, because the drug activity and everything still goes on, everything. Some places I've lived, they're going to shut them down, and ain't nothing happening until they get the answers they want, and then they might let them, let them have their so-called life back or whatever.
Right.
But here in Tennessee, it hasn't changed the drug activity. And that should be all over them, in my opinion.
Right.
That's where I want to go.
What kind of stuff was he? Was he giving her gifts and stuff, Dave?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. I mean, he was just swinging her around a little bit and got to know her. I mean, I don't believe he did anything but wolf.
Yeah, it's worth a look.
Was he picking her up and stuff, you mean?
Swinging her around and stuff like that. Yeah.
Worth a look. Anybody that close to you is worth a look.
Right, for sure.
What else is he doing to make you feel weird about him like that when he's picking her up?
Everybody else brought it to my attention that they feel funny about him. And I was
else?
like, well, who else? I don't know.
Other people, though, you said did bring it to your attention?
Like people on Facebook and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Nobody.
Not somebody close to you.
Right.
Not somebody close to you.
Yeah.
The boys felt all right with him?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, we let them take him to the putt-putt golf and everything, and they took pictures, and everybody commented, like Facebook, tore that apart. And so,
but you do feel iffy about him. You're just not sure.
I don't think he would, but it's worth a look, like you said.
Right. Just anybody close to you, Don. I mean, just be careful.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Anything else you would just want to tell us that you have forgotten, or the what else is the most powerful thing that often we forget? Hey, there's this little thing.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
But I just.
I'm not going to beat you up to get information. I'm just no reason to beat yourself up.
The two main theories that I have is my stepsisters and their side of the family, with these horrific lies, would that cause somebody to act to save my daughter?
Right.
I believe it would.
Right. And you don't have any kind of internet traffic or anything that would make people think that you've done anything?
Well, now Candace did put a lot of stuff on TikTok, and that's a possibility that she was targeted off of TikTok.
Okay. Don, we really appreciate you making it.
I appreciate y'all very much.
I really do.
God
I'm
bless
sorry it
y'all.
got all.
Yeah.
But we,
Sorry.
Well, today we're going to talk about Caleb Wisnett, and he's the guy that killed his son. And it came out a few days ago, and when it came out, everybody sent us videos of it, all four of us, and we were like, oh my gosh, we've seen this, and we watched it really quick, and we're like, we don't have time to do a video. Let's go ahead and say this guy should be locked up. It was so obvious. When you see this, if you haven't seen it yet, you'll see what we're talking about. So, Greg, you want to give us a little background on this, if you got some?
Yes, all I know, oddly enough, I have 2 degrees of separation with this guy. Somebody I know knows somebody he knows. And the first thing they thought when they heard this was it was him. That should tell you there's some baggage associated. And we can talk about a lot of that as we go through this. This is in Montgomery, Alabama. This was last week. As Scott said, we saw the video. All of us were immediately like, man, if we can just get this together, we should go and go after this guy. All I can tell you other than that is they found the child not long after that buried somewhere in the woods. And this is a 5-week-old baby, and I think the child died of head trauma. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I think you sent me that first, Greg. That's what it was.
I know I sent it to you. I got it from Lou, I think was one of my Twitter followers who sent it and said, hey, look at this.
Okay.
And so then I sent it around, and we started poking it. And all of us looked at it and said, hey, guys, come on.
Yeah, you sent it first, and I started getting a bunch of them like I think we all did. All right, well, let's take a look at the first video.
We discovered that a missing child had been reported missing in the area. At this time, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office would like to enlist the help of the general public to come forward with any information that they may have. They can call us at our non-emergency number, 832-4980, or you can contact Secret Witness if you'd like to remain anonymous. What we're going to have now is we'll have the family come forward to give a statement.
All right, Greg, you want to go first?
Sure. Watch this. The first thing is you'll see something very conspicuous in the sheriff's deputy or sheriff. He's got a grief muscle himself talking about this case. That makes me think, they may know something that we're not seeing. The other thing to pay attention to him is when he walks away and he brings the guy up, he cuts his eyes over to the other guy, if we watch the entire video, who's standing there like, hey, don't let this guy get too far, because I think they already know. And if you watch the entire video and you go find it, you'll see this other big sheriff standing there. And when I was watching it, my wife was with me, and I said, yeah, he's looking to try to figure out what size leg shackle that guy wears because he knows he'll be behind bars shortly. It's that obvious, guys, as you're watching this. Now, when the woman comes up, there's a thing we talk about called fig leaf, and fig leaf is when a man puts his hands in front of his groin, and that's protecting primary sex organs. Women do the same thing by crossing their abdomen tightly with their arm. It's a barrier, but it's a very specific kind of barrier. It's a protective barrier. This guy's got so much control over this woman. And what you're going to watch as we move forward is something I call distraction. Chase, I love the quote you say, according to me. I'm going to say according to me. I always talk about energy, direction, and focus as being really easy ways to figure out what's going on in someone's head. This guy's energy is high. Now, some of that's induced by chemicals used, I have a feeling, over and over and over, which have changed some nerve circuits in him. But the second one, so his energy is high, his focus is scattered, his direction is scattered, meaning all arrows aren't aligning, they're going in all directions in his head. And then finally, his focus is internal. I call that distraction, high energy, scattered direction, and internal focus. He's also a nail biter, one of my favorite guys to get in an interrogation room, because all that energy that causes people to bite their nerves is going to go somewhere when they feel something, and you're going to start to see it. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so do take a look at, it's actually Captain Trent Beasley, who's the gentleman right up front. Really watch him because he does an incredible job of putting even more pressure on during this situation. It's almost an interrogation situation that's really going on here. He does a fantastic job. He's division head at that particular establishment. Now, right at the start, it seems like this couple kind of suddenly realize that they're meant to be in a state of sorrow. There's a moment of them kind of just out there doing nothing. And then it's like, oh, okay, we've got to do this whole sorrow thing. And so we see the female covering the elbow here, which I wouldn't expect if you've lost a child. My expectation would be you want to have both of your limbs free. You want to be ready to do stuff. You're wanting to get action going in order to retrieve that child. So you're going to be very out there, I would suggest, rather than closed up and protecting these vulnerable areas on the body. Eyes are fully averted, so there's a lot of eye blocking there, and full aversion of the eyes seems interesting. Male controlling the upper shoulder and the whole joint of the shoulder. So there's a difference between when you take somebody's shoulder here and when you take it at the joint and you suppress at the joint. It means you're going to have way more control over that person. So there's a difference between comfort and what I would see as control going on there. Again, interesting to see at this point. And we've got really quite tense lips from him. We can see drawn up here the musculature, and therefore there's a tension here. Again, interesting to see. I concur with you, Greg. It's lovely to see the other officer or detective over that side, who, for my money, is clearly making sure somebody doesn't do a runner at this point, has clearly blocked off an exit, not only from a security point of view, but maybe even from a psychological point of view as well, to let them know that they're already boxed in on every side there. Scott, what do you got on this one?
So Freud said if his lips are silent, he chatters with his fingertips, and betrayal oozes out of him at every pore. And the same goes for deception. Now, what I'm going to say is, not only does deception ooze out of every pore, he's like remember the wacky water weasel? Did y'all ever have that when you were little? That thing it's just looks like a cup. It's got these two goofy eyes on it, a little hair thing on it. You plug it into the hose and it like runs around, flies around, squirting water everywhere. And you try to run away from it and not get wet and dodge it and all that. That's what we're seeing here. That's what his deception oozing out looks like, a wacky water weasel. Now, the interesting thing about this is that all the things you pointed out, Mark, where they're supposed to be together, but her head is stretched, her neck is stretched, her head is almost pushing him away, and you can see space between them both, from their hips all the way up to her hairline, where she's not trying to push him back, but she doesn't want to get any closer than she has to, because this guy's an abuser, and she as we go through this, I'll point out the classic things that we'll notice from someone being abused and being next to that person and why she's doing it this way. More than anything, she's hiding her face over and over, probably because of shame. And at the same time, she knows she's lying, so she's trying to hide her face. And shoulder, like Mark, I'm just going to the stuff you did. Her shoulder is a barrier, basically, trying to keep herself away from him. And you can also see her pelvis move slowly away from him and get as far away as she can get. So she knows what's happened. He knows what's happened, and she's trying to stay away from him. Chase, what do you got?
Brilliant. I agree with all of you guys. Let's quickly walk through the Chase Hughes 4-step checklist that we used in the last video when we're talking about missing people. Number 1, where's the concern directed? Is it story, plot, innocence, or the missing person's return and safety? Number 2, are the moments of stress or fear associated with their guilt or associated with the missing person? Number 3, is the information provided specific and directed toward finding the person? And number 4, is the sadness more or less visible than the stress? So which one's higher, sadness or stress? So I just kind of made that quick reference. And if you're a reporter, I also made a 20-point checklist on what you should be asking these people. And maybe we can throw it in the video description. So in this video, I think neither of them is looking at the media or the sheriff. They're kind of gazing down towards the ground. And this is common, extremely common in guilty cases. This is also a scene when an actor is about to go on stage. He's running through everything that needs to happen before he goes on stage. Mark can probably verify this. She's expressing shame while he rehearses his lines. So she's feeling some kind of a shame, and he's just rehearsing. And the wife is mouth covering there. at a non-grief moment. And I think this is concealing more likely than it is sadness. There's no muscular movement of sadness or grief yet here. They haven't started the show. And I think their reluctance to immediately come forward when the sheriff steps away is indicative of their knowledge that there's no emergency, that there may not be an emergency that needs to be solved right away. So I think everything about this guy's presence will set every woman who watches this will absolutely see it. But one thing to look at, what Scott, you were talking about, is that pelvic distance. So when people make contact with each other or partners make contact with each other, keep an eye out for the pelvic separation. So the upper part might be there, but the pelvises start to separate. And this is indicative of all kinds of stuff, but it does show that there's some disagreement in the relationship. It's not like some hard and fast indicator of abuse, but it's likely present where abuse is present. That's all I got.
Excellent.
I love that 4-step thing. Yep, nice.
What's the bet that search on Google for wacky water weasel goes up?
I was just thinking.
The indicator. Guilty knowledge. Guilty knowledge to the behavior panel.
That's true.
We discovered that a missing child had been reported missing in the area. At this time, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office would like to enlist the help of the general public to come forward with any information that they may have. They can call us at our non-emergency number, 832-4980, or you can contact Secret Witness if you'd like to remain anonymous. What we're going to have now is we'll have the family come forward to give a statement.
All right, here we go.
No, she's not good with cameras, so I apologize. But we would just like for anybody that has any information. I don't remember a lot, but I did remember I was breaking up, with the cops. But I know that if anybody's got anything, any places that I could have gone, anybody, did you know who you are?
Please, find him, please.
It would mean a lot. It would mean everything to us. And that's... family ain't the same without family. That's for sure. Is there anything else?
All right, Mark, what do you got?
So let's just look at the linguistics going on, because for my money, they're enough. He kicks off with, I don't remember a lot. Well, that's handy. And I think, maybe many of you will remember the episode we did just the other week, and Chase was saying, I think it was the other week, Chase was saying, hey, one of the trickiest things you can do to an interrogator is like, I don't remember. Well, he's already started that process of going, it'll be quite a good alibi if I don't remember anything. And, there's a good chance there's some drug abuse there as well. And so may well doesn't remember. Okay. I do remember I was breaking up with the cops. Well, that just doesn't, to one of Greg's points last week, sometimes culture and linguistics can come in. But even with culture and linguistics, I don't think that makes any sense. But let's carry on. If anybody got anything, any places I could have gone. Okay, if anybody got anything, any places I could have gone, anybody, you know who you are. Well, okay, that seems to point in one direction. That seems to point to him. Any places I could have gone, anybody got any places I could have gone, you know who you are. Okay, it's either pointing at him or it's still very confusing. It would mean a lot. It would mean everything to us. And then he continues with, family ain't the same without family. Well, let's just break this down. We've got a lot of I's. It's a lot about I. And there's a lot about, places I could have gone. So there's another I there. It would mean a lot to us. And so it's all about them and family, not about CJ. And it's not about what you might be able to do out there, what you might be able to do about helping CJ, helping that child right now. It's a lot about us and I. And family ain't the same without family. That for me is distancing. So a lot of word salad there, which could be cultural, but I don't think it is. I think there might even be some kind of embedded confession. It's about I, the cops, us, and distancing around the idea of family rather than let's talk about the child and how you could help the child right now. I'll leave it at that because I could take up more, but there'll be less left for other people. Chase, what do you got?
Yep, absolutely agree. We have another case of the missing perpetrator. We need a sound effect. Yep. Thank you, bro. And, as I'm always fond of saying, it's a great quote that I invented, the behavior panel wouldn't be the same without the behavior panel.
So true. So true.
So this entire monologue is story focused and is not talking about CJ at all. The husband, I think, has some mental issues. I'm not a diagnostician nor qualified to make a diagnosis, but this certainly looks like a malignant narcissist on a base level. And the rest of these videos, his behavior is controlling and threatening. And while expressing zero sadness, there's zero concern for the return of the baby. And his only stress behaviors are in response to potential threat of being found out or slipping up in the story. There's no grief on the wife, only fear. We do see fear. We don't see sadness and grief. Both of them are more focused on getting this over with. Just kind of let's wrap this up. And I think the sheriff already knows that he's wanting him to keep talking. And that phrase, like you said, Mark, places I could have gone. We know where it happened. So I think this is a slip, Freudian or otherwise. Greg?
Yeah, I don't think we're dealing with Einstein here, first off. So his word patterns are probably a result of poor education, maybe, that kind of thing. It also could be a result of lots of chemicals over time and not clear patterns of thought. The thing for me, I'm going to say this out loud. Somebody's going to feel sorry for this knucklehead in the comments and say he needs counseling. Yeah, well, wall-to-wall counseling is what he needs. He needs some kind of for hurting this kid. Anyway, all relationships have weird body language. They're all microcultures, every one of them. But most relationships don't have the microculture and the expression of fear. When a person holds another person by the shoulders, typically it's comforting. This woman's arm is across her torso and locked up tight. I agree. I don't see grief in either of these people talking about a baby who is missing. Now, Mark, I'll give you an alternative, what I think probably he's saying. He's saying, I remember we were breaking up and I think cops, he's editing as he speaks because he's cautious what he's going to say. I don't think he's swift. I think he's just, or my dad would have said he ain't too swift. I think he's just rolling along and he's trying to tell a story and editing along the way. And he's probably saying, hey, him and his girlfriend, wife, whatever the relationship, I'm not sure. Maybe they were breaking up. I told the cops is kind of what I hear. Remember, I'm a deep South boy too, so I live in the world that's a little different. Then I also hear him saying, anybody who knows where I would have been. That sounds code to me, like I'm blasted out of my mind and driving around is what that sounds like, code for me. So I think there's probably, he's starting this whole story about how it happened, and he might not even remember how it, who knows? I don't know enough details of the case. But I'm always cautious to try to read too much into language patterning in cultures that are this odd, because this is South Alabama, or they call it LA, Lower Alabama. This is Lower Alabama. And this is a poorly educated guy and also appears to have a drug issue and anger issues. At one point, if I were stroking my wife's hair to make her feel more comfortable, it wouldn't be with my knuckles, for example. There's all kinds of signaling of threat in this guy's body language. You can't miss it. And then she goes into something that Scott and I call trancer immediately. Doesn't mean she killed the kid, means she's hiding something. And that hide, when we prioritize our feelings, grief takes back seat if there's an immediate threat often. We're going to get our bodies out of the place and we can deal with grief later. And she covers her face and she starts to be emotional and kind of rocking. And that's what we call trancer, emotionally unavailable, so you can't talk to her. You guys already hit on the fact that her body is trying to separate from his, and he grips and pulls her back in. Guys, if you see this in a service station, wonder if somebody's being trafficked. Look, something is not natural about a man physically grabbing a woman and moving her body around. And that's not comforting. I'll just leave it at that and say, every time I see this guy, and all the family isn't family, he's trying to appear human and appear to be softer than he is what I see here. There are very few people that I see that I immediately think not a lot of value. This guy's one of them. This guy, I look at him and think, yeah, immediately lock this guy up. We'll figure out for sure what happened, but he did something when I saw this. And yeah, is that a little bit of projection? Maybe, but there's enough stuff here to tell me that we'll figure out what he did, but this guy's done something. Scott, What do you got?
I think, well, in this, throughout these videos, we're going to see behavior by her that says that will show I'm concerned, I'm not concerned, I'm afraid, I'm not afraid, those types of things. For example, now we know this guy is an abuser already from the record he has. Now, if you watch when he first says she's not good with cameras, she looks up and smiles at him. And you're going to think, wow, she knows she's in on this as well. Here's why I don't think she's in on this. When you deal with a narcissist, when you deal with an abuser, that person being abused wants to connect with that person because when they first met that person, they were connected to him. When they were dating, they were connected. He was nice to her. He was love bombing her, in other words, firing off oxytocin, serotonin, and that helps her bond with him. Now, what they do is they cut off that oxytocin and that serotonin, those good reactions and things, the positive reinforcement. And when they do that, that person is in a way addicted to that oxytocin and that feeling they have from that abuser or that narcissist or the psychopath, whatever the case may be. So they'll do anything to get some of that, just to get a drop of it, to get like a heroin addict would do anything to get a hit of the drugs, man. But to get anything, they'll try to get positive reinforcement from which gives them the oxytocin blast. That's what we're seeing here. We see that over and over and over. She can hardly lock eyes with this guy. Every time he looks at her, she looks away. And when he's looking at her, he's looking over her head and she's looking at him. And then when he looks at her, she looks away. These are classic signs of someone being abused. And the hand, when she puts her hand to her face, coming right out of the gate like that denotes, from my experience, shame and guilt, which lets me know, and I'm just saying me personally, that she's got guilty knowledge. She knows what's happened. We know she knows what's happened. But here's how we know she knew earlier. Because she's showing us, because she doesn't know how to act. You're right, Greg. These people they're idiots. I mean, I don't care. I don't care what he says. You can't call them, yeah, they're both idiots. So they don't know how to act. He thinks he knows how to act. He thinks he knows how to act like a person who's feeling sorrow and sadness, but we don't see any expression of sadness. We don't see any heavy breathing. It's all actually light breathing. We don't see anything that lets us know he's stressed, other than from the situation he's in. But no grief stress is what I'm trying to get to there. When she's covering her face, she's covering her face like this. You see the fingers going like this. She's pushing on her tear ducts because she's not trying to push tears out, but there are no tears in there. And so what she's doing, she's pushing on those because she's thinking tears, and there are none from either one of them. No grief muscle, no nothing. So when you watch her push on her face and you see her with her hands to her face, watch where her index fingers go, right to the insides of her eyes on her tear ducts there. Yeah, I could go on. But if you're an interrogator, this is how you step in and go, hey man, let's separate. We got to keep them separated. I don't think they've been talked to yet with this, because look at the way they're acting. They don't have a story together. They haven't rehearsed it. They've said, okay, here's what happened. Okay, that's what happened, which is what usually happens when people do something. They'll say, here's what happened. Here come the cops. You sit there real still in the car, and the cops come up, and you all tell the same story because you've heard the driver telling the story. And so when it comes to the guy in the passenger seat or girl, he or she tells a story. The guys in the back seat tell the same story. But when you separate them, you haven't got that story clean yet. That's when you start finding out what who's really being honest and who really isn't at that point. All right, I'm gonna stop there.
No, she's not good with cameras, so I apologize. But we would just like for anybody that has any information. I don't remember a lot, but I did remember I was breaking up, with the cops. But I know that if anybody's got anything, any places that I could have gone, anybody, you know who you are.
Please, find him, please.
It would mean a lot. It would mean everything to us. And that's... family ain't the same without family. That's for sure. Is there anything else?
Any questions?
Oh, we had pictures of the baby too, but we sent them to the investigator's phone so he would have them to show y'all on the press during the press. But yeah, I don't know if y'all could see these pictures, but
this is the best I can do. He's only a month and a week old.
And there's other pictures with us together, but
I didn't.
Trying to crop him and do stuff with this phone is not working very well. But we sent him to the investigator. Hopefully the press gets him. I pray that they do, so that they can have a good idea of what he looks like, how close we are to the family, and how much we'd really appreciate him if he was returned.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I think his story is focused around helping the police. We were very helpful to the police, and you can see him request approval from the press because he's looking for someone to start nodding their head. Somebody, please nod your head in the audience. Give me some kind of thing to relax. I don't think he sees that. And I think seeing the photo of the baby and seeing no approval from the press makes him start to hyperventilate. And you can see and hear him starting to hyperventilate. And I think towards the end, when he starts trailing off, we have some fading facts there. But I think he's struggling with consciousness at this point where he feels like he may faint. And I think he's it's one of those moments where he's like, okay, I'm going to stay awake. I'm going to keep myself up. And he's trying to keep himself from fainting at the end. And he was dismissive about the photo, about, it's not going to help anybody. It's not going to do much. And he's not willing to send it to the press. He's like, yeah, maybe the police will send that to you guys. And he's not wanting to send it out. And definitely there's managing stress. There's no managing sadness here. There's managing stress. And I'm glad that you and the other panelists sent this video to us. If you see anything like this that's breaking news, please get this to us as fast as possible in the future, and we'll get a chance to take a look at it. Scott?
All right. When she says, this is the best I can do, this whole thing, I'm looking, I've got tons of notes, as I'm sure you guys do. Let's skip that part and go to where he says, we've been trying to crop him. She looks at him and smiles again. Once again, she looks at him and smiles. It's really quick, but take a look at it when it rolls back around. Again, she's trying to get that oxytocin thing happening, and she's afraid of him. Every time she looks at him, she knows she better be smiling, because up to this point, this is as nice as he's been to her since they were dating. I can promise you that. He hadn't been nice to her at all, and you can tell by the way she's fearful, the way she's standing, the way she's trying to separate herself from him. Back to my wacky water weasel theory. As he's talking, and he tries to connect with Captain Beasley, he gets in there and he's like, and he's looking at him doing this, and that guy totally blows him off. That's hardcore. Just totally looks away because he knows this guy did it. And he's not going to connect with him. He's just leaving him there to fry right there in the sun in front of everybody. Doesn't acknowledge him, doesn't do anything. Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. And in our course, the True Crime Workshop, we have something called, we have different, people act different ways. We've named them. For example, this one is romancer, again, like Greg was talking about earlier. He's trying to be helpful. He's trying to look, and we've done all this stuff. We tried to bring pictures. We tried to crop them. We've done all these things. And the romancer gets right up in your face, and they're like, yeah, they want to help you. They want to get out and look for the person who's missing. They want to do whatever it is you need them to do so they can stay in touch with what's happening. And this guy is just burning you with wanting to help too much and he's trying to set the tone that he's a good guy, and then he has a family and everything's great. And it's just not working because he's at some parts where he's trying to be quiet, he's just talking gibberish. I mean, there's nothing really coming out. He's just talking. And it just sounds, talk about leaking. That guy's squirting everywhere. Okay, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, he's squirting like a water weasel. Yeah, so you talked about the woman looking at him and smiling. Primates are cousins, chimps. That is a primal thing they do out of fear. They show their teeth out of fear. We think of it as something else, but I think that's that kind of smile when she's looking at him, trying to connect and looking back. He does a little distaste thing there at one point where he does a tongue jut. All of this is his prepared, look at what I can do. He's giving you everything that he's put together. Hey, we did this and we did that and we did this and we did that. Well, it's your kid. Of course you should have. Still no grief muscle. The sheriff had that grief muscle in the beginning. He doesn't have it yet. He does something, I think it was you, Scott, who brought up that people who use drugs have two faces, or we talked about it collectively, where they've got one for the police and then one for their dealer, the people they're dealing with. Well, this guy's trying to put on his best face, and it ain't a good one, but he's trying to do his best to come across as believable and trustworthy and all of those things. And his distraction is showing again. Remember I said distraction is high energy, misaligned arrows going in all directions, and focus is internal. Well, his reason for being distracted is standing right beside him. What if she says the wrong thing? And that's what I think it's all boiled down to at this point. And so we see a lot of this stuff coming up and boiling, and his brain is trying to prioritize the right thing to say. And that's when he starts to come out at the end with just gibberish words. I often say that when people are editing to deliver a message, we've all interrogated prisoners, and when they're telling you something that they prepared, when they get to the end, there's still other stuff left, what you would call word salad, Mark. I call that, it's kind of like if you're typing in a document and you're constantly editing and you don't take all the crap you leave at the end out, that just rolls off their tongue. And it does it more based on people who have less self-control and those kinds of things. So the more of that I hear, the less self-control I think the person has. That's what I see, and that's where we're at. Mark, I think it's you, right?
Yeah, lovely. So, all credit to Captain Beasley there, who is doing a masterful job of doing absolutely nothing and letting them just boil there. It reminds me, it just came to mind here. We used to have this little game live on live theater stages. What would happen eventually is somebody's in front of you, doing dialogue with you in front of a large audience, and they just dry, which means they forget their words. They've gone. The words have gone. Sometimes you'd help them out. Sometimes you would, deliver them the line or do their line for them or ask them a question which would trigger them. And some days, when you're 8 months into a run in the West End, sometimes you just think, no, I'm just going to let you fry. And you just look at them and smile, and you might say, you're on your own. And what would come out, because they now have to get themselves out of this, and because of the adrenaline or the boredom or whatever it is, they have no idea what they would make something up, and it would be a gem, especially if it was Shakespeare, because they'd have to make up a whole bunch of stuff. And that's what's happening here. I think that's what Captain Beasley knows, is that if he stands there and basically goes, I'm not helping you out, you're on your own here, that they will start to talk. And I agree. What comes out for me, there's a little bit of I pray they do. So there's a little bit of bringing God into it, which is always, often a sign of something may well be up. But he talks about the technical issues around delivering a photograph and kind of the supply chain problems of that. Like, I hope it goes to the right person and that comes to this. We've got a lot of worries about the whole technical issues behind the photographs and the whole supply chain. We just really haven't sorted that out. Well, he shouldn't be in that situation. He should be like, here's a photograph, that's going to work for you. You would want them to see a picture. You wouldn't want to be talking about your supply chain problems. And then by the way, I completely agree, Greg. It's appeasement smiles throughout from the female here. And watching this now, you want to be sure that you understand all the different smiles out there. There are many, many different types of smile, and sometimes people smile because of pleasure, and sometimes they smile because of fear, and sometimes appeasement to get on the right side of somebody. I think there's an element here of appeasement, and we'll see that in a moment again. Anyway, the last one there that I want to point out is the kind of fading facts or gibberish that happens at the end there, which for me triggered in me remembering some of the jazz musicians that I've heard play, and when they introduce a song and they'll come up close to the mic and go, so this one is jazz. And there's home from a bunch of stuff like, what's the name of the song? What's it called? Anyway, just remind, and only make light of this because because it is so clear that there is something up here, and a 5-week-old child involved in this. Sometimes I don't know what else to do but look for the lightness and the fun around this, because there's no bringing that kid back again. It's extraordinary. There's my bit on that.
Any questions?
Oh, we had pictures of the baby too, but we sent them to the investigator's phone so he would having to show y'all in the press, during the press. But yeah, I don't know if y'all can see these pictures, but
this is the best I can do. He's only a month and a week old.
And there's other pictures with us together, but
I didn't.
Trying to crop him and do stuff with this phone is not working very well. But we sent him to the investigator. Hopefully the press gets him. I pray that they do, so that they can have a good idea of what he looks like, how close we are to the family, and how much we'd really appreciate him if he was returned.
Can you tell us what's the last thing you guys remember the last time you all were together?
Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday was the last time we were together. Saturday night.
Saturday night.
Yeah. We were all together sleeping, and the baby with me and her in the bed, and Toulouse was in the other room, because we usually are together as a family, but
it's not easy.
I don't remember much of.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely. So first thing that triggers a red flag for me is you can see how well her hair is tied back. Would you ever think that any of her hair would get in her face? It's not going to, because it's super tied back. And we see some grooming there. It's not necessary. It wouldn't be necessary to do that. There wouldn't be hair in her eyes. So that's a sublimation of something else. That's a distraction or a comfort gesture or something else. Something is going on here. Yeah. When were you last together? Saturday, upward inflection, and she looks up to him. She's asking for approval on this. They're now looking, number one, maybe to get their story together. That's possible. or somewhat the story has been got together and she's going, hey, am I getting this one right? Do you approve of how I'm performing here? Could be an element of that there. Then she puts herself into the victim there. It's not easy. Oh, very muddy timelines, by the way, just muddy timelines that already don't make a great deal of sense. Puts herself in the victim state there. It's not easy. And then he goes, and I don't remember much of. So we're back into the not remembering piece there, which is either a tactic or he sincerely has no idea what was going on there. That's a possibility as well. I just want to give you one little model or a series of models to think about how they're behaving and how they're performing right now. You can think about things in terms of, I think it's Joe Navarro's idea there of comfort or discomfort. That's a good way to just have a simple way of going, do they look comfortable or do they look uncomfortable right now? I often think about things like warm or cold. Do they look like they're warm and open, or do they look like they're cold or closed? I've maybe told you about these before, but I want to give you one more of these, which is, are they being direct or indirect? And so direct movement is very, very clear. It seems to go where you think it should go immediately, and it gets there relatively quick. And when it's there, it really feels like it's landed. Both of these two, especially the male, are super indirect at the moment. It is a Scott's, got his model there of the wild water weasel, whatever it is. Those things are interesting to watch. Wacky water weasel. Those are interesting to watch because they're unpredictable and you don't know where they're going to go. They're very indirect. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at here is going, so this body language is very indirect in a place where I would imagine you'd want to be very direct because time is of the essence. Time is ticking away here for your child. You'd want to be direct. So again, red flag goes up for me. Why are they being indirect when I think they should be being direct? Greg, what do you got on this?
So one thing you will notice, they have not yet mentioned this baby's name once. Period. Not once. Does anybody know the baby's name? Well, he's called CJ because it's Caleb Jr. and try to remember that baby's name because nobody will. But they are so internally focused that they're trying to get their message out without paying any attention to what these other people are doing. They're keenly unaware that people perceive them the way they do because you can see they're actually a little amused that they got their story out, that it was Saturday. And she looks up for approval, agreed. Oh, yeah, it was Saturday. Now she's looking to this guy for approval and requesting approval from him. And if that's your strong point, that left shoulder's whipping because it's uncertainty when he's answering every one of those. You can't miss that single shoulder shrug constantly. Now, it could be a behavior trait that he has because he's done it so many times. But likely in this case, he's uncertain of what he's saying. I'm not going to beat this one to death. I'm just going to say there's a lot of them trying to collaborate and corroborate each other's story face to face. And they are so internally focused, they're not aware even that those officers are standing there going, yep, okay, this is good. This is shooting fish in a barrel. Or that even the people who are interviewing them are focused. People in volatile relationships often don't notice people outside them. I'll just leave it at that. And Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you guys. And he's clean shaven, looks well rested, has a very recent haircut. And she's repeating his words, sometimes verbatim, and looking up at him with trepidation. I don't use many 3-syllable words, but maybe Mark can make sure that's the right one.
Good 4 syllables.
And I think hypothetically, if there was a scenario where a narcissist husband did something to his baby, that would probably lead to a conversation of, we can't fix it now. It's already done. You can either ruin my life, your life, and the kid's life for the rest of our lives, or you can get on board. The only way that we're going to fix this, look at me. The only way that we're going to fix this is to get this story straight, and we're going to go to the police. That's the only way I'm going to be here for the kids. Everything's ruined for you, for the kids, for everybody. If any of this goes to police, all we're going to do is screw up our life. And that's hypothetically what I think might happen in a scenario like this, which is pretty bad. Scott?
Yeah, I'm glad you picked me next because you're right, man. You're exactly, I'll bet you, I didn't think about it that way, but when you say it, it's like, yeah, you're right. That's exactly, look at me. So you don't go to prison too, because we're all going because we waited this long. But she can't help it because she's afraid of him. So no wonder she's not going to say anything. When they say, when's the last time you were together? They both pause and think about it. Greg, if you said that to somebody and you were like, well, when's the last time you saw him? What are you going to do? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go, I'm not going to say a damn thing is what I'm going to do. If you're asking me and somebody else is in the room, I'm going to get deadly quiet.
Exactly.
I'm not going to. That's why I'm saying they're not smart enough to realize people are watching.
No. And if your little kid is missing, you're going to know exactly what time it was. Shit, it was 7:30 and here's where I was. I did this and all of a sudden he's gone. I think that guy took him. Somebody must have taken him. There's no out as to what they think has happened to him. Chase's point earlier on, there's no emergency here. This is ridiculous. And that makes me think because it wasn't long after this where he admitted to what he'd done, right? So
or they found the body for sure, I think. Yeah.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how the thing unfolded, but yeah.
All right, because I think that Captain Beasley would take him in a room and say, "You set your down right now. Now, what do you think's going on?" And doing that whole thing, not being nice, not being, "Hey, let's talk about what's that." None of that. You go the damn jugular right there. So in this case, well, I'm going off on a tangent. They know he says nothing when they ask that. And notice it's a woman asking it, and the first few questions are all women. I'm sure they're dying to be talking to these people because they see it on them. And when he said, "Where were you all last together?" He doesn't say anything. He says nothing because he knows when they're last together. And then she says Saturday night. And then he says, what part does he say where she looks back up like, well, that wasn't right? There's a part where she looks up and says that. Anyway, she's fidgeting around. She's so uncomfortable. She can't hardly stand it. And again, she's putting distance between them both. Oh, when he says when he says the baby, me and her in bed, that's what he says. That's when she looks up and is like, what? That's not right. I think he did that. He was out and the baby was out in the same room he was. And I think whatever he did that and then took the baby out. That's what I think happened. And while this is going on, she starts texting. She's on TV. Who's she texting while she's on TV? She's using her phone to hide. She's hiding away from. She's insulating herself, Greg. It's an insulator where she's getting in there and she's in the middle of something. So she's trying to blank all this stuff out because she knows this isn't going well at all. Not at all, because she's looked at that Captain Beasley a couple of times too, and that cat's not having any part of it at all, not even a little bit. All right, who's next? Mark?
I think we're done now.
Okay,
yeah?
good,
guys. Chase, I just want to pick up on. I didn't pick up on the shaving and the haircut. So I was interested in that because what I did notice was a crease down the side of the t-shirt. It's a freshly ironed t-shirt or straight out the bag.
It was folded.
It
was folded, Mark. You can see the fold marks right down here.
Yeah, but it's so it's like box fresh, and that for me is like, you managed to get a box fresh shirt out for this. That's kind of, I'd have just grabbed. I'd be what I don't know what I'd be in. I'd probably be naked. I wouldn't have grabbed any clothes.
I don't know for sure if this is a married couple or a baby mama kind of thing. I don't know because she talks about her 2-year-old, not their 2-year-old, her 2-year-old. Yeah. So I don't know. There's some volatility here for sure.
But I don't think he's clean shaven. I think he's got a little beard on there, Chase. It looks like 2 days.
But he's shaved over here. I think he deliberately not shaved in the mouth area.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Can you tell us what's the last thing you guys remember the last time you all were together?
Saturday?
Yeah. Saturday was the last time we were together. Saturday night.
Saturday night.
Yeah. We were on together sleeping, and well, the baby with me and her in the bed, and Toulouse was in the other room, because we usually are together as a family, but. Yeah.
It's not easy.
I don't remember much of.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah.
When did you all realize that he was missing?
They didn't.
I was home with my oldest, my 2-year-old, and he was with, CJ was with him, and
I forgot.
He went to go pay gas at the gas station and realized that he was gone. And he let the police know and me know that he was missing.
Wow. Gosh. Okay, Greg, what do you got?
I'm not going to have a whole lot for this. It's more of the same. There's some posturing and storytelling, and she says, I was here and he was with, and he said, I didn't tell him. There's some talking. I can't figure out exactly what he's talking about there. He kind of trails off. I think it's more of a signal of, hey, be careful what you say. He's got a hand on her again. Regardless of whether she was involved, she certainly knows what happened. And he's trying, I agree with you, Chase. This is you better listen to me or you're going to jail for the rest of your life. And she's listening. And she doesn't seem like she's altogether there either. I mean, the way she's responding, I'm going to leave this one at that. That's about as much as I can take of it. And Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think he gave her the cue. That was her part to talk, because he didn't want to say anything at that point, because he knows all this stuff. She pretty much knows too, but that was her cue. I think he was cueing her in to talk, and that's why he looks right at her and he's doing all that weird dancing around, wacky water weasel stuff. When she says, when did you all realize he was missing? They haven't thought that. They haven't, like I said before, they were in the car, whatever, said, okay, here's what happened, blah, 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 here's our quick story, and didn't get the details. And so when that woman asks, the reporter asks that question, when did you realize he was missing? She has to lie about it, obviously, because she's got to come up with the time. And we all know, because I've talked about it 1,000 times, when you lie, the brain has to do 3 things. First thing it's got to do is stop you from telling the truth. Hang on just a second, make something up, and then deliver it. And in the delivery is where you see most of the action in this. You see a lot of it when they're thinking it up, but the big stuff comes on, the hardcore stuff comes on in delivery, and that's all we're seeing in there. They're actually putting themselves in the liar's loop. They're getting ready to go down the Greg and I have a thing in the True Crime Workshop where how you tear a lie apart, and you can box somebody in fairly quickly if you use this loop. And they're putting themselves, without going into details of all that, they're putting themselves in this loop. In the death spiral of a lie, almost right out of the gate with this. I don't have much else to say about that either. Chase, what do you got?
She's all shame, very little sadness, and she's being abused at home. I would stake my career on that. But this downward gaze that he's got with this bouncing movement is most likely an expenditure behavior. So he's just burning off excess energy. So he sees his biggest problem as, I need to manage this stress, not display sadness. So he's seeing stress management as a bigger problem than displaying sadness. So that's taking over his physiology and his CPU, his brain at that moment. And I think her fear of him is absolutely palpable in this clip right here. And this gaze that he has downward is just planning, strategizing, and ensuring that she stays on story. And I think this is where we're starting to see that she heard that speech. She heard that speech of, we can't fix this. We can't go back in time. We're all going to go to jail. You're going to screw my life over. You don't want to be responsible for that, do you? That kind of stuff is hardcore. And I think she's trapped in several different ways in this video here. And Scott, please show us a still on when this goes up. I want you to see this on the very final frame of the video. And this glance that he has says 1,000 words. This is disdain and careful observation of her is a horrible human being. So if you ever see something like this for your friends, ask them if they're okay when they're in private. Take a look at this stuff. And sometimes all it takes is someone just to notice that and then ask the question, because a lot of people, you'd be very surprised, get into a relationship like that and feel like it's normal. And they feel like it's normal until somebody starts to ask questions about it and they begin to understand this is not how everybody else lives. That's all I got though. Greg?
I think it's Mark.
I'll be Greg. Yeah, good points there. Good points there, Chase. So it starts for me with an eye block right from moment one, and even that's odd. In fact, the whole idea right from the start of she's not good with cameras. Look, you know, if you've got kids, you know that they pull a whole resource out of you that you didn't even realize you had. You know, if you thought you were busy before, like when you got kids, it's like, wow, I can get a lot done. I'm getting done everything that I did and all of this at the same time. You know, this is what busy really is. So they pull a whole resource out of you. And so when your kids are in trouble, like it pulls another big resource out of you. You've got a lot of power to get stuff done. Do you think you're camera shy at that point? Do you think anybody's like, I'm not sure I can really face the cameras right now? No, you'd be there. You'd be fronting it up. You would be getting eye contact with all those people out there. Your inhibition would be gone because there's only one thing on your mind, which is I'm going to get my child back. I want to save my child. So I don't get the eye block right from moment one. Yes, he deflects right at the start. He says, when did you know they'd gone? Well, they didn't. Well, that's a great deflection, isn't it? We're not going to talk about when we realize they're gone. We're going to talk about when they didn't realize at all. So it's a complete deflection to the negative over to somebody else. Very interesting move. Lots of dominating moves there, including a control of first of all the neck and then controlling the head. So we've moved from domination of the shoulder to now getting control of the neck and the head. And you'll know, if you grab somebody around the neck, they've still got a lot of power from their shoulders. If you can take control of their head, they got a lot of trouble right now because that's the thing working most everything else. So wherever the head's going, you're going to be able to lead them. Same as the center of gravity. If you take control of the center of gravity around the stomach area or take control of the head, there's not a lot they can do. So highly dominant behavior there. What I really enjoy about this is then his look to Captain Beasley and then Captain Beasley's friend who's off camera there of like, can we end this now? And no, we're not going to end it. Not going to end it. We're just like, no, we're not going to help you out. You're going to keep on going. We're going to see where this one goes. You're going to have to walk away from this. We're just going to let you keep on running and we're going to see where this goes to. I'm almost sure this is a definite tactic from them because I have seen police with other victims in this case. And with a victim, they're often very, very careful to take them away, to comfort them, to make sure, because that victim may well have information. They're an asset at this point, and keeping them comfortable and safe is a great asset. These two are not trying to keep them comfortable and safe right now, quite rightly, I think. That's what I got.
Hey, let me add back one thing. One thing that I noticed in her, and Chase, I think you hit it dead on the head about him. What he is doing is all that nail biting energy is coming out. He's not biting his nails, but look at his fingers are chewed down to the nub. It's coming out. You can't hide that. That's the reason it's easy to interrogate somebody who does that, because they bleed. But in her case, she does something very interesting, is that when you play with your brow, that's not associated with grief. That's associated with stress. And that drives the whole point, everything everybody is saying, that she's stressed because there's the number one threat right there next to her. And she's probably smart enough to realize that he might be a threat, but that's also a threat standing right there. And that threat or that danger is going to override her grief in this case, whether she has grief or not sure. But look at that playing with the muscle in her forehead. Every one of you has done it instinctively. Put your fingers to there. Because those two lines that are going up are not grief. Those are concern or other negative kinds of things. But look at it and pay attention. There's no arch. It's just she's playing with her forehead. And it's also eye blocking.
Also, I think she is becoming his adapter. As he's squeezing on her, and like you would like those little, stress balls or something, he's doing that stuff to her. She's how he's getting his stress out, is on her, which is I'm sure he does in life, because he's an abuser. So that's one that stood out to me, when he's got his hand around her neck and those types of things. We'll see him get even tighter here in a few minutes. I think he's using her as his adapter, or his adapters are he's releasing that energy on her. Just, yay. Yeah.
Yep.
When did you all realize that he was missing?
They didn't.
I was home with my oldest, my 2-year-old, and he was with, CJ was with him, and he went to go pay gas at the gas station and realized that he was gone. And he let the police know and me know that he was missing.
Do you guys have any idea who, if someone's looking about taking him, or?
No.
No, I don't.
I wish we did know.
If we know, we would have already went there.
How's the rest of the family holding up? I know this is a tough ordeal, but
it's been taking a toll on everybody.
Everybody's saying prayers. Everybody's keeping an eye out for him. So.
We don't need to say anything.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
First thing on my notes here, I had to download these and watch them on a plane today. But the first thing here, he's using her to burn off his own anxious energy, like you were saying.
There you go.
And the squeezing on the shoulder starts during his uncomfortable silence. So it's a little like a stress ball. And he's more focused on getting it over with than getting a kid back. And when she's saying, people are letting us know they're saying prayers, that's her saying other people believe us. Unconsciously, she hasn't planned this out, but I think that's her communicate. Other people are, they're saying prayers because they believe us. There's a missing perpetrator. There's no request for help, and he's controlling her like a puppeteer in this. He's focused on planning and strategy. He's aimed at the ground, even responds with this stupid, moronic quip back at the reporter, like, well, if we knew, we would have went there. What an idiot. I'm sorry. Mark, go ahead.
No, fair play. Yeah, so I would go for, she says, no, do you know where they might be? No, I don't. So the elongation of that is a red flag for me. He retreats and gains height dominance as well. Yeah, partly because of the step, maybe, but he does prefer hanging out with the height dominance there. He does want to retreat at this point. Just again, Captain Beasley, just fantastic. He says, do you want me to say anything else? And the guy is almost deadpan, other than to what Scott was saying earlier, which is there's some anger there from him. Beasley, I think, knows where this one's going. But again, great stoic attitude there, pinning him in. What interests me most about this is the grooming gestures that go on. So you'll see the female start to run her fingers down the side there in a kind of a scratch, almost sexual grooming gesture there. Again, she's appeasing, she's soothing him, she's appeasing. It only happens very quickly. And then I think she realizes, that's not what I should be doing right now. We're meant to be doing grief right now, not keeping my husband, keeping him happy, keeping him subdued, making sure he doesn't go off the rails, get angry right now. But I think we see that moment of what she's used to doing, which is keeping him relaxed, keeping him subdued, keeping him happy with these grooming gestures. And we see a grooming gesture for herself as well. So again, to Chase's kind of earlier list that we put down right at the start, where's the focus here? The focus isn't on, can we make sure the child is okay? The focus is on, am I okay? Are you okay? Which we might see in many of these examples, a sense of, I want to look after the child and I want to comfort my partner at the same time. It's not that you can't in these situations have comforting of the partner. You can have both, but they only have one at this point, and that's a real problem. That's what I got on that. Greg, what do you got?
So I'm going to cover a few things. One is we talk about liar's loop, which says there is a trigger, then you fabricate, then you deconflict with your life, and then you pitch, and then you defend. Well, you can see her clearly standing in the headlights of the liar's loop. If she hasn't thought of these answers and she's trying to respond and she starts to dance around and she does that cover her face thing again where she's playing with her brow. The second one is he does a contracted denial. And you guys always hear us say non-contracted denial. It causes us to pay attention. This guy's word pattern is I don't, or what was his word exactly, where they ask him, do you know where it's at?
No, I don't.
And he did. No, I don't. So he did a contracted denial. It's probably because he doesn't say do not, and it's just how he's wired. So what we want you to hear is patterns. Patterns matter. We know this guy did this, and he says, no, I don't. So that's his word pattern. The piece that's interesting for me as well here is this whole control thing that's going on. How much he starts to move away from her, and then he grabs her and pulls her back over. If you've been around people who are in a drug-fueled relationship, I'm not saying she's druggy. He certainly looks it, and I'm not sure she isn't. They make me think of the movie Sid and Nancy, you know, that kind of thing. Those volatile relationships get all kinds of nuanced things for relaxing, and we can't see all that from the outside. But I certainly see anxiety in her. Is the anxiety caused by she's not sure what he's going to do? Is it caused by the liar's loop? Is it caused by something else? But there's a moment of romancer looking you dead in the eyes and trying to convince you, and then there's a dance. If you take that video and play it very fast or very slow, you'll realize how weird all that body language is. He's looking for the door, and then he moves, and then she's looking for a different door and distancing. Then he grabs her and they pull back over. It's like two mimes in the park almost. If it were not such a horrible thing, you watch it that way, you'll be amused because it's an absolutely foolish looking dance. And that's the kind of thing that happens in relationships, especially volatile relationships, is that dance and that not being able to separate. Now, I don't know what he thinks he's accomplishing by doing that, by grabbing her and moving her. I think you're right. Chase is just his adapter and his way to release nervous energy, but it surely looks bad. And there's no way that I look at that and think, okay, they're both being honest. She's not anxious. She's not trying to get away. Again, if I saw that at a service station, I might think, what's going on? We're going to do something on trafficking, on human trafficking. And this, if you see that kind of behavior and the people are not together, then you know it. I've been in situations in my life where you happen on an abusive relationship. When I was a young guy and used to go to bars, guy in the parking lot slapping his woman around, as he called her, and I went over to stop it. You know, it's that kind of behavior that I saw there. I saw, no, you're not moving and keeping control. Really weird. I'm going to conjecture just like you guys do. There's something going on at home, and she's listening. It's because that's how they work. That's all I got. Scott.
Yeah. Right out of the gate on that one, we see when she's rubbing her face and bouncing around, those are all adapters for her, trying to get rid of that. And like Greg, you pointed out to us, I don't think it came across on where we're talking here, that you usually don't, touching your forehead, that right in there isn't something where you show sadness. It's where you're dealing with stress. I agree. I can't remember if we had that, if we were doing that where you're off or not.
Don't remember.
Just to wrap it up quickly, I think what we're seeing in her, a myriad of emotions coming from her. No sadness, because I think she's sort of in shock that this has happened. I don't know how long after that he went missing that this has happened, that CJ went missing. But she's got fear, she's got shock, she's got a frustration, a lot of frustration when she looks at him a couple of times, and then she has to be nice to him and smile at him. I think she's a wreck. And I wouldn't be surprised if she's the one that said, look, here's what happened. After taking him in the room and going, look, tell me what happened. She probably opened right up after that. And they probably understood that she was the only reason she didn't say anything. Back to Chase's speech to her, what the guy would say to her. She probably said that, he said he'd kill me if I didn't do that. I think she's really afraid. And I agree with you, Greg. This is exactly the behavior you see when somebody's being controlled, And Mark, talking about actors, I think the actor that could do this, and hear me out, because it has nothing to do with looks. Brad Pitt could do this. Hand to God, I think, because he can look that uncomfortable. I've seen him do it in a couple of movies, and man, this guy is so uncomfortable. You can't fake that. But I think I think Brad Pitt could do it. I think he could act.
Pitt is the king of the wild wacky water weasel. There are a number of characters that basically he's doing wacky water weasel acting.
You know how we're all the time.
It's his method. It's his method.
Exactly. You know how we're all the time quoting Joe Navarro. We say, "Oh, Joe Navarro." There'll be some kid that comes on and goes, "Well, Scott Rouse's wacky water weasel theory." So I'll be known as the wacky water weasel theory guy. In all this,
careful what
I'm going to teach that at
quote, right?
Teach that at acting schools.
Do you guys have any idea who is someone talking about taking him? Or?
No, I don't.
I wish we did know.
If we know, we would have already went there.
How's the rest of the family holding out? I know this is a tough ordeal, but
it's been taking a toll on everybody.
Everybody's saying prayers. Everybody's keeping an eye out for him. So.
All right, well, let's throw it around the room. Let's take 30 seconds and say what we think about what we've. Let's wrap it up and see what we think about all this. Mark, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So for me, what's most interesting about this is that control of the shoulders, control of the head area. It's not something you'd often see in a partnership that isn't all about control. So one to look out for, I think, as many people have said, but really clear examples of this: controlling of the shoulder and controlling of the neck and the head. Chase, give us your thoughts.
These kinds of people are obsessed with status, hierarchy, and self-image, and how they're seen by other people. I'm willing to bet money he's texting other women. They're going to probably find that on his phone. And he's doing that to improve his self-image because he needs someone else to see him brand new on a regular basis. Scott, I'm sure you've seen those kinds of people. Maybe comment on it. He has zero mirror neurons. He doesn't echo any of her emotion. His discomfort comes from her touching her face, and he's worried that she's going to give it up the whole time. That's all I got, Greg.
Yeah. First, drug guy thing, right? Drug guys have that dual personality kind of thing. They have to share an image that somebody needs to see. I think he's trying to do that, and his image is not that polished. His best foot forward is not a great forward. So got that, number one. Number two, he's antsy as all hell. He's a nail biter, and you can't, not that, lots of nail biters don't do this dancing thing he's doing, but energy's going somewhere. That's the reason people bite their nails. It gets to be a habit, and it just chews it back. I think whether she knows exactly what happened, or she was there, or he came in and told her, or whatever, she has suspicions, she certainly has some guilty knowledge of some kind in this. We can't tell exactly what, but we can see that she's hiding it, and she's doing stress, not grief. The brain has, first thing I learned in body language, I always tell you guys, is if you put pressure on a person who's crying and they're really crying, it'll get worse. If they're using a part of their brain to call up and summon crying, it'll fade, because the brain is not good at running multiple programs. We don't truly multitask. We simply flip between programs. And these are not, neither of these guys strike me as overly intelligent. I think they're so internally focused, they're unaware of how the world's going around them. And some of that is probably related to substance. I'll leave it at that. And Scott.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're dealing with idiots, full-on, full-blown idiots, because I don't think they understand the gravity of what's happened. Obviously, I mean, she's really worried, and she's got so many things to worry about. She understands that that's bad, and he does too, because I'm sure he's thinking, well, shoot, I might go to prison if this doesn't work, and doesn't realize it didn't work from the time he walked out of there. From before we saw him, we know that Captain Beasley knows this guy's full of it. And he knows that guy did whatever it is that they're going to find out. He had something to do with it. So this is a like a big old jumble of emotions and feelings, from frustration and fear and sadness on her part, to nothing on this guy's part except worrying about himself. I agree, Greg. He's directly focused on him. Everything starts with I. He doesn't open up with, when they say, do you know what happened to the baby or whatever? He doesn't say, no, we don't. He says, I don't. And it starts off with I. It's ridiculous. So I hope it gets everything he's got coming to him. Hope it gets to him quick, especially when he gets in prison. So they don't like that in there at all, not even a little bit. Not long ago, we interviewed Don Wells about his daughter Summer, who's missing. And we got to go to Greg and I went to Kingsport. We all four couldn't go, and the only two that could go were Greg and I. So we had a little meeting, and we got all of our questions together and decided how we'd approach this. So what you're going to be seeing as we interview him is, as you saw if you've watched the interview with him, like Greg always says, it's just the tip of the spear. That's all we were. But we were representing all four of us. So that's real important to know. And as we go through these, we're not going to go through every section of the interview, just the parts that we think are important, that people are going to look at and go, oh, this means this, and oh, that means that, when we'll find out if those actually do mean that or not. Greg, you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, so a couple of things. We met this guy in a hotel. This is not an interrogation room. We don't have badges. We don't have handcuffs. We don't have any of that kind of control. Number one, we want to mention that. Number two, the guy came there willingly and stayed as long as we talked to him, and finally left. I will tell you that at least 33% of people will be disappointed with our conclusion, no matter what we come up with during this. This is a very serious case. We cannot say the name Summer Wells is missing enough times. She's still missing. We don't know what happened to her, and we really need everyone to pay attention to that. We'll flash up her information. As we went through this, we had our own ideas, and we have to overcome those. Any bias you have in your head, you have to come up with that. The other thing is to remember, like I always say, if you're interrogating someone, you have absolute control. You can do a lot of things you can't do when you're sitting face to face with someone. And to Scott's point, if you start pounding the desk and saying, where is this person? Well, guess what? This will be a really short interview. So a little bit different questioning technique, a little bit different style. And you'll also realize the guy, when he first came in, said to us, look, I don't talk really well. So he wanted to be comfortable, and we wanted to make sure he was comfortable, and he was more than willing to participate, and we appreciate that from this family. Our intent is to get as much information out about Summer Wells as we possibly can. So you hear us use her name at every turn. That's it.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see us laughing along with Don. We're trying to, at the beginning of that, we're creating rapport, getting him to like us and want to tell us stuff so he feels safe. And some of these videos he's going to look a little bit nervous, especially at the beginning as we get the baseline videos, because at that point he hasn't really connected with us yet. He can't tell. He's been stung a couple of times, people coming out and doing it with an agenda that he wasn't aware of when they were videoing, and that came out later and didn't look too good for him. But so as we go through this, remember that's the way this looks. Also, let me add that day, Don had his ears were stopped up, and they really were, because sometimes we'll ask him a question, he'll say, "What?" And people go, "Oh, this is where he's busted. He couldn't hear." We talked to him out in the parking lot before that for 5-10 minutes, and he was everything, because he couldn't hear well, and he kept saying, "Listen, my ears are clogged up." So when you see that, it's not him being shocked by the question. He just didn't hear it. He couldn't hear him. We know the difference in those two, the way those look. So just so you know. And he prefaced it with that, and we went in knowing that. So, all right, you guys ready?
Let's go.
Here we go.
How long does the Saturday school last for the kids?
We'd be there at 9:30. Well, we got our first class. It runs about an hour and a half, and then we go to the big room together.
And the kids are separated from everybody?
Yeah, at the first class, and then we all join together in the big room. And
so they have different, I guess you got different teachers.
Yeah, like Robin and other ones that teach the younger ones, and there's a lot of kids there that are extremely happy.
Yeah. How many classes are there, do you think?
Well, you got your younger kids, and then you got your, I'd say there are about 3 or 4 different classes and age groups.
Are all the girls and boys that are at Summer's age are in the same class?
Yes.
Who teaches that class? Do they have
I can't remember her name. I know Robin. I think maybe Robin teaches the youngest ones.
Yeah. So she was her teacher.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and that's why she was so proud, to give Robin that little yellow necklace and the bracelet.
All right, Mark, why don't you go first?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk here about what I think he's very good at, because if you look across the interview on a whole, you're going to go, he seems to not know some details, but he knows the details he knows, and he doesn't know the details that he doesn't know. And what he does seem to know pretty well is spatially, like he can tell distance, and he knows if something's, the big room, maybe can't name the room, but it's the big room. So not good at knowing the names of or the classes that people will be in. So you get a little micro shoulder shrug on that, even when he mentions, the buckets that people are put in, the partitions that they're put in, he's not quite sure. So as a baseline, we've kind of got to go, there's stuff that he's going to know, and we'll get downward intonation, and we'll get a lot of certainty. And there's stuff that he just won't know. And some of the stuff he won't know, you and I might go, well, why don't you know that? Like, how come you don't know how old your kids are? Well, just so you know, it takes me ages to work out how old my kids are. Okay. And I love my kids, and I've spent my whole life with my kids. Okay. I would consider myself a pretty good father. And if you go, how old are your kids? I go, because I have dyslexia and numbers are really hard. Now, I don't know what medications Don is on. I don't know what learning difficulties he may or may not have. That would take a different type of interview. But I have to put into this that he won't necessarily not know things because he's covering stuff up. He's just going to not know stuff because that's not the stuff that he knows. Now, what he does come with is the idea of being proud. Okay, so an emotional idea, and he illustrates that, clearly demonstrates the pride there of the yellow necklace, the bracelet. Oh, and they're extremely happy. Again, happiness, pride. So he's able to access the idea of other people having emotions. That can be quite important, and he knows the stuff that he knows. I'm going to leave it at that. Chase, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I agree with you on this baseline development here. We're starting to see that it's common, even in the other videos and the rest of this video, that Don starts to answer a question before Scott or Greg was finished asking a question, just because he's got the gist of it. He says, I understand what this question is. I'm just going to go ahead and start answering. So that's a baseline behavior for him. And there's a lot of illustrations and body narrations here. He's talking about the necklace, this bracelet, and we're starting now to see this tendency with his eyes, more specifically his blinking. And when Don is processing data, when he's trying harder to come up with something or to remember the specific details while he's talking, his blink rate is very quick. So there's an eye flutter there. So the more confident he is with the information, the less often he blinks. So we see one thing when he's really confident about something that he's talking about, there's a marked lowering in how often Don blinks in here. So those are the two things I'd like to just point out in the baseline. Scott?
All right. As I'm asking these questions, I've got my arms open like this, and my questions are going, and I'll stop them halfway through the question and hoping he'll pick up on what I'm saying, and then I'll move to further into that question. So it keeps him on his toes to be paying attention. So it feels like, even though he's been asked these questions before, if he has been, then he'll be trying to take in that information to make sure that this is the first time he's been asked that question before. We are seeing those things where he's unsure. Both you guys nailed that. And he's not sure because he doesn't know. He hasn't been in-depth thought about those things. So he's just relaying information. He's not comfortable with this yet. He's really not in with us yet. So he's a little not standoffish, but he's a little bit, he's holding back just a touch. But at the same time, the innocence and the eyes up and all that, this isn't, I mean, Don's a great guy, but he's not the most innocent guy in the whole wide world. So it's in that position, having a camera on you, being accused of something like this. A lot of people have accused him of it. Nobody in law enforcement has. That's going to make him act that way as well. So he's going to be a little bit standoffish and worrying about how he looks to us, especially since he knows who we are and what we do. And that's the reason we're there specifically to do that. So, but I think he's holding up pretty good so far in this part. And you're right, Mark. We see a couple of things that let us know he's not sure. And it's not deception. I'm not seeing any deception in here whatsoever when it comes to these answers. I'm just seeing him be unsure. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so let's walk down the same path. We start off looking at a factual presentation. We ask the right questions to get him to give us facts, just facts. There's no reason for him to tell us anything stupid. So we're looking for information about how he processes information. Mark, love the fact you picked up on the pride. He's talking about this jewelry. His chin rises even to show pride. That's what we typically associate with pride. When he's accessing and Chase, I'm with you, the blink rate is an indicator of processing, and he only answers questions that he's picked up on. If he doesn't truly understand the question, we'll see him stop, condition the question, maybe ask my house. We'll see it more than one time in here. But when he does understand the question, he just spits out facts and he gives you what he's got. Now, sometimes his understanding of the question may be tainted and some of that. And Scott, I would also say this. You see us behaving differently there than you see us behaving here. I told you I got all these wrinkles on my forehead from using my forehead, and I don't do it a lot here except for to show you what things look like. But when I'm talking to someone, I'm constantly twisting my forehead and looking at them, and you'll be able to pick our body language up as well going through this. This is a good opportunity for us to see what's normal for him with little stress, and Scott's dead on when he came into the place. He was stressed. He knows what we do, and he came in to talk to us. I'll leave it at that.
All right.
How long does the Saturday school last for the kids?
We'll be there at 9:30. Well, we got our first class. It runs about an hour and a half, and then we go to the big room together.
And the kids are separated from everybody?
Yeah, at the first class, and then we all join together in the big room. And
so they have different, I guess you got different teachers.
Yeah, like Robin and other ones that teach the younger ones, and there's a lot of kids there that are extremely happy.
Yeah. How many classes are there, do you think?
Well, you got your younger kids, and then you got your, I'd say there are about 3 or 4 different classes and age groups.
Are all the girls and boys that are at Summer's age are in the same class?
Yes.
Who teaches that class? Do they have
I can't remember her name. I know Robin. I think maybe Robin teaches the youngest ones.
Yeah. So she was her teacher.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and that's why she was so proud, to give Robin that little yellow necklace and the bracelet.
Let's move forward then.
And did he ever teach him or anything? Did he ever do
David?
Yeah.
Our pastor?
Yeah. No, you're talking about David.
Okay, you got David Dawson, and you got David, our pastor.
David, the pastor, yeah.
The pastor.
Yeah.
He teaches the adults, like I would go to his class, and my wife, the older ones, and he's got an awesome class. Love it. Absolutely love it.
But never kids, you never work with the youth group or anything?
Not the pastor. I don't know what he teaches in their school. I'm not familiar with that too much. I've been there, but I don't know.
Yeah. All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, here if we watch him, he uses illustrators. I would go. He walks through and he's focused on what you're asking, but he's also trying to give you information. He's talking to Scott, trying to give him information. You'll notice that brow rise and him look at him and then look at me to see that we're perceiving. There's nothing to hide, but this is his request for approval, his chance to look and see if we are agreeing with what he's saying or understanding what he's saying. There's no reason to agree. We just need to understand. His blink rate, again, you see the processor speed come in, as you would call it, Chase, as he gets to something where he needs to think. His processor speed starts to go into overdrive, and then he nods for affirmation to see if you're getting it. A lot of eye contact with both me and Scott, looking to make sure that we're understanding what he's saying. Not yet understanding why we're asking this. If you ask him, I guarantee you he wouldn't have said they're trying to get a baseline. He would have said they're digging for something. And when you ask a person a question, they first internalize that question, understand what it means before they try to answer it, and we're seeing that. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you. These are the baseline questions. So we're seeing a little bit more of the blinking as they're just kind of getting close to any of these parts of the story that require some processing speed. And what Greg and Scott are doing here is very common in interview and interrogation. I think it should be way more common in employment screenings when somebody's going up for a job. But this baseline is a critical part of a conversation where I'm understanding how does this human being behave when they're not under stress, they're not being accused, and they're answering things that are truthful and that I can prove to be true, and we're looking for that behavior. So just to as an aside to this, if you are an interrogator or a job interviewer, you're in the business of talking to people and detecting deception, change is more important than understanding, like, here's what crossed arms mean, here's what genital covering means. Looking for changes and deviations in that person's behavior is a big deal. Somebody says scratching your nose is a lie or deceptive behavior. If someone scratches their nose all the time they're probably being deceptive is when they stop. So we're looking for changes more than just these singular behaviors.
And that's a great definition of baseline Chase just gave you.
That's it. It. And so, and this is kind of Greg and Scott continuing to probe a little bit. And for most people, it would just sound like, okay, they're just asking this ancillary information to start building an idea, a story, a narrative, and an understanding of this environment. And we're seeing Don still on baseline. He's comfortable illustrating. So keep that in mind as we're going forward. He's comfortable illustrating with his hands. He's showing things. He's pointing and he's using his body to show the story. Mark?
Yeah, so often if I'll interview people, I will try and get them to be emotional, try and get them to use emotional words, eventually try and get them to self-reflect, talk about themselves and see how they manage that. What's really interesting about this is he's going again by himself into emotional areas. I love it. It's awesome. Talking about the class. Now you might say, and you'd have every right to say this, well, maybe he's putting that on. Maybe he's trying to put up a front. Maybe he wants to project this mask to us of being involved in the church. I don't get that from the way he says it. It's quite understated. It has downward inflection to it. He doesn't look for approval on that. It has a lot of earmarks for me that suggest he's being honest about he does love it. It is awesome. And that's something we might expect with somebody who is trying to find a new community. If you're going to buy into that narrative that he puts forward, and I'm not saying you should. If anything, I'm trying to give you some other ideas to go with here, because you already have your biases, and that's okay. But what if I'm right? I mean, you could say, hey, Mark, you don't know anything. You're not right at all. That's okay. You can do that. But what if I'm right? Because if you're wrong early on, if your ship is a degree off of meaning at the start of your journey, you're so far off as you've gone down this narrative. So what I would suggest is, as we go through this, just close up your ideas a little bit, make them a little more lean, a little less extreme right at the start, and you might be able to hit the target at the end rather than the being way, way off. So I'm going to say, when he says, I love it, it's awesome, that he's being honest about that. You could prove me wrong in the end, but I'm going to go with he's being genuine about that. Scott, what do you got for us?
All right. One of the most important things we wanted to get to was finding out when he was explaining something if he was doing it for the first time, if he was making something up. So the part about the confusion between that we discussed there was trying to have him spit that. So I don't know what's going on. Were you talking about this guy or this guy? Because we knew there were two with the same name. So as we went in, we wanted to make sure that we got that his explanation of things. So when we were confused, how he would look when he was explaining things to us. But then again, he was still open. This was filmed a little bit after, I believe it was after he cried a little bit, wasn't it, Greg?
Yes. Yep.
That's why his eyes are watery like that. So, and he's coming down from an emotional, or trying to come back up from an emotional down at this point. But so we got a good handle on his baseline for explaining something he thinks we're confused about. So if we don't understand something he's explaining for the first time as he was there in that explanation, we'll know if it were to get sticky and we'd start talking about some other specifics that we need to know about. Has he said this before? Is he making it up? That was the reasoning behind that. So you guys covered everything else. All right.
Hey, one thing to point out, Scott, I think it's important because this is a long video. We're not going to cover every interaction we had with him. A couple of things to point out. Number one, Don does have a checkered past. I mean, I'm not going to try to defend this guy for whatever has gone on in his past. But every one of those things, no matter what you say, may or may not be true. We don't know all the details. That still doesn't mean that he did this. That's the reason we went to find out what he knew about Summer Wells, not to figure out what his past was. We were digging for something specific. And so as you're watching this, and I don't think we're going to cover him crying today. I pushed him to an emotional state intentionally to see him cry. I asked him one time, how do I get to your house? A very open-ended question. And you could see the confusion in his face about what are you asking? We did that intentionally because we're trying to get, what does he do when he's embarrassed? What does he do when when he is confused? What is it? And then when you start digging into questions, that body language should come back. So we'll talk about it as it comes up.
And did he ever teach him or anything? Did he ever do
David?
Yeah.
Our pastor?
Yeah. No, you're talking about David.
Okay, you got David Dawson, and you got David, our pastor.
David the pastor, yeah.
The pastor. Yeah. He teaches the adults, like I would go to his class, and my wife, the older ones, and he's got an awesome class. Love it. Absolutely love it.
But never kid, you never work with the youth group or anything?
Not the pastor. I don't know what he teaches in their school. I'm not familiar with that too much. I've been there, but I don't know. Yeah.
Are we good?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. And he starts, coming up with excuses why he can't make it to work and stuff, and giving me trouble. And then the day I fired him, he was, doing a pan like that there. Okay. Mm-hmm. And he spent probably 2 hours on it. Well, it should have took 20 minutes to coat that with mud, first coat. And we were supposed to do something else, and he just jumped on that, and he was speaking under his breath and just carrying on. And then he comes to me with a pan of mud, and he says, there's all kind of trash in there, get it out of there, and give me some different mud. So I was like, in the world, okay. I threw it away and got him some fresh mud, and he come back at me again. He's like screaming at me, I told you, did you put it back in there or what? And
you're familiar with that kind of behavior for somebody like that? Did it seem like that was kind of behavior?
I looked on YouTube of all the behavior that somebody on meth would have. The only one I can remember is hyperactive.
Sure.
But he was screaming at me, just go home. I'll take care of this job. I got this job. I'll handle it by myself or whatever. And I thought about that, and I went to lunch. And I come back, and I told him to leave. Get off the job. Don't want to work with you one more second. And he didn't like that too well.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So right here, he goes to about noon or 1 o'clock if we're looking at him with his eyes while he's talking about watching this YouTube video. This is a very vital data point for any interrogator. Not that I'm relying on some chart from 1970 of where the eyes move and what it means. I'm relying on what I just observed. He was recalling looking at something, and that's where his eyes go. I'm going to make a note of that. And then if I'm asking him to describe something visual or something where he has to recall visual data in the future, and I see somewhere different, and I see him, and it could be a guilt question that he looks a different direction, that is a huge red flag for me. There's equal eye contact to both Greg and Scott during his entire answers. There's a wonderful establishment of some form of baseline here. And he demonstrates a lot of comfort with his body illustration. He's showing stuff with his body. He's showing this thing, this drywall pan, and pointing it up in the room that you guys were in. He's showing the bucket with the mud in it and talking about when he threw it away. And he shakes his head while he's speaking about things that he's disagreeing about. So he's saying this guy was speaking under his breath and carrying on, and he's shaking his head during that. And then he's nodding while speaking about something that he took a stand against this guy, which is a wonderful piece of baseline. He's nodding during positive things, and when he wants you to agree, he's shaking his head during things where he's disagreeing or in some kind of disagreement with what he's speaking about. I'll leave it at that. Greg?
Yeah, this guy's telling a story and he's illustrating. This is, I'm going to guess, if you're his friend and you're hanging out with him, well, we know that if we've talked to him twice and we know that this guy has a storytelling kind of a personality, he's using references. That pan right there, he's giving you a reference. He's telling a story using his hands. He's illustrating these things that punctuate your words or thoughts. He's moving his hands to make points. He's making things bigger or smaller. He's using a lot of words that we don't hear him use in other cases. He does some downright eye accessing when he's talking about the guy. Chase is talking about up left as he's speaking about something he visually remembers. And then he does some downright, which we typically associate with emotion. So he's thinking as he's telling the story and he's giving out information. The cadence of his speech is a little more lilting as he's telling the story and telling you something and giving you a frame of reference for one of these guys. I told Scott it's a little bit like ghost stories when he's telling you all these different people he thinks may have done something, because he's trying to give you his thoughts and illustrate it with enough words to make it fit. Now, when we start to ask him stories about a question we start asking him questions about the story, Candace's story, if he doesn't have that same level of detail, it's going to automatically make people jump to red flags. If it's secondhand story, it'll be a different way of telling, but this is him telling something that happened to him, and I believe it happened to him. It's easy to follow his baseline. Scott, what do you got?
As he was fairly comfortable talking about this. His illustrators were open. He was very fluid with his. He was loping as he talked, and loping is when you just kind of go right along and everything sounds just fine, sounds the way it should. No deception in here anywhere. No need to be for any deception in here. Everything looked the way it should look. Everything sounded the way it should sound, and we weren't getting any pushback from him on this kind of thing. Obviously, for this we wouldn't. But as he went into details of stuff, again, great for baseline as he starts telling about things he's experienced and is giving us that information. Because I don't think he's told anybody for the first time the things he found on the internet about drug use. I don't think that would be new to him. So that was the only part where I know I did, and I'm pretty sure Greg did too. Or like, you're telling us about that, and where he may have in his past have experienced those things. I don't know how to word it differently. I can be completely wrong. Don't know. But that's the only one I made sure to pay attention to, so I could know if that came up again, a situation, I would recognize those cues as we went through. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so absolutely right. Couldn't agree more. He's creating a story here. You've got all the elements of the story. He does it really well. He describes it spatially. He takes on the characters. He does the voices. He does the emotions. So a great baseline as to what he'll do if he's really engaged with a story and he wants to engage you. I think he does the YouTube piece about the meth head because he wants to cast that character as the meth head. And so he goes, look, authority of YouTube, data point of 1, that'll be our meth head in the story. So I think that's what he's kind of doing there. I think what this says to me is so he says there's an upward inflection right at the start here. I think he wants us to approve of how he handles this situation. And then he describes the situation. And this is really Don's, in my mind, soap opera world, because he quickly gets into this drama that is probably interesting if you're part of it. And if you're outside of that, you might well go, what's this got to do with anything that's going on here? But it is easy to get dragged in, isn't it? It's easy to get dragged in and go, okay, there's a meth head involved, is there? Bit of violence going on. And he's pretty good at doing, that it was getting quite aggressive because he rubs his nose there. I think that's because he's actually getting heated himself. You'll often see people do that when they're getting aggressive because blood will rush to the nose. So I think he easily draws us, probably unconsciously, into this soap opera world that he's got of drama going on. And to an extent, we need to resist that a little bit because, again, we might end up getting dragged down exactly the wrong narrative here. And we've got to keep open to where the real facts might be or the real information might be as to, well, what's happening with Summer. That's all I got for you.
Okay.
And he starts, coming up with excuses why he can't make it to work and stuff, and giving me trouble. And then the day I fired him, he was, doing a pan like that there, okay? Mm-hmm. And he spent probably 2 hours on it. Well, it should have took 20 minutes to coat that with mud, first coat. And we were supposed to do something else, and he just jumped on that, and he was speaking under his breath and just carrying on. And then he comes to me with a pan of mud, and he says, there's all kind of trash in there, get it out of there, and give me some different mud. So I was like, Lord, okay. I threw it away and got him some fresh mud, and he come back at me again. He's like screaming at me, I told you, did you put it back in there or what? And
you're familiar with that kind of behavior for somebody on drugs like that? Did it seem like that was kind of behavior?
I looked on YouTube of all the behavior that somebody on meth would have. The only one I can remember is hyperactive.
Sure.
But but he was screaming at me, just go home. I'll take care of this job. I got this job. I'll handle it by myself or whatever. And I thought about that, and I went to lunch. And I come back, and I told him to leave. Get off the job. Don't want to work with you one more second. And he didn't like that too well.
All right.
The incident with Summer happened when Summer disappeared. Where were you working that day?
See, I was in Jonesboro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jonesboro, which?
Yeah, Jonesboro.
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't know this area very well.
Yeah.
How far away is that from home?
Well, it takes 45 minutes to get from there to my house.
Okay.
And so up 81 all the way, and that's where I was working.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So I think there's loping that's ever present through a lot of these things. Greg right here is probing for some more baseline and making a couple admissions that, I'm not from here, I don't know the area very well, which helps the other person to open up more. And this actually works. And his baseline is usually different when he's asking someone different types of questions. So we're going to see his eyes move different ways. We're going to see him react different ways to something called episodic memory of events and things that he recalls. And next is spatial and detail memory. So when we're thinking about spatial and detail memory, this is like, what did the room look like? How big was something? And finally, we're going to see a different behavioral reaction when he's discussing a memory of dialogue, of when he spoke to a person. That may not be all the categories. Those are the big three that we can actually pinpoint and look for here pretty easily. Greg and Scott left the silence there for him to keep talking, and it actually worked. You can see how easy this is. Greg and Scott just didn't say, okay, as soon as he became a little bit close to being finished, he continued to speak. When he says up 81, and that's where I was working, he continued to talk to fill in the silence, which is great. And we're looking at both of you guys in your quarter zip fleece. That had to be planned. I'm watching this video wondering about the planning for that. But Scott, I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, we didn't want to go and match like we're twinsies, but it was important to at least have a look that from the top part you had this, but the bottom part you had jeans that were a little bit old and a little bit, and Greg had on his cowboy boots and I had on sneakers, so we didn't want to look like we were FBI agents coming in suits and like, hey, tell me what's going on. He's been dealing with all that.
Of course.
So we want to be kind of, so yeah, that's really good, Chase.
I wanted to bring it up just so people would understand why that was important. And you looked unified as if you were on a team together. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, where's my? Oh yeah. So and again, talking about the interrogation part of it. Listen to Greg's tone of voice. It's real soft, and it's odd for us to see Greg being all calm and soft about something. For a lot of people, anyway, not me, and to be so kind as he's saying all these things, especially when somebody in that situation. So pay attention to our approach to these. The way we're talking, you'll see our tones of voices, however you say it, grammatically correct, change as we go throughout this. And our body language will change as well. Right now, we're being very still. We're getting things really, really quiet. The lighting guys did a great job in there because they made it almost feel like a room in there of darkness around this light thing. The stuff we're looking at now will have to be brightened up a little bit because this edit of it is too dark. But we're taking advantage of that. It was really quiet in there. It was a really big room, but it was really small right there. So it gave us that intimate feel with him, and we were just close enough to reach out and touch him. That's what you want to be close enough to do that. Whereas we had that happened a couple of times in emotional parts of the interview. So our approach to it, I'll talk about that on this end of it, was at this point to be really calm and understanding with him as we're trying to find out this information. Not only because we're trying to get him in a certain mood, we want to see how he reacts to those questions in that mode as well, in that mode that we're in as well. So that was really important. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so one thing, I'm talking softer here, you'll notice, because I'm trying to bring him down to a different place, and I'm not trying to threaten. Everyone thinks I'm this mean, scream and yell guy. And we always say, if you're being interrogated that way, you're really not. No one's effective doing that. You should not even realize you're being interrogated. As a matter of fact, the guys with us thought, well, I wish you'd gotten what you wanted when it was over. And we said, oh, trust us, we got what we wanted.
Yeah, we got everything.
Because it was just a conversation. But what I was after here is the first minor probe. This is a probe. Where were you? You know he's been asked this question 12 times, 1,000 times. And as far as I know, TBI and those guys will have cleared his story and said where he's at. So I didn't push too hard to go and find that. But when he said Jonesboro, his eye contact was really high. His blink rate goes way down, if you notice this, because he's certain of what he's saying. And he makes intentional eye breaks occasionally. And he tells me about this 45 minutes. Now, here's something that tells me I've tapped into a part of his brain that knows I'm on a threat question. I hear him start to change his speech pattern. And he goes, and that's where I was. And to your point, Chase, he's trying to figure out what am I after, and he's trying to make sure he satisfies what I'm after. But that and in there proves to me I'd hit the right spot with him. And so we're in the right cadence, we're at the right speech pattern, we have the right amount of eye contact, the right amount of silence, and you'll see us use this again as we get deeper into the questioning. We intentionally, I told him, they're going to be hard questions I'm going to ask you. And I'll tell you when I'm going to ask you hard questions. And people say, well, you're telegraphing. Yeah, because it creates stress. And that's a wonderful thing to say, I'm about to ask you some hard questions. Well, what are you going to ask? And you can see it in people when you do it. But if you'll watch him, he's nodding to get agreement. And when he says, I'm up 81 all the way, you just should know that when a person changes this way, it means you're tapping into something that's creating stress for them. And it's clear in his case. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so it is a stress question. It is where were you the night of? So it's one of the first questions that's going to come in, which has some heat behind it. And you might look at it and you might go, wow, there's a bit of a pause there, and he doesn't seem to remember the name of the place, or why doesn't that immediately come? Well, the things in his life don't immediately come. The numbers, the things don't immediately come. The space is there for him. He knows that really well. He doesn't access the names of things so well. There's a neural type that goes with that, but I'm not going to diagnose. And by the way, body language can often just be a Rorschach test of you. So I'm going to look at him and I'm going to most likely see me, and you're going to look at him and you're most likely going to see you. So what you've got to do is pick up on some of what I'm saying and go, so is Don more like Mark or is he more like me. Because I'm also going to engage my critical thinking as well and go, it feels like me. I bet he's a bit like me and he can't kind of work out the name of things. But what if that isn't true? Perhaps it's not true. So you've got to use his critical thinking ideas of perhaps and maybe. So here's one of those. We see him take a big in-breath on that. And this is a critical question there. And his breathing changes there. Well, I already know this is a critical question. And so I'm already primed to go, oh, I want to check out his breathing, see if that breathing changes. Does he do big breathing, heavy breathing? And on a first glance, he does. But then I go back and look at the baseline and he doesn't. So you got to keep going back and looking at the baseline. This is not, really far enough off his baseline that I would suggest that he wasn't exactly where he says he was at this point. I think any disruption in this, any deviance from the baseline that we've got is about, this is a pressure question. This is an institutionalized guy. He knows that when the big questions come, you got to be careful, whatever. Whether you did it or you didn't do it, you've got to be careful. That's what I got for you on that one.
The incident with Summer happened when Summer disappeared. Where were you working that day?
Let's see, I was in Jonesboro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jonesboro, which?
Yeah, Jonesboro.
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't know this area very well.
Yeah.
How far away is that from home?
Well, it takes 45 minutes to get from there to my house.
Okay.
And so up 81 all the way, and that's where I was working.
Is there anything about Candace's story that makes you question the story?
No, not the way it played out and everything like that. I mean, yeah, you always have questions, and I'd ask myself, but the way that it happened and her emotions and her state of mind.
What were the questions that you had?
I mean, I don't really have any. I mean, I don't really have any questions. I mean.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is a really good example. I had a question, asked the thought. I heard him stammer, stutter. I had a follow-up, and I actually stepped on Scott because Scott was trying to get more information out of him here. If I'd been a little quieter, we would have gotten a little more information. But I think I think he's out of information, was just stammering to stammer. This made me wonder, did he truly believe the story he'd been told? Because what he's telling us is a story that's secondhand. And when he tells us a secondhand story, it's rote memory. It's exactly what you expect from a secondhand story. You'll see him push his tongue out of his lips. Now, his lips are bright ruby red, and we think it's probably because he smokes a fair amount and that kind of thing. But he does lick his lips a lot when he gets under the stressful situation. Means something, maybe, but it is in his baseline. As he's going along, though, he cannot finish an entire thought. Now, he is not the most eloquent speaker, and Don would tell you that himself. I'm not beating him up for the way he speaks, because we all have our own patterns. I have my own very Southern speech pattern. But he stops and stammers and I'm sure, number one, he's got to realize that Candace is going to watch this. Number two, how does it work their stories? So this is a stress moment. We're seeing something in him that causes both Scott and I to want to go, why can't he answer that question with a simple no? If you asked me if my wife did something, I would have said no. Very simply, this is not a no. This is something much different. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, that was the point we were both. I was waiting for Greg to jump up his hind end, and he was waiting for me to jump up his hind end. But we knew better than that at that point, because all he's got to do is get up and leave. If we leaned into him really hard at that point, and loping stops here. Loping is where you're telling a story, almost like something loping through a field, like a horse running through a field, that kind of thing. And we're not seeing that here. He's editing as he goes along. He's self-editing in real time. Should I say this? What am I going to say? Then when he decides he didn't have any questions, when I said, well, what kind of questions did you have? And he didn't. And again, notice my tone of voice when we're saying that, because we know this is important. We can't say, well, what kind of questions did you have? So we had to say, what kind of questions did you have? Almost like throwing it out there. And when he's answering, as he self-edits, he's thinking, I've got to be cool about this, because you're right, Greg, he's got to go home to his life and his wife and live there. And she's going to be like, what, you don't believe me? What the hell are you talking about? You don't believe me. So he's got to deal with that. Knowing that as well, it was the reason for our soft approach. But it's really important in there, because that's when you're right, Greg, that's when we both said, you know what? I'm not so sure he believes what she's saying. And this, we expand on that at another point, but this is really important part of it, because this is not in his baseline. This is completely out of his baseline. He's really quiet. His eyes, his blink rate goes low. He is licking his lips, but I don't think that's pushing out, sour taste and all that. I don't think that's that at all. I think it's like a tick, like a nervous habit he has. That's why his lips are so slick, from smoking and doing that all the time. So, and licking his lips all the time. I think that's what that's from. So that we're not seeing I'm not going to say we're not seeing deception in there, because I'm seeing a bunch of red flags, and there are like 4 of them in a row right there where he starts slowing down and he's editing. But that really was a point where I go, I'm not so sure he believes what he's saying. And as he's editing himself, I think he knows what he's going to say, but he's chopping it up and pushing things back into rows to make sure everything's straight, so he's good to go. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so here's what I think he does know. He says he doesn't have questions about how it played out, the physical time of the narrative, all the stuff that he's good at. He doesn't have any questions around how that story played out, the time span, the space. I don't think he's got a problem with that. He's got no questions around that. The emotions and the state of mind. Now, again, he's talked about emotions in his baseline, and he's pretty good at going, proud and naming emotions and happy. And so, and those are pretty basic, but that's a good baseline to say, if he thinks he knows that somebody is emotionally in a state, he's already said that he's pretty good at that. He's proved that he's pretty good at that. So he's got no problem with that. He says, you always have questions. So we could bias towards the idea of, maybe he does wonder, is Candace's story correct? Or maybe it's just the idea of, well, until you know something for sure, you always have questions. So there's the idea of mystery always exists, regardless, until mystery is solved. And he says, and I've asked myself. Doesn't really finish that. The question is, what have you asked yourself? Because if you ask it of yourself, is it that, well, I asked myself, could I have done more? Could I have been better? Could I have protected more? In this whole interview, you hear about how unprotected that place is. It's completely exposed, with people coming up, swapping out dogs. I'll take your dog, I'll leave some other dogs there. They come up on horses, all kinds of other stuff, to do stuff and things. And so it's a bit of an odd situation up there. And maybe you would ask yourself, is this really somewhere that, have I really provided the right place? Has my wife, my partner, provided the right place? So it could be that. I question any eye blocks on that. Chase, what are your thoughts on this?
You guys got all the good stuff here. But this video really shows us the power of baseline and how important baseline is. We know Don Wells likes to start questions as soon as he is able to get the gist of what you're asking him. This question was concise, crystal clear, and easily understood. And this amount of hesitation here would be a significant red flag for me in any interview. And I think Don starts to roll down a hill that Scott kind of put him on here, and making him start to speak specifically about what he doesn't believe about the story. Because Scott kind of left a little incomplete question, or just kind of tossed that up. Well, what is it? What is it you question? And just kind of started this ball rolling. And there's an increased blink rate when he's denying that he fully believes Candace's story, or he doesn't have any questions about it. And there's a single shoulder shrug, which indicates a lack of confidence in what a person is saying right at the end here. And if we scored this on the behavioral table of elements for deception, the score would be a 16 with a score of 11, indicating a likelihood of deception to be high.
Is there anything about Candace's story that makes you question the story?
No, not the way it played out and everything like that. I mean, you always have questions, and I'd ask myself, but the way that it happened and her emotions and her state of mind.
What were the questions that you had?
I mean, I don't really have any. I mean, I question No, I don't really have any questions. I mean,
All right.
You've got some past. You said recently you've had some drug and alcohol things. Maybe have you? Who in your life would you think is less than above board that you deal with?
Who in life has been above board?
Yeah, who's less than above board? If I was saying,
not nobody that I know of except for our neighbors and stuff. You know, I mean, the guy, the meth heads and stuff like that, and whatever like that. I mean, we're trying to fly right, and we're trying to do the.
No, I get it, man. Life is. I would say life is a challenge between being this and what is underneath.
Okay, and let me back up for a minute with the stepsisters. They said they never knew we had a daughter. 2.5, 3 years ago, I called my dad, and they were there, and they were bragging. You know, it was like they was asking about Summer, and I was like, yeah, you know, and so they said they named one of theirs Winter. So they knew. They lied when they said they didn't know.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so in this case, we're asking him just some simple questions. Now I just lost my thought. Sorry. Hit that again. I lost it entirely. I had something else in my mind.
Let me edit that
Which
out.
one was two?
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah. No, I may have to watch it again. Which one was two? Oh, yeah, who's above board? Here we go. There's some comedy for you. So who's less than above board? You see him, he's like, what are you talking? Oh, yeah, I get it. And he does recognition. And he says, and his eyes lock as he's saying this, we try to stay above board. Now, I know, and he said, I've used drugs, I've done this, I've done that. So he knows some people that are less than above board by my standards. And he's probably interpreting what I'm saying. And so you see him making eye contact. And then he goes back to get out one of the stories that he came there to tell. Because clearly Don had stories he wanted to tell. These are the ghost stories I was talking about. He's going to tell you these stories. So he brings up the stepsisters. And you can see it. You can see a change in his code, in his cadence. He starts off when he's trying to figure out what I'm talking about, stammering and stuttering and a little slow, then makes good eye contact. Oh, yeah, we try to stay above board, and then goes back into a storytelling mode. That's what I saw, and I just kind of discounted the sisters thing as just something he needed to get out, and that was that. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I would agree completely. You got to be careful you don't get stuck in his soap opera, because this really is a piece of storytelling here. It's a classic. So you got stepsisters, so that instantly tells you that they're going to be cast in the bad light. You're going to have a Cinderella character, the symbol of virtue unrecognized, which is the dirty little waif, and that's Summer. And you're going to have territorial aggression. So you've got fighting over the crown, which is the Summer and Winter battle that he talks about there. So there's some classics in there of a really good soap opera narrative of family breakdowns and territorial aggression. And so it could, it looks a little bit like a sidestep into that narrative. But I think you're right, Greg. This is a story that he wants to get out. He wants to play that narrative game, that YouTube game, as much as anybody else that he sees himself as battling against, that if they're going to make up a story, then I reckon I can tell a good story as well. And I would say it's a classic example because he draws down on a universal narrative instantly. If it were a truer story, there'd be more detail and it wouldn't fit so well, that universal narrative. So he just kind of draws down on a classic. And just one last thing is he does that same kind of head turn away and locks eye contact with a challenge gesture there to Greg on this, same as he did with, I think, How'd You Get to Your House? So, when he gets confused, or maybe more likely is worried about the nature of the question and what is this question really about, we see the aggression come out here, and he wants to sidestep this idea of who he's connected with that don't fly right. So an interesting theme that carries on there. He wants to completely take himself away from the names of the people that call by who don't fly right. There, Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right, this is a really interesting one because as we're going through it, he's from the beginning of this, when we started talking to him, he suspects everybody. That's why he's bringing up all these parts about his stepsisters and people from YouTube and this and that. He suspects everybody. I mean, Greg, I don't know how many people, I think I counted up to 12 at one point he was talking about, and talked to him the other day, and he was suspected the guys who came and were, didn't suspect him, but he said, hey, what about these guys that were cutting down the trees in my yard? Could that be the kind of, I'm wondering if that would be. So he's got all these things that say he's concerned and really wondering who did this. That's one thing that stood out to us as we went through this. And so that's the reason he's poking on those stepsisters who said some bad stuff about him, whether it's true or not, I have no earthly idea. But apparently it's been recanted what they said, so probably not true.
Don't know that to be a fact.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what he told me anyway. So so as he's going through this, it's really, for me, it's really simple. He doesn't know exactly where we're going in this yet. I mean, he's got a pretty good idea. But when we start asking questions like this that he's not ready for, why would you ever ask something like that? But he starts associating himself. He's using what's called, it's the same language addicts use. You hear Peter Hyatt talking about that, how people who are addicts will talk that way as well, about we try to stay away from, it wasn't I try to do this. It's like we, as a group, try to stay away from those kind of people. That's where I'll stop there to keep it short. Chase, what do you got?
One thing, we're just talking about the we thing here. Don is, if we divide people into using 3 types of pronouns in their communication, we have people that use self pronouns, team pronouns, and then others in reference to other people. And Don uses a whole lot of team pronouns, even talking about the church. Our Sunday school, we like to do this, we like to do this. So always speaking about he and Candace as our, us, we, which I think is a pretty good sign for how he feels about his connection to her at the time that he was answering those questions. And right at the beginning of this clip here, you're going to see him close his eyes almost all the way for a minute to process this question and process the data. So he's really going through his mind. He is honest, I think, about trying to fly right. I think he's 100% honest. But what we don't know is his definition and his relationship to the words fly right, his relationship to the idea of what that means to him. There's this head nodding that we're seeing here is honest. There's comfortable cadence that he's loping here. He's on message. So this whether or not this is rehearsed does not make it deception. We can rehearse true things all day long. It's like our YouTube intros. They're truthful and very, very rehearsed. So, and he's shaking his head exactly at the point that he's discussing the denial of someone else. So I think this is on message, is truthful, and in an interrogation scenario, and maybe in a regular conversation, this may come in handy. But if someone tries to do this big redirection, I'm going to treat this like when he's backing up to talk about his sisters, I will treat that as a denial, and I will stop it using the same process. I'll put my hand up and say, Don, I know that's very important to you, and I promise we're going to get to that in just a minute, and go right back to what we were talking about. The reason I think, I can't speak for him, Scott and Greg did this, is because this is not an interrogation. He's not captive, and he can walk out of that room at any time, and they're not there to get a confession to a crime per se. They're there to collect data, and they're specifically there to collect a whole lot of data, as much as possible, that can be analyzed at a later date, like we're doing right now.
Yeah, I would have been impressed if we got a confession out of a guy in a Holiday Inn conference room.
Yeah, we knew that going
in
too.
Yeah, that's all it was, guys. We knew there was little chance anybody was going to. Well, and we didn't know Don from Adam. I mean, we'd seen him on TV and that. But it doesn't matter. The fact that most people are not going to confess, I think Dr. Phil said people don't confess in a crowd, the same mindset, right? That's the way you got to look at it.
You've got some past. You said recently you've had some drug and alcohol things. Maybe have you? Who in your life would you think is less than above board that you deal with?
Who in life has been above board?
Yeah, who's less than above board? If I was saying,
not nobody that I know of except for our neighbors and stuff. I mean, the guys, the meth heads and stuff like that, and whatever like that. I mean, we're trying to fly right, and we're trying to do the.
No, I get it, man. Life is. I would say life is a challenge between being this and what is underneath.
Okay, and let me back up for a minute with the stepsisters. They said they never knew we had a daughter. 2.5, 3 years ago, I called my dad, and they were there. and they were bragging. You know, it was like they was asking about summer, and I was like, yeah, you know, and so they said they named one of theirs Winter. So they knew. They lied when they said they didn't know.
Yeah.
I told you I'm gonna have to ask you some hard questions.
Yeah.
So what do you say to somebody who says, no, you're involved, your family's involved? How do you respond to that?
Well, for 3 months, I spent on the phone for 3 months. I accepted every friend request there was. People want, well, I'm your friend, we're for you. And, you know, for 3 months, I stayed on the phone day and night trying to find her baby because I figured Facebook's the best tool possible to help find her. And but there's this group on Facebook combating us the whole time, and we don't know who this group is or what they're up to.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So this one bugged the hell out of me. I've watched this one a dozen times. I've poked on this one because it is the most anomalous thing he does through this entire video. I was sitting across from him and thinking, what the hell is this guy talking about? He just shifted gears and went down the path of, I'm on YouTube, I'm doing this, I'm playing around on Facebook, not YouTube, I'm on Facebook, I'm answering every email, I took every friend request. But his body language doesn't look like he's nervous or lying. I was thinking, this guy's either like some mastermind evil genius guy, and he's been playing me the whole time, or I'm missing something. And I watched this video a dozen times probably, and just over all that time, still couldn't get exactly to what it was. And Scott pinged it. Scott, you want to tell him what you saw?
Yeah. So when that happened, Greg and I were both like, oh, you could hear it. If you're in our brains, you hear us go, oh, God, here it is. I got it now. We look like ventriloquist. Oh, my God, dude, here it comes. And so what happened was this. He didn't understand the question. He thought it was, how do you respond to those people who are saying that on Facebook, in social media? What do you do to respond to that? Not like if we were to say, so what do you think about when people say that we think you're full of it? What do you think about that? That's the way we're coming. That's the way we thought it was delivered, but it wasn't delivered. But he didn't take it that way. In other words, he thought we were saying, how do you respond to those people on Facebook and on YouTube? That's his answer. That's why he goes back to, I joined all these things because I know that's the number one place to find out about a missing child. I know it. So he's telling us the things he did to help her. So his brain isn't even going down that road that he might be in trouble for something now. If you'd been waiting for that question or on guard, you would have taken that question for the way it was meant. But he didn't. His head wasn't in that space, because even if you were in there a little bit, you would have been on there and go, hey man, here's what I say. But he took how do you respond as how do you respond to those people on Facebook. That's why we're seeing it. And after that, man, just boom, just lopes right along, tells us everything. Not a whole lot there that's outside of his baseline at all. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, you guys should have called me, because the moment I saw that, I understood, because I understand the neural type. He missed the spirit of the question. The spirit of the question is, what do you say to anybody on the planet, nobody specific, but like anybody who says you probably know what went on here? His brain goes, oh, you're talking about somebody specifically. And it goes, I know specifically who you're talking about. And it locates that specific person and the group they belong to and starts to recount the story of that and how he's done everything that he could and should do to appease that individual or unnamed, unspecified group. The spirit of the question was, what do you say to the kind of person who doesn't believe you? He went, I know the person you're thinking of. Let me tell you everything that I've done to appease this group. So yeah, there are some neurotypes out there that will take you really quite literally. And he could be part of that group, or it could be the pressure of this moment, or simply that every question that comes is a Rorschach test, and you just go, well, here's something I want to get off my chest. Here's something I want to talk about. Here's what it means to me. And so I'm going to take your question and unconsciously make it the question that would mean that I could give you this answer. But look, the important thing for me is look how far awry you would go if you took his answer as being him being duplicitous or not telling the truth, or which you could easily mistake it for if you wanted to, if you didn't take this line that we've taken, which is, well, you just didn't understand the spirit of the question here. Chase, you got anything different from that? Shock us if you can.
It sucks. You guys got everything. But I will say, on the analysis of the behavioral table of elements, if you just use that with no experience, you would have seen hesitancy, you would have seen ambiguity, and you would have seen a non-answer. That's not even those are just his verbal. That's not his body. So you would have seen all those, which would have given you a score of 12. Not understanding that he interpreted that as what did you type back to these people? How did you respond to these people who were making these accusations on the internet? So I think it's fascinating. Increased blink rate at the very beginning is not deception at all. That's him processing like, oh, that's what got me. So when the blink rate went up and I know he's processing, he doesn't need to process, well, like, here's what I would say to a person. He needs to process, here's all the messages and human beings that I've spoken to, and I'm going to make some sort of amalgamated answer for that. And he continues to use team pronouns here. It's our, group, and they, and them, all throughout the response here. So that's all I got. This is a fascinating clip.
An interesting thing for me is I actually said it two ways because I saw his face when I said, what do you say to? And he kind of had a look. And I said, how do you respond? And that's when he seized on the question is what I see now. Mm-hmm. And when you're asking questions, you try to get through to a person with whatever you see. And I could tell he was a little confused by what I was asking in the very beginning. That was all. But yeah, it was a great catch, Scott.
I told you I'm going to have to ask you some hard questions.
Yeah.
So what do you say to somebody who says, no, you're involved, your family's involved? How do you respond to that?
Well, for 3 months, I spent on the phone for 3 months. I accepted every friend request there was. People want, well, I'm your friend, we can look for you. And, for 3 months, I stayed on the phone day and night trying to find her baby because I figured Facebook's the best tool possible to help find her. And but there's this group on Facebook combating us the whole time, and we don't know who this group is or what they're up to.
Let's do this. Chase, put those glasses back on a minute. Let's all decide who Chase looks like, because I know.
I don't know.
Everybody got it? Looks like that little mouse. What's that little mouse that wears glasses like that?
Oh,
is it Stuart Little?
Stuart Little.
Stuart Little.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Now there's going to be a swarm of art coming in from panelists.
There will be.
I can't wait.
Did you rape your sister?
No.
Did you rape your niece?
No.
Did you molest your first set of children?
No.
Did you threaten to kill him?
I can give you my kids' number and we can talk when this is done.
Sure.
And we'll talk to them.
Sure.
Did you threaten to kill him?
No.
Okay. I want to go last.
Okay. Stuart, you want to go first?
We're seeing this eye closure, which guarantee you, if we just aired this without our analysis, we'd see 1,000 comments of like, oh, there's rapid blinking. He's lying. We're looking at clusters to determine deception. We're looking at multiple things to determine deception. And we've also determined that this blinking is part of his baseline. He's processing data on every single question here. Each denial is rapid. His answer is rapid. He tends to have a lot of latency, which is a time between the end of a question and the beginning, when there is hesitation and when there's doubt and when there's like, I need some time to make something up or I need some time to think through my answer. This eye closure is not enough to say that he's being deceptive. And the only movement here of hesitation is the final denial that he makes. On the very final denial, the small retreating motion of the head and some eye closure there. And neither of these would score as deceptive. Even adding them together would only give you an 8. So this is an excellent masterclass, mini micro masterclass in what we're talking about when we say clusters. It's like here's a deceptive behavior. Here's a deceptive behavior. It doesn't mean much. And one of those deceptive behaviors that you might see is something that this person does habitually all the time, no matter what they're talking about. So that's when we say baseline is important, and probably secondary to baseline is looking at clusters. Scott, what do you got?
All right, I'm gonna say those first three. The last one, so different than those first three questions. Did you threaten to kill him? No. All the classics. Backs up. Says as he says no, it goes quieter. It goes But you hear that go up there in the middle. Man, that's when I want to. There's no reason to lay into that because it doesn't go with what we're dealing with at that point. So I laid off it. But that's the one that made me get big. I wanted to go, yes, you did. You know you did. I want to do one of those. But I didn't at that point. But I would have had every right to, looking back on it. So I think I agree with Chase 100%. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I would agree. So clear, confident denial in the first lot of them, and within that first lot, he even becomes aggressive, I would say, with Greg there, like we've seen him get at other times, and then he substantiates his claim. Not a great substantiation, like, we can go and ask these people, if you like. That's not a huge substantiation, but he does substantiate at that point. He's clearly going to go, look, it's not just me that's going to say this, it's other people as well. Ask the community kind of thing. So that's important. But I would agree. We get swallow gesture on the last one. We get slight sour taste there. We get slight head turn on that as well. Yeah. If I were to lay money, has he threatened in some way to kill somebody in some way at some point? Yeah, probably. But is it important for this situation here? I don't think so. But I think he knows. Yeah, he's at a number, or he's got angry and he's said some stuff, and I think many of us might fall into that position at some point as well. And if asked that question, and wanting to say no, we might show some of the same indicators as well. Greg, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, so this is a really good one for me. We always say that people can have more than one way of dealing with folks in a situation. What I think we're seeing here is Don dealing with authority, where he perceives us to be authority or whatever it is, and he is very kind and polite and quiet. I guarantee you, and this is not just Don, this is everybody, there's another side we are not seeing here. That swallow before he gets to that question, these are nasty questions. And if you think he's responding by his blink rate or that coming, any one of you, just show up and let me poke you and ask you, did you do this? Did you do that? We tell you all the time that people get angry when they're accused of something they didn't do. And we can see a little bit of that in that rise in his respiration, a little bit of that. Just pay attention to him and you'll see just a little edge rise in Don at this point. I could see it there. And then I agree with you, Scott, and with you, well, with the three of you, when he gets to that fourth question and he goes, no, something sounds odd and off. And I agree with you, Mark. Did you threaten to kill him? It could mean, I'm going to kill you if you keep that up. It could mean, no, I'm going to come out there and kill you. We know that he can rant and rave. You can find him on YouTube and doing that kind of thing. But every person can when pushed to a point. I'm not defending him, but saying, I can see the other person behind there. And Don's not a little fella. He's a good-sized fella. So he's probably been accustomed, and he works with his hands. He's probably been accustomed to being physical in his life, and he had to make it through. As he told us in the very beginning of the story, I was raised in county jails. So he had to be relatively tough in his life, and I would bet with the right amount of pushing, I could get a little bit more aggression out of him. And I could sense that sitting across from him and asking these very ugly questions. And I agree with you. He went and said, we'll call my kids. He didn't say, we'll call my other accusers, because they're accusing. They're also accusing him of doing something to his kids. But he said, my kids will tell you that didn't happen. And so there, I'll leave it at that.
Did you rape your sister?
No.
Did you rape your niece?
No.
Did you molest your first set of children?
No.
Did you threaten to kill him?
I can give you my kids' number and we can talk when this is done.
Sure.
And we'll talk to them.
Sure.
Did you threaten to kill him?
No.
Okay. All right, here we go. Do you know where Summer is?
I don't know. I wish I did.
Do you have any earthly idea what happened to her?
No. I wished I did.
Do you think Candace had anything to do with it?
No.
And what about this? And you think what might have happened to her was what?
She was kidnapped.
Yeah.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, very simple. She was kidnapped. Seems very assured of that, downward intonation on that, the eye contact that he has on that, really, really assured. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I've got a question about it. Any earthly idea what happened to him, to her? And then we get this eye flutter on that. And I don't know what that might be about. So I'm kind of interested what, you know, ideas on that. Chase, what do you think? Any answer for me on that eye flutter just after? Any earthly idea what happened?
No, I think he's processing data. I think an eye flutter wouldn't mean very much. Did you want me to go as well?
Yeah. I'm done. I mean, that's just assured for me. That's the only question I have in that one. Yeah.
Okay, so his eye closure here, if we're just going to stick on that, is different in the question about Candace. In every other question throughout the entire video, even though the clips that we're not looking at here with you, his eyes flutter. When talking about Candace, they shut. They are shut down. And each of his denials contain multi-syllables. There are high-frequency tones. There's low-frequency tones. So there's tonal fluctuation in his voice. And when it comes time to talk about Candace, Scott asked him about Candace, and you gave him time to talk. You didn't just let him say one thing. There's a huge window of time for him to talk. So there's no frequency, no highs and lows, one syllable, one word answer. And it's a downward tone, which is the opposite of him talking about being kidnapped. And this stands out as being so different that this is a huge red flag. His eyebrows move and communicate in every single denial except for the one about Candace. His head shake slowed down and was more deliberate when it came down to talking or denying when he's speaking about Candace. And his no turned into a nah more when he was making that denial about Candace. And he nods his head yes while saying that she was kidnapped, which goes with his baseline behavior in that he believes it and that he agrees with that statement. So I will say I'll just say I would suggest that there is a very high likelihood for deception around the question that, Scott, you specifically asked about Candace. I'll let you talk about that.
All right. My concern with this at first was when I said, do you know what happened to her? And he said, no, I wish I did. Now, a lot of times you'll hear parents say, I wish I did after that. No, I wish I did. That's fairly common if you go through these people that are asked that question. But when we got to the end, I said, what is it you think that happened to her? And I was saying these things not like, so what do you think happened to her? They're very wide as I'm asking him. So he has to take them in word at a time and almost guess what I'm going to say next so we can get that reaction once it dawns on him. That's the part that bothered me when he said she was kidnapped. Greg has a great take on that specifically. But I think later on we get into a situation where, as he goes through, we still aren't confident that he believes Candace. And from my perception of what's going on, I'm not so sure he believes what she's saying, because what Chase, what you're saying, you've covered everything on that. So yeah, the eye and her eye blinks and her eye blocking at that point plays a huge part in that. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, there's a difference in Chase, you're on to exactly what I was hearing. Everything else, there's the no. Just if you just listen, it's a grunt almost when he comes out about Candace. And I had the same suspicions. And the last one, I'm going to leave everything else off and just talk about the last one. Kidnapped is the first time we hear this word. He's used the word abducted before. Kidnapped is not the same as abducted. Kidnapped usually comes along with a request for something in exchange for the person. Most all humans think that. We watch TV. We know. Now, could it be that it's a subtlety wasted on Don? Could be. But when I heard that word, my brain went ding, 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 because, I'm a hammer and nails are there. And I worked, anti-terror through my life. Kidnapping means something. There's a reason. It's political. It's economic. He has nothing political to offer. So what in his head does he think kidnapping means? And then along with that Candace thing, it just raised all of my red flags. Now, Does that mean that he intentionally did that? Don't know. Did he say kidnapping versus abduction he said in other places? Don't know. Does he know the difference? Don't know. We didn't get to that level of nuance. The last thing I'll leave you with is when you're talking about someone you have a very tightly bonded relationship with and they've been together for a long time, your tone may be different when you're talking about them. If I ask Scott about Amber, his tone will be different than if I ask him about Chase, for example, because
I don't know about
different.
that.
You never know. I don't know about your guys' relationship outside of work.
We're very close. Chase and I are very close.
Do you know where Summer is?
I don't know. I wish
Do you
I
have
did.
any earthly idea what happened to her?
No, I wished I did.
Do you think Candace had anything to do with it?
No.
And what about this? And you think what might have happened to her was what?
She was kidnapped.
Yeah.
Right, great. All right, now let's run around the room really quickly, and we'll all give, 30 seconds or less of what we think happened. We'll go to Mark, we'll go to Sweetie Pie, then we'll go to Greg, and we'll see where we end up there. Mark?
Yeah. So, what comes out of this for me is how easily he gets wound up in this soap opera that's going on concurrently with the search for Summer Wells. And I think it's quite easy for us to get wound up in that soap opera. What I take away from this is to try not to do that and try and stick to the more factual elements that we can see around us. So really, this whole thing is just a lesson for me in saying, can we keep things a little bit narrower and not widen it out into this extraordinary soap opera with stepsisters and all kinds of, and YouTubers and Facebook and all these people involved, and narrow it a little more down, because I think that's where we're going to find the real issues here. When I look through the whole of the interview, I do get interested by how unsecure that area is, and all the people who come up with, for all kinds of reasons, looking for her. That's where my nose would be going right now, towards that. Not so much on Don. It could be wrong. Chase, your thoughts?
This video really illustrates the importance of understanding microcultures and cultural differences in people. This is the reason that we baseline human beings. And when we hear these phrases like got gone and things like that, I didn't know until very recently that that's common along that entire part of the country. It's a super common phrase. My mistake. I'm open to admit all that stuff, because that's part of what we're understanding when we're talking to somebody that's in a microculture. We're also talking to a person with a checkered past that everyone will use to paint the future. I'm going to dip my finger in this past. I'm going to start to just paint the future. I want to be very certain about what's going on. I think that, in my opinion, that Don Wells is mostly honest, and I think that there is a tremendous amount of doubt or uncertainty at a minimum with Candace's story, or her level of involvement, or her knowledge of what actually took place. And maybe there's some knowledge there. I think I went over 30 seconds. I apologize. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is one of those great opportunities for you to take away your bias. I'm going to tell you, when I went there, the guy has a background. We know he has a background. He may even still be doing some things that you may or may not agree with. I'm not talking to any of that. I went there with one purpose in mind. I wanted to know what he knew about Summer Wells, what this whole thing is about, and whether he was involved in the disappearance of Summer Wells. I'll tell you, based on his baseline, which we went through a lot of process to discover, pushing him into corner with some simple questions that he had no reason to lie about that caused stress, and looking for that stress level to rise, and then finally going right to the point and hammering and seeing him emotional about this kid the day before. I'm going to tell you, I don't believe he's involved in her disappearance. Could I be wrong? Sure. But based on everything I saw face to face, based on everything I felt and saw and learned and thought and listened by watching and listening to his baseline and looking for deviation at the key moments, I don't think he's involved. Scott, what do you got?
I agree with you, Greg. I don't think he is either. Having been there with him, I agree 100% with you. I don't think he was involved at all. He didn't answer the questions correctly to be involved. as far as that goes. But I agree with you guys. This is a perfect example of, it's a great example of being able to not only watch somebody be questioned and interviewed, but be able to get the other side of the people who are interviewing it, give you their side of it as well. Why we ask questions this way, why our approach was a certain way, why we were quiet here, why we get a little bit louder in other parts, which I think we're going to do. Are we going to do a next part 2 of this, you guys?
I'm for it.
Sure.
We still got something to do.
We should keep bringing it up until we find Summer.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, because they're going to find out what happened, and I agree with Greg. I don't think he had anything to do with it. So, and at the same time, I don't think he believes Candace or her story on that, whatever it is, I guess from the TV interviews. So I think it's a great example to be able to see someone be interviewed and also get the input from people who interviewed that person and why they did it, and give you an insight as to what we're thinking is to get those questions asked and to elicit those answers from them. All right. Well, if you like what we're doing, please subscribe. All you got to do is hit that little red thing down there and then hit the bell so it lets you know when we have a new one come out.
I just want to say a quick thanks to Dr. Phil and the entire Paramount team here. I'm in LA. I'm staying in a really nice hotel with really crappy Wi-Fi. I texted Dr. Phil last night, and he had all of this stuff set up. The producers are in here and let me kind of just borrow his little filming area. So I do want to give a shout out to Dr. Phil and the entire team here for letting me come crash the studio.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, can I add one thing? Guys, everybody listening, you, Summer Wells, post that photo, get her picture. I mean, we know it's in a lot of places. Get her picture everywhere. This is a little kid, and she's missing still. Do what you can to find her.
Yeah. Also, Greg and I got our flu shots just to Chase is right over there a couple of days ago. We were there, and Dr. Phil goes, you fellas want a flu shot? Because he was getting one. We're like, yeah, we'll do flu shots. So we got our flu shots there as well.
He's a doctor. He's a doctor.
That's right. He is a doctor. So
Scott cried.
So it doesn't matter what happened.
So tell us what happened the night that kids went missing.
Okay.
From our yard.
Okay. It was cold. I was gonna make a fire. There's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. I opened up the back gate. I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside the house. My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two would go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard. We keep them close. So I was playing with chalk, and I came in the house. I saw them there. I went in the house. I came back out. I didn't see them now. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? She said, no, they should be outside playing with chalk. I said, well, I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open, and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out, I got in the van. I looked down the street in both directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners. I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. I talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there. He didn't see them. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We gotta get going. So I called the cops. Cops came. First thing they did was tell us to stay in the house so they can get a hold of us. And they had us just sitting there, and we wanted to keep searching. But everybody came out in droves, and I wanted to thank you guys that night, but we couldn't go outside.
The cops told us the best are out here.
The best are out here searching, and we appreciate it, and nobody ever could tell, we could never talk to anybody, and that was the issue.
We just want to thank everybody.
We really want to thank you guys.
Please, if anybody has seen them, please call, let somebody know.
Call the cops. Call California the City Police Department. Call them and let them know what you've seen, if you see anything. Our boys, they are going to be rambunctious, okay? They are going to be here in this area. And I really would like to go in the houses, but it's not because I want to invade people's privacy. I just want to know if make sure. That's it. Because I don't. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Chase, what do you got?
This thing starts off with this guy doing a self hug where the palms are touching the body. This is typically a need for reassurance. We may be able to chalk some of that up to lower temperature, though, because you're more likely to see closed body behaviors when the temperature is low. He gets the whole story ready and starts this. He takes his time and gets the rehearsed material out in a very methodic manner, step by step, trying to get it out pretty quick. And he says, do not let them go, which is a strange thing to say. And then they start playing with chalk, present tense. I came in the house, past tense. I saw them there, past tense. I go in the house, present tense. I came back, past tense. And I didn't see them now. Past and present mixed together. This is the whole thing goes like this. The wife is exit checking and moving back and forth the whole time, that horizontal look for an exit, wanting to escape. There's no sadness at all. There's no request for continued help. Thank you for all the help that happened. And this is another example of an innocence announcement. And it's a commercial for them about how they're innocent. All the requests are, if you see anything, what else would they see other than your kids? They're not asking for their kids to be brought back. They're asking for people, if you see something or if you saw something, which is mostly in the past tense when they're talking about this, all in the past. They're going to be rambunctious. There's some guilt exhalation right there. And they're going to be in this neighborhood. Greg mentioned what this is earlier. I think this is an embedded confession. They're not in the neighborhood. And I think he's so relieved at the end to be interrupted because he's running out of memorized fodder and he's having to think on his own. And overall, they're not asking for help. Think of the difference between if you see anything versus if you find our boys, if you see our kids, here's what they look like. If anybody has seen them versus let us know what you see versus protect our kids. Please, if you see our kids, call the police. What about if you see our kids, grab them, do something about it, not just make a phone call. So there's no emotion here at all. I would say this is a disgustingly deceptive here. Scott, what do you got?
All right, I agree with all that. We're seeing a lot of classics here. You know, we're seeing. I think you're right though. I think he might be cold. That's why his arms are crossed. That's one of those things because they're really, really tight. Because that's kind of obvious, and people go right to that. But it could be. That's the thing about crossed arms. It can mean one thing. It can mean something else. It can mean 40,000 different things. So I think you're right about that. He goes through and describes vividly how he's seen them. I saw him do this. I saw them here. When they say what happened, he goes around what he's doing. He goes from chopping wood to bringing it in the house, seeing him playing with chalk and doing all kinds of things. And then he goes in and asks his wife, where has she seen him? Because he's talking about how he saw him and had she seen him. So all this time where he's bringing in wood, he's chopping up wood, doing all these things. It's a whole lot of detail that you don't need because you would have said, I was out chopping wood to bring in the house. And the next thing I know, they're gone. I don't know where they are. I went and told her and we started looking. It's very short. You get to the point because you're worried about what's happened and you want to get that solved, and being solved is finding the kids and knowing they're safe and knowing where they are. So I think in that situation, I think we're seeing so many things. And he's pretty stiff too, man. He's pretty stiff when he looks around. You know, he's not got a lot of body movement because it's cold out and he's all wrapped up. But let's take a look at his wife. We see no grief on this guy whatsoever. But the whole time, the entire time, we see the grief muscle on her. You can see it really good when the light hits it right, and you can see it. I can't do it. Greg can do it great. But you can see that little U-shaped thing that your forehead makes when you're feeling grief. There's what it looks like. There it is, Greg. Bring it on. So that's the way your brain makes that when you're feeling grief. She's got that the whole time. We see her going back and forth and doing that little trance thing, but I think it's out of nerves. I think she's really in a panic about what's happening, and I think she's checking what's going on. She looks like she's getting ready to run at some points. That's what people do when you pull them over. One of them's looking around while you're talking to one, the other one's looking around, can I bolt or not? That's what they'll start doing. But I think she's watching everything like a mother would, and like women do. I know I always say like women do, but women do that. Their brain's taking a lot more information than a man's brain does. And it keeps it, and it sorts it a lot faster and a lot more efficiently. And I think that's what she's doing, trying to gather up all the information she can because she's worried. So she's looking for everything. She's watching everything. He's not. He's just watching this one person who's asking him questions. Then he looks around, that crowd is getting ready to give him a hard time. So because he knows that they're not into what he's saying about the situation. So it sounds like way too much like he's painting too big of a picture, too clear of a picture of what actually happened because the next thing you know, they left. Then he talks about driving around, how much driving around he did. I don't know if they've checked the van yet or the car or whatever he was in, but I'll bet you during a while he was driving around, that could be the time where he did something with the bodies at that point, if he's the one that did it. So that gives him a whole lot of time. We talk about, he talks about, again, he's hiding a bunch of time in there. When you went in and talked to her, we don't know how long it was between those things. If you talk to her, I'd love to talk to them both separately so you can find out how much time he was missing from her, because she's in rapid presence. That takes a lot of time. That takes a lot of focus. So he's got tons of time to do stuff, and supposedly they're out playing with chalk on the thing. And then he's been out driving around. If she caught him driving around, she could have said, what are you driving around for? The kids are missing. But maybe she didn't. Maybe he actually did that. When he said, I'm going to go out and look for him, that's when he went out and got rid of the bodies, wherever he got rid of them. Outside of that neighborhood. Chase, I agree with you. They're not there. So that's what I think's going on. I think she's backing him up is what it is, because she's positive with everything he says, because she believes that he has nothing to do with it. He may not have anything to do with it, but up to this point, boy, it sure does look like he has something to do with it. Greg, what do you think?
So when I watch her, one person comes to mind immediately, Chris Watts, the sway rate. And I think maybe she knows nothing, but as we get further into these videos, I'm going to see her sway rate stop. So let's pay attention to it and see when it stops, when she gets to facts. Now, this is my rationale and the way I think, and every person's a little different. But the first thing I would do, you stick a microphone in my face, 3 microphones in my face, help me find my babies. Here's what I would say. That's just the way my brain works. Doesn't mean their brain works the same way. But what we do see is this, he's doing the boa constrictor thing I was talking about the other day, where he squeezes his own body so tight. Could be because he's cold. Could be because there's a crowd that wants his head 20 feet away, because that will create its own kind of exoskeleton and all those things that he's doing. This is one of the first we've ever covered that has a mask. And this is the new reality. People say, can you read body language during a mask? Watch his respiration rate. It's the worst possible way to have us see you. And you can see his face through the mask. It fits his face very nicely. But you can see his respiration rate increase. Now, I also talk typically about baselining the way people deliver a story. This guy is delivering small details. That will come back to haunt him when I get him in the interrogation room, because now I want to know every detail about everything. So when you hop over something, whoa, wait a minute. No and then, none of that. We're going to back up and we're going to go, but you told me you were picking up wood, you used chalk, you double-checked the chalk, and he had lilts in every one of those stories as he was looking for approval. This is a prepared statement. Now, why he prepared it's a different story. Did he prepare it because he's afraid those people are going to beat the crap out of him if he says the wrong thing? Did he prepare it because he's afraid I don't know. I can't tell that. What I can tell is his respiration's up, there's fight or flight involved, and he is telling me a very detailed story about most things, and a not very detailed story about how the kids got out, number one, how many places he drove. That's awfully broad. I drove all around, down there, turned that way. Wait a minute, I drove down to McGillicuddy Road and turned right on. I did a circumference, I went all around the whole neighborhood. I used my light, I looked, I checked all these things. I told my wife I was going, all that's missing. That's a big deal in a guy who's telling you all these details. It means that he has gone through in his head and decided what he's going to say. That's important. And he's decided which details he's going to reinforce because he says them more than one time. And then suddenly it just kind of goes to hell. That's a big deal. You get lots of attention from me if you do that in the interrogation room. She does show the grief muscle a lot. Now, there's lots of reasons she could have grief. I lost my kids. I legitimately don't know where they're at. Something happened to my kids, and I do know where they're at. That still would create grief because you're a human being for the most part. Now, there are people who wouldn't, but her sway rate is up pretty high. So let's watch her and watch when it drops. These guys would get lots of attention from me. Doesn't mean they did anything. It could be all related to the crowd. But it's certainly, the story is certainly not smooth and fluid and tracking. Chase, what do you got?
Already went?
He's done.
Oh, did you? Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely. So here's where I think it goes right for them and where it kind of falls down, starts to fall down for them. Yeah, absolutely. He's got this going on, but he does mention, it was cold, they were lighting a fire. So he's got some reason that we might go, that's why you're bound up. It's a cold day. She is, super anxious, or maybe it's a cold day for her as well. But having said that, I mean, if my kids were missing, it's like, we don't, I think, ever see him break from that and start to tell the story in the way that I would. I'm a little more over the top. I would be gesturing. I'd be saying, look, here's what they look like they're so high, like, look out for them. I would be describing them, so I expect a few more descriptors. So I get that it's cold in that area right now. At the same time, when I put it against the context of the drama that's happening, I'd want him to be a bit less bound up. However, he says, it was getting dark and they called the police and he said, I need help. Well, that's a good thing. So he says, I don't know whether that's true or not, but his story is they call the police, they need help. He says they he was there in the vehicle. He hits a bunch of corners. That's a good strategy because you're hitting decision points for the other human beings. You want to go to points where they could make a decision because maybe they only just made the decision. You're going to look left and right or forward and you're going to see them. So that seems well worked out that he went to decision points. So it seems, a well-ordered, well-structured story and many of the elements have good reason for them to be happening. But then he says, well, we didn't search because the cops told them they had the best out there. This makes now less sense, and it starts to make less sense to the crowd around later on. It's not making a lot of sense to people. They do back it up going, hey, look, they kind of got a guard there. But I've been part of missing persons, and you know what? The constable comes in and you go, make yourself at home, do whatever you like. I'm going out there. I'm going out there. At that point, it would be, if you want me to stay here, you're going to need to arrest me because I'm going out right now. So arrest me and you make yourself quiet at home, get yourself a cup of tea. You're all good. Yeah. Do whatever you like here. I'm going out there. They've got a reason why now. Again, it could be, it's a police officer and you kind of do what the police officer says. I totally understand that. If a police officer says, hey, stay here, then I'm like, why? Why are they saying to stay there? I would have thought one of the things a police officer would want to do is like, where the kids hang out, where they go to, let's go. Help us see where'd you go with the kids? Where would they have gone to? Where do they hang out? Show me the relatives. Who else in the community do they know? Whose house would they go to? So it's all starting to not make a lot of sense when you dig in to the ordered sense that seems to have set up. It seems like a pretty good story, but I think it starts to fall to bits. And so I'm a little bit worried. Oh, and then suspicion is moved as well. I'd like to go and look in people's houses, not to pry, but just to discount people. So there's this idea of, I think the perpetrator might live nearby or the kids might be hiding nearby. I got to check this out. A little bit of shift of culpability or suspicion there. Anyway, that's all I got on that one.
Hey, can I add one point here? When we talk about shifting tenses and all of those different things, remember culture is everything. And in some cultures, shifting tense is normal. People may use verbal nouns instead of verbs. So we need to pay attention to what their pattern is to say, okay, that's probably normal for them. Remember, I live in the deep South. My family may shift tenses with no thought for it. It's just part of how we talk. It's just our culture. And culture matters, right?
So, tell us what happened the night the kids went missing.
Okay.
From our yard.
Okay. It was cold. I was gonna make a fire. There's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. I opened up the back gate. I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside the house. My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two would go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard. We keep them close. So I was playing with chalk, and I came in the house. I saw them there. I went in the house. I came back out. I didn't see them now. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? She said, no, they should be outside playing with chalk. I said, well, I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out, I got in the van. I looked down the street, both directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners. I went down this street, I turned my light on, I searched, I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there, he didn't see them. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help, we gotta get going. So I called the cops, cops came. First thing they did was tell us to stay in the house so they can get a hold of us. And they had us just sitting there and we wanted to keep searching. But everybody came out in droves and I wanted to thank you guys that night, but we couldn't go outside.
The cops told us the best are out here.
The best are out here searching. And we appreciate it. And nobody ever could tell, we could never talk to anybody. And that was the issue.
We just want to thank everybody.
We really want to thank you guys.
Please, if anybody has seen them, please call, let somebody know.
Call the cops. Call California the City Police Department. Call them and let them know what you've seen, if you see anything. Our boys, they are going to be rambunctious, okay? They are going to be here in this area. And I really would like to go in the houses, but it's not because I want to invade people's privacy. I just want to know if make sure. That's it. Because I don't, go ahead, I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Because I don't, go ahead, I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, this is the first time we're hearing from you guys, and I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I can't even fathom it. For you guys, for people who are thinking that there's some kind of foul play involved, we just spoke to the biological mother. She says she had a conversation with you guys, and that she thinks there's some kind of foul play involved. That she thinks you guys did something.
And that's understandable.
What's your response to that?
That's understandable. I would think the same thing.
Yep.
I mean, that's exactly the point. And if we can find our babies, then guess what? That's no. And that's all I want is to find our babies. That's it. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children, and they came to us, and they became our children, and we named them. And they are our children, and so we want them back. So please, if y'all could get back on what you guys are doing, we should be able to get a hold of somebody, but they took all of our tech, so they wanted to, I guess, just rule us out, which makes sense. That's part of the investigation. So that's pretty much it.
Have you guys...
All right, Chase, what do you got?
Why is foul play understandable? Why does that make total sense? I can't understand why that would be a thing. And second, there's no denial. Why is there no denial? And this is another case, as we've seen in many of these videos, of the vanishing perpetrator. Nobody's responsible. The pool of potential suspects is so wide that we can't even really talk about it, because you guys need we look everywhere. We have no idea who's involved. Okay. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, but Chase, they are on the same page that it's understandable. So by the very force of, there's two people saying that it's understandable, it's totally understandable. So you should not question how understandable that is. She said it's understandable. He said it's understandable. Let's just leave it at that and move on to something else. Yeah, I'm on exactly the same as you are. I've got here in quotes, it's understandable, and I put, it's not understandable. It isn't understandable at all. I wouldn't, if I had adopted some kids, which is my understanding of what's happened here, and the genetic parent came to me and went, look, foul play, I would be like, no, absolutely not. Yeah, those kids are my kids. I love those kids. I care for them. I am now the female here does at one point, I think, show shame. Certainly the head hangs. It's a possibility that there may be some shame there. I'm kind of interested in that. But just as you say, Chase, there is no denial here. And this idea put forward of anybody's idea that there might be foul play is totally understandable, and it comes from an emotional place rather than one of them putting some facts together or some ideas together and going, yeah, there's a possibility here that something went on. So yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm totally with you on that. Makes no sense to me that this would be understandable. No denial. I don't get it. Greg, what do you got?
When I see the beginning of this conversation and the guy starts to ask questions, you see that concern muscle, all those muscles right there in those vertical lines. Chase, you beat me to it. I would have been like, well, no, I didn't hurt my kids. But no, the only place I really see grief, and I'm not sure because the shadows are a little tough, is when he's talking to the mother. And I see a wrinkle right in there. Can't tell if it's grief, if it's kind of a request for approval because the shadow's on his face. But look at his respiration before he starts to answer the questions. Blink rate goes through the roof. Then he goes down to some internal conversation. You see him looking down to the left and then right back to riveted eye contact. Again, all of those are really good indicators for me to want to go just crawl all over someone. But I also am trying to remember that he has a threat standing 10 feet away, and it'll become more evident who that threat is here in just a couple of minutes as the biological aunt starts to kind of raise a little hell with him. So you'll get to see that. He does give too much information again, and it's no value. It's zero value information. He's back to a lot of detail around they took away my tech because they thought. And the understandable thing, I'm with you. If you accused me of killing a child or doing some foul play to a child, even if it wasn't my child, I would be the first guy to go, well, hold on. And I might even lash back out at the person whose child I had in foster care. But we don't hear any of that. And that makes you suspicious that something is wrong. Guys, doesn't mean these people kill their kid. But in our opinions, when you see all of these red flags, it means you're going to get a hell of a lot of attention. And that's what they're going to get as a result of this. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah. And then here's what it looks like to me. What he's trying to make happen, I believe, is have it dawn on you that somebody got the kids. Somebody must have, he doesn't say that. You know, he says they're here somewhere, and he alludes to they'll be in there somewhere in somebody's house or something because he wants to look into them. I think we talked about that in a minute. But he wants it to dawn on you that because he would have said, I didn't do it. Somebody came in here and got he's not, there's no emotion there whatsoever. He's not fired up to say, here's what I think happened, because you're going to say what you think happened, whether it's congruent with your partner or not, whether it's what she thinks or not. He's going to say, somebody got him. I think somebody got him. I went in, somebody got my kid. And that's going to be repetitive. You're going to hear him repeat that, but not once does he say that. Not once does he say, somebody came in here and got him when I was in the house or something. They stepped out and he never says somebody got him. So that to me is that's a big red flag. That's where you climb up all over them for that kind of stuff. And what else have I got? Thanks, Chase. I don't have anything else. So
Good grab.
I know, but they were the biggies.
That was a great grab, though. The lack of denial. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I got it. So,
but that's a good sign. Every one of us is going, where's the denial?
Yeah.
Because I don't. Go ahead. I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, this is the first time we're hearing from you guys, and I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I can't even fathom it. For you guys, for people who are thinking that there's some kind of foul play involved, we just spoke to the biological mother. She says she had a conversation with you guys, and that she thinks there's some kind of foul play involved. That she thinks you guys did something.
And that's understandable.
What's your response to that?
That's understandable. I would think the same thing.
Yep.
I mean, that's exactly the point. And if we can find our babies, then guess what? That's no. And that's all I want is to find our babies. That's it. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children, and they came to us, and they became our children, and we named them. And they are our children, and so we want them back. So please, if y'all could get back on what you guys are doing, we should be able to get a hold of somebody, but they took all of our tech, so they wanted to, I guess, just rule us out, which makes sense. That's part of the investigation. So that's pretty much it.
Have you guys?
And I guess, I don't even know.
I see. Yeah, we seriously felt like we needed to be out here. We did. Again, we were told the best are out here looking already. Just to stay put. They have more questions. There was literally a cop with us the whole time in there.
He had sitting down. We would ask, can we go help? They had to sit down.
He said nope.
He said, no, we got the best out there.
So
we
it's
need
not,
you guys here in case we have more questions.
I don't want you guys thinking we didn't try. We actually looked before we called the police.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so what interests me, look, some cops are better than other cops. We know that. Some cops are great. Some cops are bent. Some cops are somewhere in the middle. These particular cops decided that these two weren't going out. Okay. Now let's just suspect that they're good cops doing a job. What gets triggered in me is I go, why they continue the questioning? What's going on? What have they seen? What have they seen that I'm not getting to see right now? Because my vote would be, if a good cop sees the right stuff, they're going to go, great, get out there. Where would they go? Like, take us there. Like they would be using the parents as a tool of discovery of information out there in the world. Okay. Because you're in these situations, as you all will well know, your time is limited and you want to get stuff going. They're deciding to use the time to do interview in situ in the house. They could have been bad cops, could have been doing it for stupid reasons. Let's just suspect that they're doing it for averagely good reasons or very good reasons. That is a bit of a trigger for me. That's a bit of a red flag because something's up in their mind. They've seen something. So somebody said something. There's enough there to go, keep them here, ask them more questions. We'll go out and look, but you keep them here, ask them more. That's all I got on that one. Scott, what do you got?
I agree with you, Mark. There's some good cops and some bad cops. But the reason they're keeping them in there is that's part of the protocol. And they'll see how they react when you tell them they can't go outside. See what they do. How fired up they're going to get. That's the reason for the bait question. A lot of times you'll say it to see if they get mad. And you'll say, I know this, when you know it's not true, just to watch them react. So you're right. They've seen something on at least one of them that says, we got to keep these people in here and just watch them. And I'll bet it's not just the cops. I bet it's a detective in there at that point, sitting there with them, not letting them go out, because that was a suggestion, or they would have gone out. The police wouldn't just keep you in there. So I think at this point we can look at exactly what you said, Mark. There's something's happened, something's triggered something where they said, hang on just a second, let's keep an eye on this guy. So it may not be the woman. I'm still on the part where I don't think she has anything to do with it. I could be wrong, but I still think she's clean and she's just backing him up. And I'm still seeing some innocent stuff on this guy, but I'm seeing more and more deception on this cat as we go along. His blink rate really isn't high at all, and he locks right in on that person asking him the question. He does check that crowd a lot. Greg, you're right. He does do an eye check over there, make sure everything's going to be okay. Because you'll notice the people that are hollering the most are the women, because the women, they can spot that stuff on somebody, even from a distance. If it doesn't look right, they'll tell you, and they'll tell you all about it. And they have that instinct in them that goes, no, something's not right here. I'm telling you, something's not right. So that's why they're getting fired up, I believe. But the cops would keep them inside because they want to keep an eye on them. Mark, you nailed that. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, you guys hit a lot, but just go back and listen. This is not about recovering their kids. This is about their story from both of them. Not just one person. This is about proving innocence, and they're treating the event, the search and all this other stuff, as if it's pretty much over. Everything is like, if you saw something, and thank you for everything, let's go ahead and wrap this up. We're going to go back inside after this. And it was about their innocence and how they tried. We did our best, and I'm sorry I can't do anything else. Greg, what do you got?
We do get a strong denial. What's a strong denial about? We were not allowed to go look for these kids. That's the only strong denial we've seen yet. There's passion. She starts to get telling about it. That makes me think they're trying to defend themselves against these people, and they're not worried about the police at this point, and there's closure in their book. I agree with you, Chase. It doesn't feel like, no, come help me. It's, hey, we did our best. We were held in there by the police. They told us what to do. They told us they had the best. Listen at the passion in their voices. There's a Southernism. Listen to the passion in their voices, and listen to how they speak when they're denying being lazy about finding these kids. Very different from denying that they did something to the kids.
And I guess, I don't even know.
I see. Yeah, we seriously felt like we needed to be out here. We did. Again, we were told the best are out here looking already. Just to stay put, they have more questions. There was literally a cop with us the whole time in there.
He had sitting down. We would ask, can we go help? They had to sit down.
Said nope.
He said, no, we got the best out there.
So
we need
not,
you guys here in case we have more questions.
I don't want you guys thinking we didn't try. We actually looked
tried.
Before we called the police.
Yes.
And I imagine the mind-boggling part is the search for information. What happened? Where are they?
Yes.
Et cetera, et cetera.
And
and just so we are able to present the information correctly, at what time did you guys notice your kids went missing? And at what time were they reported missing to the police?
It's about, I think it was about 4:30, going on 5. It was getting dark, like I said.
5-ish.
5-ish. That's about it. That's when everything played out.
And then when did you guys call the police to report them missing?
After we searched
a
little bit around here, it was dark, so we definitely we got worried.
Would you say it was maybe within an hour, a couple hours?
No, it was within minutes of us getting finished with our search. Okay. It was within minutes.
All right. Greg, what do you got?
This is going to be one of the places we see her sway rate stop. When she starts to answer a complex question about time, watch her stop, dead still. First time we see it in the entire thing. That would make me raise a red flag. If you're having to think versus just recall, your brain stops doing all that other stuff. And then she's passionate and punctuating in that. He's also in deconflict. Remember, we say fabricate. It starts with trigger, then fabricate, then deconflict before you pitch. He's getting the opportunity to answer questions for the first time. And if I were the questioner, this would have been a hot place to be right now, because he talks about 4:30, 5-ish. Well, hold on. Is it 4:30? Is it 5? Is it 4:30 to 5? What happened? And then there's a big gap They don't talk about time. And here's this detailed guy who's now not talking about time. I drove around the block. That took 10 minutes. I came back. Now, he knows exactly about the chalk and all that. This would get this guy a lot of attention from me, and my questions would get really hard. Was it 4:30 or was it 5? Okay, I understand you might not know exactly. How long did it take you to react? And then there's just this missing whole bunch of stuff there, and she comes to a dead halt and starts to talk. Doesn't make me comfortable that a baseline just changed when they're being asked a really hard question. This is a bad sign for both of them, and I would be all over him. And I'll just stop there and leave the rest of the stuff, except for he's breathing through that cloth, and you can't miss the respiration rate increase. So I'll leave it at that and say, Scott, what do you got?
All right, I agree with you, but I think she stops because she's thinking, this isn't right. Maybe the timeline he's saying and she's been backing him up, she knows it isn't correct. I still don't see her being guilty in this because that grief muscle's so hard in there, man. It's so big. I see where you're coming from, but on my side, I'm going to say at this point, I think she sees information coming out of her guy that she disagrees with, and that's why she's stopping. That's what I think there. She could be wrong. So on
baseline
all the other
shift,
stuff,
though. Big baseline shift.
I agree. It's a baseline shift, but I think that's why I think she's like, wait a minute, that's not right, as she goes through, because she's thinking about that timeline in her head as well. But I agree with you. There's tons of time in there. You ate up the first part. That's all I got. Chase, what do you got?
So we see she wants to run pretty badly, innocent or not. This is a pre-flight indicator here. This exit checking. And when she's talking about the search, it's just a kind of a casual gesture. We searched around. It was very casual, pretty sloppy. And I think it's unusual how he just kind of wraps up the story with the words, and that's when everything played out. That's very unusual. And keep in mind, there's no desire in either one of them to get their kids back. There's some small comments, call the police, here's the exact city that you need to talk to make it sound more official. There's no desire. It's about their innocence and how they did everything right. And it's about the past, not about the future. So both of their statements are past centric. So basically, let's sum this up. It was 5-ish. We searched a little bit. We got worried. It was dark. Thanks everybody for your help. And that was it. Mark.
Yeah. So I'm just going to absolutely agree with everything that's been said there. I'm just going to highlight one area that at the end of that string that he gives there, Chase, he says, that's about it. Okay. Well, my response to that would be, I understand that's about it. So fill in the details because that's about it isn't it. I want to know what it is. So give me all the details. So we're not talking what it's about. We know what it is. There's elements here which aren't being said. Now, what's great about this is there's enough in the story in detail that it's kind of quite easy to buy so far, because there is enough, it was 4:35-ish. Sure, I can see how you might lose half an hour. When did you call the police? Well, like immediately. Okay, I get that. And he's already given us, look, I drove around, I switched the lights on, it was getting dark, I hit the four corners, so I could easily say, look, how long did it take? Well, it took as long as it takes to go from that corner to that corner, that corner, that corner. It went dark. We called the police immediately. But then that's about it. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good for me. So I got a problem with that one. Have we heard from everybody?
Yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah, and that's from Mr. Detail. Mr. Detail, who says that's
right.
Yeah.
And when you start, when your kids go missing like that, you start there at the house and you start walking around. You don't get in the car immediately and go driving around everywhere. You start there and you start hollering for them. You start hollering their names at the house, behind the houses. Did you look behind them? No. And you wouldn't miss a thing. It would be almost like a grid. I'm going to go over here and look, and you go over here and look, and let's let's find them. That's where it would go. So I agree with you, Mark, 100%. Yeah, driving around. Yeah.
And if that woman isn't guilty, I think there may be some guilty knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I imagine the mind-boggling part is the search for information. What happened? Where are they?
Yes.
Et cetera, et cetera.
And
and just so we are able to present the information correctly, at what time did you guys notice your kids went missing, and at what time were they reported missing to the police?
It's about, I think it was about 4:30, going on 5. It was getting dark, like I said.
5-ish.
5-ish. That's about it. That's when everything played out.
And then when did you guys call the police to report them missing?
After we searched
a
little bit around here, it was dark, so we definitely we got worried.
Would you say it was maybe within an hour, a couple hours?
No, it was within minutes of us getting finished with our search.
Okay.
It was within minutes.
Well, here's the thing for me. That can be for lots of reasons. I feel guilty for killing somebody can be that, Yeah. There's all kinds of reasons. People are, that's the thing I love about what we do.
You could see that in a diarrhea Pepto-Bismol commercial.
I felt so sorry for that guy. Oh, that's too bad. It's sad.
I'll just throw that clip in here.
That'd be funny. Yeah.
Okay, I will.
What do you guys want people at home to understand about this situation? For them, even speaking about what you guys are feeling is difficult. What do you want them at home to understand about this whole situation?
We're going through it. It's difficult. I mean, everybody's making their own their own conclusions. They don't know anything. We're not sure everything. We're not sure. We said what we knew, and if anybody has seen them or anything, please call the police department.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So the most important thing about this one for me is what do you want people to know? Well, we're going through it. There's a lot of stuff which is about we rather than what I want people to know. Just want to reiterate: if you see the kids, grab them, like wherever you see them, call their names. Their names are, call their names. Here's what they like. I would want to find ways of attracting people to connecting with those kids and finding those kids. No, this is about we're going through it. Now, to give them their due, there is a threat out there of the rest of the family and maybe neighbors as well. But there's a gang out there. There's a crowd. And this could be for them. It could be for them of, look, go soft on us. We're having a hard time here. We've done our best here. So it could be about that. But even so, it's the wrong way to go in this situation. Chase, what do you got?
Much the same. And right here we see we're going through it. What does that mean? Well, tell us what's going on. We're going through it. It's a meaningless statement, and more focused on their innocence than finding the kids. There's no sadness. There's no request for assistance, only asking to be believed and saying, call the police department if you see them. Still hasn't said their names, which is also another guilt indicator for both parties. Everything's past tense. If anyone has seen them, instead of as if anyone sees them. Those are very different statements. And I think this is going through rehearsed motions. I think this whole campaign is focused on this singular event. They want it over with. And just think about this as you're rewatching this after we wrap this little segment here. What's the light at the end of the tunnel when you're watching these videos? For the next people, anytime you see this in the future on television, what's the light at the end of the tunnel the person is reaching for? Is it finding kids, finding the guilty party, getting through the situation, or being believed? And if it's being believed or kind of getting a press conference over with, that's 55 red flags to me. Greg.
Every person in this room would be all over these guys because I've not heard a single name mentioned. I've not heard my kid is 2 feet tall, dark hair, dark skin, red coat, green pants. Nothing, not a single item. Now, we didn't pull every item, everything they said. But if you were asking me, I'd say, looks like this. Response to that, Mark, you're dead on. This is about rescue, rescue, rescue. Remember, the caller is the killer is a study by 2 psychologists who say, and AI is going to eventually replace us looking for a lot of this, that when a person calls, if they're not trying to get help and they're telling you their story, it's an indicator. Well, if these guys wonder why people like us are all over them, they probably should be thinking about that. And again, they have a threat standing right there. So I don't want to forget that threat because it's very realistic. But standing like this and, closing, he says nothing during this one because he realizes she's got the life preserver and she's running with it. He's not going to say anything because he's like, I don't know how to answer that. That probably would, if that were their norm and they didn't both answer the question, would look okay. But up to now, they both answered everything, almost like they'd talked a little bit about it, which is, Scott, the only reason I don't feel like that grief muscle means that she is innocent. What I say here, this is my opinion. I don't know whether they're guilty. I don't know whether it's just because of the threat right there. But the way I look at people, my number one indicator is raised fight or flight. Because the threat of being discovered causes our little brains to go, yeah, there's a threat and I got to do something about it. And the interesting piece is our little brains don't know the difference between a threat on the other end of a Zoom call and a bear behind us that we suddenly realize is there. Our little brains are designed to take that threat and figure out what to do with it. Don't know which it is for them. And if I got them into a room, to your point earlier, Mark, and I was seeing this same behavior pattern, I would go, something's up. So I might want them in the house away from this threat so that I could do their baseline, look at how they're doing. Her sway rate does slow here, but it doesn't stop like it did in the last one. That's what I got. Who's left to go?
Me.
Scott, you left?
Yeah. So, Scott, okay, you guys covered everything, but I'll go back to her one more time in that I don't know, man. I don't know. I think she's weighing what this guy is saying, and it's dawning on her that a lot of what he's saying just isn't right, or it sounds odd to her even. That's where I'm going with it. I just don't. I know you guys all think she did. This is the one time I'm going up against everybody, but I don't.
I don't know. I honestly, this is one of those where I'm like, all I'm thinking is there's certainly threat response. Right?
We're just saying there's more red flags than you're saying there are.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah. Just a different flavor of red flag. We all know that they would get attention. That's
true. That's true. Now, what should be the one that she ends up hatcheting this guy to death and all that, and then there I'll be going, I have to leave.
What do you guys want people at home to understand about this situation? For them, even speaking about what you guys are feeling is difficult. What do you want them at home to understand about this whole situation?
We're going through it. It's difficult. I mean, everybody's making their own their own conclusions. They don't know anything. We're not sure everything. We're not sure. We said what we knew, and if anybody has seen them or anything, please call the police department.
Yeah. Pay attention. He uses the same questions we tell them to use.
Yeah. All right, ready?
Okay.
There we go. I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language. And I created the number one online body language course, bodylanguagetactics.com, with Greg Hartley. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden. I'm an expert in human behavior and body language. I help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, gain credibility every time they communicate, including some of the leaders of the G7. Chase.
Hey, I'm Chase Hughes. I help people and companies radically transform their abilities to read and influence human behavior. I also wrote the number one best-selling book on the subject. Greg?
Greg Hartley, I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior and put together this bodylanguagetactics.com course with Scott. I spend most of my time on Wall Street or corporate America.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about Cleo Smith today. She's missing, and this happened in Australia, and her parents are being interviewed. We watched a couple of interviews. We watched one group of videos, or one long video, and we watched another video. We decided to go with the latest of the interviews. Greg, you want to tell them about it?
Yeah, so what we know is she has been gone a little over 10 days now. The latest video, the one we'll start with, is 10 days after she disappeared. They were camping in a place called the Blowholes in Western Australia. The child came up missing. You'll hear part of the story here. The child came up missing during the night from a tent, and there are apparently lots of little camping areas around there. We're not going to try to give you all the details. Go look for yourself and figure out all the mechanics and all of that. We're going to look at them. And I believe this is the mother and the stepfather. The mother's name is Ellie Smith. The father's name is, or stepfather's name is Jake Glidden. That's it.
Cool.
The little girl is 4, and her name is Cleo Smith. Cleo Smith. Okay.
All right. Here we go.
The last time you spoke to her, do you remember what you said?
I asked her to get back into bed after she had a sip of water. Put my head through to check on Isla, and that was it. That was the last time.
And again, I know you absolutely don't want to revisit that night. So about 1:30, she stirs, she's thirsty, and then at about 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30, you realise she's not there.
Yeah.
Can you describe what that feels like?
Heartbreaking, heart-wrenching.
Scary.
Completely scary. I mean, how are you meant to feel?
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I'm going to share something here that's not relevant to the case. And towards the end of this video, I'm going to share with you some forensic criminal behavioral types of this type of offender, and what we call just a behavioral profile of this type of offender. But one of the coolest things and most incredible things that you can say to your kids, especially if they're young, that doesn't necessarily apply to this case, but if any adult ever in your entire life asks you to keep a secret, you should be extremely scared, and you need to find another adult as fast as possible. So in the video here, we have a minimal use of pronouns, which I think is interesting. And it would be a red flag if it was stacked up with some other stuff. But what we look for are clusters and changes in someone's baseline. There's some confirmation glances here back to the husband, but it's specifically during times of support and times to communicate and dually communicate facts. There's no pupil dilation, and I was grateful. I have a giant screen that I bring it up on in the morning. I'm kind of standing here drinking my coffee and watch this thing, and there's no pupil dilation. She's not wearing any makeup. There's honest signals. She's communicating, and even the husband offers the word scary, and she doesn't repeat the word verbatim. She adds to the feeling of scary, which I think are all honest signals. Scott, what do you got?
All right, I'm going to go down a different road today in my approach. I'm going to show you there going to be a lot of people that go, oh, these people are guilty. I'm going to go down the road that shows you all the red flags, or a lot of them, because I know Greg's got a ton of them too, and then why they aren't red flags. I'll just point them out and we'll talk about those. So the first one is they look really relaxed. You know, we were talking earlier in here, and their arms are crossed. It's the first thing people are going to say. That means absolutely nothing most of the time. I know you hear it means people are turned off, not into what you have to say. Most of the time it means absolutely zero. And that's the case here. They're probably just worried. It's probably a pacifying gesture where they're sort of holding on to themselves because they're tired and they're a little freaked out. People will also say there's no grief on the father. You're not seeing anything. All you're seeing is his eyebrows up like this the whole time, or most of the time, and no grief up here. Well, in this situation, I think it might be one of those cases where she's the one that's in charge most of the time, and he doesn't say much anyway. So I think that's what we might be seeing in that situation. The thing that I did think was odd, though, was when they do make eye contact, it's brief, and he darts away every time. When she looks at him, he looks, and then bang, it's gone. Even though he may look at her shoulder or something like that. That's a red flag. I said, I don't know what's going on there. These little mouth ticks. He has somewhere between 3,000 and 7,000 little mouth ticks he uses the whole time. In the first video we watched, where it's just both of them sitting there, that's all he did. He's had mouth ticks the whole time, and a lot of them are different. He's got so many different kinds, but that just indicates he's nervous. He's a little wound up, which is normal in this situation. There's not much crying, not a whole lot of tears. There are in some spots. They're probably cried out, probably teared out by this point. No anger or fear. That kind of, you look at that and go, wonder why no anger or fear. They probably told this story 50 times before they sat down to talk to this guy about this story. And for a little bit, you see a couple of times the father shows contempt or disdain because his mouth goes up a little bit. I think that's a tick because he does it all the time and out of context with what's happening. So it means absolutely nothing. Some of the things that I saw were also odd where you see him kind of laugh and smile some. At this point, you're looking for anything to help you, to help ease the pain some. Plus the fact they're thinking about her, they're reliving seeing her. So you'll see in the worst situations, when somebody's describing someone's death, sometimes they'll smile as they talk about that person specifically. Can you, when the guy says, can you describe what it feels like the feeling they're having? And she says, but she doesn't freak out, doesn't lose her mind, doesn't do all that. That kind of bothered me because her relaying her feelings weren't as aggressive as I thought they would be. One thing I thought was fascinating for people into micro expressions was when the guy asking the question says 6 or 6:30. Right when he says 6:30, watch the left side of her mouth. It barely pokes in a little bit. You'll see that. What it means, I don't know. She's worn out, and I'm sure her mouth is getting ready to move, or she's thinking about moving or something. But it's really interesting to see it'll pop in there. What it means, I have no earthly idea at this point. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you I watched this video over and over and over and over because there are red flags in here. And I'm going to point out those red flags because it means something, but it may or may not mean what you think it means. Number one, if you look at her face, we're going to have to take into account her face, her baseline. Her baseline is a little smiley. If you go look at the first interview, the corners of her mouth turn up, her cheeks are kind of full, and it's difficult to see some of the things you would see in a very gaunt face. So it's tougher to pick up on that baseline. That's number one. Number two, if you go all the way back, and we're going to show you at the end, the first day versus now, there's a thing called adrenal fatigue. The longer you go through a feeling of anything, whether it's remorse or fear or all of those things, the harder and harder your body is working and the more churned it is. When I worked SEER, and you'll bingo for you, and when I worked SEER, what we knew is that the number of calories used by your body under that kind of duress is dramatic. While your mucous membranes drain, your face starts to sag. And her face certainly is sagged from day 4 to day 10. So we'll look at that as a cue to know something has changed. Her eyes are cast down and to the right. Then I think this guy's name is Tim McMillan. I think that's right. He is somebody. I mean, I don't know him because I'm not from Australia, but he is somebody in Australian TV. And I often will remind people that if you're a normal person, the first time you encounter someone you watched on TV is a big deal. It really is a big deal. First time I ever encountered someone of that kind of name was many years ago, and I was doing some questioning training for some people at ABC, and Ted Koppel called and asked for me by name and asked me to come on Nightline. Now, you may or may not know who he is, but he was a pretty big deal in his day. And I remember the first time I met him and Alan Dershowitz on the same show, I felt a little kind of put back. It was the first time I'd been on national TV. So imagine if you're now missing a child and that's going to do all kinds of things to you. If you pay attention to her, he asked a question, what was the last thing that you said to her? I asked that same question of Don Wells, and we got tears. We didn't get tears here immediately. We get a little dampness of the eye, but adrenal fatigue can explain that. Watch the boyfriend, husband. He does hard eye contact and looks from under his brow ridge at a glance at a corner. That's aggression of, hey, what are you about to say to her? Now, whether he's aggressive enough or not, different story, but that is what it is. If you really pay attention, he has his jaw set, his mouth closed, and he's paying attention. The sides of her mouth are drawn down for her. And that means that she's sad and it's starting to show. And if you got to go back and compare it to herself. And then eyes are down right, Her whole face is kind of melted and loose. And then she does a slight roll up of her eyes to the left, which I call instinctive tear fighting. You'll find women doing it all the time who are crying out of frustration. I run into it all the time in corporate America. Frustrated enough to cry and roll their eyes to prevent it. You see it all the time. So then finally, you see him break eye contact down, and that can mean defeat, or that can mean that he's feeling less than equipped for the situation with this guy, Tim McMillan. That's what I see. A lot of that looks like red flags because of the lack of tears, because of the smiley face, but look, compared to baseline. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So look, statistically speaking, you would be right to be first of all looking at the male as a perpetrator, and then if that didn't work out for you, you'd look to the female as a perpetrator, and if that didn't work for you, you'd go elsewhere. So if you use statistics and you start looking at this body language, you're going to have a bias. Your bias could be accurate or inaccurate or something in between, but you're going to have a bias. Suspend that bias for a moment, because just as everybody said, individually, you can see some red flags. Will they cluster together? Or are they actually red flags, or is it your bias that goes, well, that's exactly what I was looking for? So let's have a look at these glances that they give each other. And just as Scott says, they are glances. They come together and they flick away. And you might go, well, hang on, is that a glance for approval? Is she looking for him? Can she say that? Have they worked out their story? Are they complicit in a story? But they've known each other since they were certainly maybe teenagers, certainly kids. They've been hanging around together forever. They will always look complicit with each other, or they will be synchronized. That doesn't mean that they are conspiratorial in any way, but it would be easy to mistake all that movement together as they've worked something out and they're looking for approval for each other. I agree with you, Chase. I've got assurance and comfort and support. That's what that movement is about. Why aren't we seeing any tears? Or much tears? Well, because you see the female looks up at one point and drains the tears immediately. Chase, you always say this better than I do, and so I'll kind of paraphrase it. But it's how much time are they spending on perception management rather than, and their innocence, rather than time on the child. I can't remember. What is the phrase that you usually say around that? Because you say it better than I do, Chase.
Is it focused on the story, the child, or is it focused on their story?
Perfect. So she drains her tears because it's not focused on her feelings. She wants it to be about the child. She wants to get that story out. We're going to see later on there is some prepared stuff that they need to say to camera, and they've got to get that request out for a whole bunch of reasons. I think she started this process of going, control your feelings, control your emotions here. And so that's why we're not seeing the tears. She drains them. They talk about checking on Isla, and that was it. Yeah, we do get this corner of the mouth tightening on the male. I agree with you, Scott. It could be a tick. It could be disdain as well. I don't know which one it is, but if you've got a bias, you're going to see Jupiter's delight. I would imagine you're going to go, hang on, what was that? That was that little smile of delight in duping. I don't think that's the case at all. So look, as we go through, we're going to see quite a lot of stuff that if you've got a bias, you're going to see as a red flag. A red flag alone is not enough. And you got to check your bias, and you got to collect real information and real indicators of deceit or hiding something away here. I don't see any so far. That's what I got.
Excellent.
The last time you spoke to her, do you remember what you said?
I asked her to get back into bed after she had a sip of water. Put my head through to check on Isla, and that was it. That was the last time.
And again, I know you absolutely don't want to revisit that night. So about 1:30, she stirs, she's thirsty, And then at about 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30, you realise she's not there.
Yeah.
Can you describe what that feels like?
Heartbreaking, heart-wrenching.
Scary.
Completely scary. I mean, how are you meant to feel?
All right, let's move along.
What happens after that? I know you stayed at the blowholes for some time until Friday. You said you wouldn't leave there without Cleo.
And we had to.
You had to.
It got to a
At what point did you have to face each other and say, we have to go now?
Pretty much once they confirmed the search and
It was
that she
done.
wasn't there.
Did you feel like that moment was coming?
We held hope, but the hope of her being there was slowly slipping away.
In recent days, we've seen forensic officers poring over your house. I mean, this is your family home. This is Cleo's home. How do you process that?
I guess we just hold hope that there's something there that they can find.
Something that can help the case.
Yeah, anything. I mean, if it's someone that's been watching for who knows how long, hopefully they pick something up that will help.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so she starts this one off with drawn corners to her mouth. And that drawn corners to her mouth, if you go back and you look at the thing we did with Dr. Phil, the thing that they put on the air was me going about disappointment with Tarek making up stuff. And it was clear. So you can see that disappointment as she pulls her mouth back. She may look a little smirky in the curves of her mouth because of her bone structure. But he's got his eyes cast down and to the right. At one point when the questioner starts to ask the next question, she gets prepared to fight. She's not sure where this question's going. And her eyes get set and she's waiting for him to finish. You can see her paying attention to make sure where that question is going. And this is when we see the first time she does this confirmation clench is what I'm going to call it. You'll see it 9 times in this interview. That kind of, I don't do it exactly the way she does, but she does a lip compression, her forehead goes smooth, and she is confirming what he is saying. When I first watched it, I was like, that's an odd thing, but she uses it many times through here. I counted every one of them, and I even have timestamps for every one of them in the interview, and it's 9 times she confirms something. So, yep, that's it, is what she's saying. She does a heavy swallow, her eyes block, and she is blocking emotion at that point. When she starts to talk about the little girl missing and they've given up hope, or you can see then that she gets a little disgust in her face, and it's not really pronounced. Her nose does not wrinkle as much as I expect to see, but that hopelessness and emotion starts to show, and then she raises her brow. And it looks like it could be, this is one of those red flags, where you see her forehead go up and you think, okay, that's request for approval. But that muscle, that W-shaped muscle, comes through that request for approval, showing that there's actual grief in her face. That's what I see. And this is the beginning of, for me, saying it doesn't matter what red flags I'm seeing. I see real grief blasting through her request for approval, blasting through that forehead. That's a great indicator. Because, guys, if you think back to all the videos we've shown you about fakers, they're trying to do grief, but their forehead is holding up so tight that it removes all of that in the glabella in there. Scott, what do you got?
All right. And I agree with you on the confirmation grip there, the CG, because I've got confirmation of acceptance there's for mine. So, yeah, I'm with you. I won't go over all that stuff. So let me scooch down. The father still, man, those mouth tics are firing off, but that's from stress, and that seems fairly normal for his baseline so far. He doesn't add a whole lot to it. When the interviewer says, the hope of her being there was slowly slipping away, when she starts talking after that, when the mother does, classic thing where she starts, it's not fading facts, she's getting quieter, her cadence slows down, and her voice gets a little bit raspy, a little bit, I don't want to say vocal fry, but it's heading that direction, because she doesn't want to say that. She hates saying that, and as she's saying it, she's realizing it at the same time, and it makes her feel terrible. So I think that's what's happening there. A lot of deep breaths, and that's all from adapting to what's going on. And then you see a little left shoulder shrug. That just indicates she's not sure about that situation and what's being said or what's happening, because they don't know either. So people see that and say, "Oh, the absolutist. She's lying." What the hell would she be lying about at that point? What they were saying? No. So it's another example of what most people think is a cue or that lets you know somebody's lying. Is a single shoulder shrug. It's just firing off because she's not sure what's happening with them. Might be short at that point. I'll leave it there. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so look at that moment of synchronization right off the top there when they're talking about that moment when they were confirming the search is done. They turn at exactly the same time. They look at each other for that moment. Look, it would be super easy to go, oh yeah, they're checking each other on the story. That moment of synchronization is only the moment you get with people who've been together for years and years and years and years, and they can feel each other breathing in sync. They spend their whole life together. It's that kind of moment. Okay. So don't again look at that as conspiratorial. Great word, means to conspire, to literally breathe together. They breathe together as a unit all the time anyway. There's no talk here of their innocence or diminishing the effectiveness of the search. Often in situations like this, we've heard people, they kind of imply their innocence in some way, and they'll usually dismiss the idea of the search. These people are like, no, like the search is important. That search wasn't working. Let's search the home. Okay. And they're open to that. They're not saying, hey, they're searching the home, but I don't think they're going to find anything. They're wanting people to find something. What do we see in the cameras? We've always got to be careful of the media. Always. All media has some kind of agenda at some point, but they are showing us the dusting for fingerprints on the outside of the windows. So they're implying to us that they're looking for some external person, a stalker of some sort, maybe. So there's an implication here that we should look outside the home rather than inside the home for the perpetrator here. Just one last thing here. If you're playing bingo on this with the bingo card, just check if you've got chaff and redirect at all, because you can't win at this piece of bingo if you have chaff and redirect, because I'm going to guarantee you that it's not going to be said today. It's not going to, and if...
You just said it.
Oh, damn.
And I'm going to say it later.
Oh, are you? Okay. Well, then it stays. So I don't think we're going to get a lot of the classic elements that we'd be looking for if we'd got a perpetrator in those two people. I could be wrong, but I don't think you're going to win the bingo. Well, you will now, because I said it. Greg says he's going to say it. I don't know how he's going to get it in. I don't know how you're going to get it in, Greg.
I'll show you.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I'll help you out with the bingo card. Fading fact. So, which isn't present here in this video either.
No. But I said it earlier. Remember I said it's not?
Oh, okay.
I just said that.
I'll say Hattie to save you guys, to give you a chance, Hattie.
I was going to say that. Dang it. Oh, well.
So this interviewer's kind of developing this thing where he's interrupting, and he's interrupting mid-answer while the person's answering, which maybe he's just overly excited or saw the question going in a direction he didn't want it to. I'm not sure. The father's showing signs of contempt, or at least that's what I would think. And what you guys were talking about just a second ago with this little facial tic, I think that's very common in people with newly grown facial hair, to move those muscles around and just kind of move that hair out of place. So I've seen that pretty often in people. There's some eye closure at the mention of a stalker. And I think that was just her acknowledging is probably not likely. And even according to FBI statistics, the British research that's been done on this, all the statistics that we've got on this type of person, this is a crime of opportunity most of the time. This is not something that's commonly planned out or anything like that. And in reality, these people are typically doing this on a whim and doing it just because some kind of opportunity presents itself. I do think it's interesting that the husband's making almost no eye contact and even going so far as to avoid eye contact. I don't think this is guilty. I think this is probably part of his baseline. We don't have a whole lot of video to go back and look at, but I think it's a good data point. However, even if I might imagine someone is guilty and still saw this avoidance of eye contact, I would still not rank it as being deceptive because it's there. We look for clusters. We're looking for clusters. I know there's a lot of what they call later in another video, armchair detectives who are going to see one behavior and say, oh, I read an article on LinkedIn once and I know how to detect lies. So, and that's where you see this crap where it says one thing equals deception. And I think when we're talking about these confirmation glances between them looking at each other, confirmation glances are less common if there is a made up story. They're also, if it's deception between two people who are being questioned, it's most likely to happen at the very beginning and not in the middle or end of one of those statements. So I think the confirmation glance is a normal thing that they're doing. And I think she's looking back because she's used to taking charge of probably lots of stuff and to see if he has anything to say before she starts answering the question. That's all I got.
But Chase, I learned in high school that this meant you're closing me out. And if I do this when I'm saying yes, it means that I'm lying. So it must be true.
And this is lying.
Yep.
Wow. What happens after that? I know you stayed at the blowholes for some time until Friday. You said you wouldn't leave there without Cleo.
And we had to.
You had to.
It got to a
At what point did you have to face each other and say, we have to go now?
Once they confirmed the search and
It was
that
done.
she wasn't there.
Did you feel like that moment was coming?
We held hope, but the hope of her being there was slowly slipping away.
In recent days, we've seen forensic officers pouring over your house. I mean, this is your family home. This is Cleo's home. How do you process that?
I guess we just hold hope that there's something there that they can find.
Something that can help the case.
Yeah, anything. I mean, if it's someone that's been watching for who knows how long, hopefully they pick something up that will help.
This is a really uncomfortable question to ask, but I know that we spoke about it beforehand, so you know what's coming. And you know that, unfortunately, when cases like this come up, a lot of people fancy themselves as amateur detectives.
Yep.
And there's always going to be speculation that mum and or dad might be involved and have a case to answer. So I have to ask the question, Jake, is there anything that you're not telling us?
No, nothing.
Anything you haven't told police at this point?
No, nothing.
So you or no one that you know has anything to do with Cleo's disappearance?
No.
And Ellie, I have to ask you the same question.
No way. We love our daughter.
Exactly.
And we want her home.
Okay, I'm going to go first on this one. So I'm going to get mine out of the way. I have one thing, and that's it. As when he says, when she says, we love our daughter, and he says, exactly, right? This bugs me to no end. And the problem with it is, his whisper, and she looks like she's holding something back. She wants to say something after that. It could be, again, that confirmational case is over with that stress mouth. This is the one that bugs me, though. This is the one I'm not going to be able to get past. Because if I saw this in a couple other places, I'd be up there so quick it wouldn't be funny. This bugs me. So I'm gonna so that can stand out. I'm gonna leave it right there. Chase, what do you got?
I'll just read off the red flags here, and then I'll let Greg or Mark just dismantle me, because I want to lead. I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Maybe one of you guys can disarm these things. I think it would be important for me to come at this like a YouTube commenter, and then you guys could explain what we're actually seeing here. Maybe that'll be fun, or maybe we'll edit all of this out.
Yeah, I'll get rid of all of it.
The mother matches the interviewer's eyebrow flash, which I thought was fascinating and great. It's a truthful signal. The husband, there's some contempt on the face is what most people would see. There's a little bit of fading answers, which most people will see. There's some eye contact avoidance. And I think there's an increase in the blink rate during the denial specifically. And the mother has some lip compression with some of these. And lip compression could denote or indicate, like Greg and Scott were talking about, a lot of things. And confirmation might be one of them. And the other two are equally plausible. One being withheld opinions, not facts. And two being shared grief. Like there's some kind of shared grief about answering that question. And I think it's strange, along with what, Scott, you were just saying, this confirmation glance to the father during the statement of "we love our daughter," and the final red flag, maybe it's an orange flag, would be no mention of Cleo's name. So, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, okay. So his expression on "we love our daughter," I'm gonna and his answer to that, I'm going to put down that to the complications of being a stepfather. Okay. Now, again, anybody out there who's a stepfather may understand what I'm talking about in terms of those complications. And some people out there might go, no, it's not complicated at all. You'd be able to give a very clear, very straight answer around that. There would be zero psychological complications when anybody ever mentions our daughter, and the brain absolutely goes, yeah, that's just like my biological progeny, and I have exactly the same internal response. Okay, so I'm going to put it down to that. I will say, look, we have a no, nothing, and a shake of the head at the same time. Very clear around that. The downward glances that we see, I'm going to say they're submissive gestures. I think from this male, we see a consistent level of submission that I think we don't want to see when we see a child taken. I think what we want to see is a very, very strong male getting aggressive and going out and getting that kid. And I don't think we see that here. And that doesn't mean anything to do with the nature of any complicity in this event. I think that's just him. And that's his response to this and maybe some other stuff out there. I think the relationship, for me, having seen a lot of video, there is one person here who's very much in charge and very much does the talking. No judgment on that. It's just how it is. But I think we want a strong male in this story here, and we're not getting that. And that's going to upset us quite a bit. And we're going to transfer some other feelings to that and make him bad around that. Listen, and a lot of the stuff we're hearing there, so we might get some fading facts and we might get some upward inflection, and also we're going to see the lips tighten here, and also we're going to hear the mouth not open very much, and that is the kind of accent that you get in Australia. I mean, there's a lot of Aussies out there who are going to rip me for this accent, but there's parts of Australia where you have to keep your mouth very closed so the dust doesn't get down there, and so that's the baseline. That's the baseline of the fading facts, because the mouth closes at the end, so the dust doesn't get down. Yeah. And that upward inflection comes from the West Country of England and Wales, where the accent originally came from, and hit that dust in Australia, and the mouth closed up. In order to deal with that, you go to some other areas, Melbourne, and the mouth will open really wide, around things even more. Some places, Darwin, open really wide to let the heat in, but we're getting an accent here, and we're not used to that accent and that mouth movement. So we're going to see some tight-lipped behavior, but it's about the way the mouth consistently moves to produce that particular Australian accent, I would say. But Aussies, be prepared to rip me as a pom for any of that. I'm a good bloke for it. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so I'm going to follow the same thing. There are red flags, certainly, for me. Now, remember, we're asking a question, did you harm your daughter? We just did the same thing to someone not long ago. So when you're asking someone that, how they're going to respond. It's going to increase stress. We do see stress increase. As a matter of fact, if you really pay attention, you'll see when they first asked Jake, you'll see his blink rate increase. You'll see his respiration pick up a little. He's a side of the mouth talker. I think that's what you're seeing when he's doing this. I don't think he's open-mouthed and straight on. There could be a lot of reasons for that. It might not be that he's not a strong person. It might be he has authority problems in his past. He's been in some kind of trouble, and she might be speaking because of that. He might say, I don't talk good, like somebody told me not long ago, and they feel uncomfortable talking to the camera. There are lots of reasons. I'm not going to try to figure that out, not my business. What I'm going to say is he's deferential. He breaks eye contact down to this interviewer. He talks out of the side of his mouth. That's non-confrontational. Why? Don't know. Don't have enough bandwidth to figure that out with this little video. But I do see a rise in stress level in both of them. She starts to either do batter up, which is when you rub your thighs, like a batter standing in the batter's box getting ready, or she's rubbing his hand. That's an adapter. There's nervous energy going out. Then she does this confirmation clinch, and this is the one that made me really early on think, something is up. This one made me really concerned because you're talking about something very difficult, and suddenly that thing shows up. That usually means we're containing information. It took me watching all 9 instances and going to the final one where there's no reason for her to be lying about anything and seeing it for me to be okay with this. There's a lot of red flags here that make me want to pay attention. His avoiding eye contact as he's talking is one for sure, but there is a very strong positive denial. Chase, you always use strong positive denial. We always expect it. No way. And her head says no way at the same time her body and her mouth are saying it. That makes you have more faith that what they're saying is true. Also remembering that this is probably already, this is 10 days in, already the internet traffic is brutal, I guarantee you. So they're prepared for whatever's coming. And, we did the Don Wells case recently. The amount of traffic we've gotten in comments, in the tens of thousands of comments on some of these, and we're not the people. Imagine putting yourself in front of that. So I think you have to read into it a little, but I'm also going to tell you that confirmation clinch, that's what I'll refer to that as in this case, is the thing that worried me and made me most concerned as a red flag from this entire thing. That's it. That's me.
This is a really uncomfortable question to ask, but I know that we spoke about it beforehand, so you know what's coming. And you know that, unfortunately, when cases like this come up, a lot of people fancy themselves as amateur detectives. Yep. And there's always going to be speculation that mum and or dad might be involved and have a case to answer. So I have to ask the question, Jake, is there anything that you're not telling us?
No, nothing.
Anything you haven't told police at this point?
No, nothing.
So you or no one that you know has anything to do with Cleo's disappearance?
No.
And Ellie, I have to ask you the same question.
No way. We love our daughter.
Exactly.
And we want her home.
All right. Here we go.
How does it feel knowing that people do form these theories and that somehow you fit this theory?
I can't imagine what that feels like. For someone, if they've got kids they know what it feels like to be a parent. And there is no way that either myself or Jake could have done anything to hurt our daughter.
What do you think happened?
She was taken.
Someone's taken.
As simple as that, or are there other things that are really weighing on your mind? You know, what does your gut tell you happened?
She's taken. She's gone. She's been taken from our family, from somewhere she's meant to feel safe, and she's been taken.
It's so brazen, isn't it?
It is, and I can't even explain to you what we've gone through. It's terrible.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is where everything starts to come together for me. When I am in traffic and somebody cuts me off, I pull my head back, I blow out air, I throw my hands up. And you can see that same exasperation in her, that kind of thing when asked about, her doing this. And then she starts to go into internal conversation. She looks at what she needs to say to this interviewer, and she makes eye contact with him, and then she breaks eye contact and she comes back. As she starts to talk to him, her eye contact the timing is good. They're the right words. And this, Mark, is where I say people are going to find chaff and redirect, because you ask a question and she goes in a different direction. But what she's answering is, how could anybody feel that way? How could anybody feel that way? And you can see as she's making that great 50-50 eye contact, looking at him, looking away to think, she gets to emphatic head movement to make her point, watch her hair. And she says, if they've got kids, and if you notice then, her lower teeth get exposed. That's anger. We all know that's anger. And then this one, among the hardest of facial expressions to fake, is contempt. And you see that contempt rise in her face as she does it. This starts to cement for me that there's something very different going on than I imagined in the beginning. So that's what I got on this one. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, disgust and contempt on the idea of people who have that idea about them. So there's and she turns and she gives a targeted eye as well, mixed with your anger that you were putting in there as well, Greg. She's not happy about the eye. There are some strong emotions about anybody out there who's going to say, well, you're part of this. She doesn't get why anybody would accuse her, and there's three strong signals that are hard to deliver in those micro expressions, and at that, that speed, in that kind of concurrence, that it can be anything other than it's really how she feels about this. And this says to me that they're not protecting themselves. They are, because that we'd see lots of lean back, we'd see move away. There's more of a sense of going in and pushing out at external forces. Synchronicity there again on she was taken. That's a tough one to act out, because you don't know when the person who's made up the story with you is going to do it. So when you get it that close together, it's like, wow, you've done that at least 3 or 4 times. That's lucky or true. More likely true than lucky. You can't get that lucky on your synchronicity so many times when you don't know when the question is going to be asked and when somebody's going to get the answer. That's a level of complicit behavior which you can't make up, I would say. What we've gone through now, the emotion is now building in the male. I think we get a bitter taste in the mouth. We get some chin boss action. We get a throat swallow there. I think he is suppressing the feelings that are building up. Why he's doing that, I don't know. I think we see him do it in the first set of videos as well. I think it's just his personality, his character, that he's not going to be demonstrative with his feelings. He's going to push them in, push them down. Again, I don't think that's the kind of character we as a public really want to see in this situation. All those films out there, when everybody, something bad happens, everybody gets on their horses, gets their guns together, and they ride out as a posse, and they get the thing sorted out. He's not part of that posse right now. It doesn't feel that way to me, so he's not giving me the kind of character that I'd really, really like in that situation. Again, when we're confused, we make people mad or bad on the whole. So understand we're confused by him a little bit. We're most likely to try and make him bad. And they talk about their own feelings. And to your point, Greg, and so look, let's give you another Chatham redirect. That could seem like Chatham redirect again, but that's kind of the question they were asked. How do you feel about this? And so that's where it ends eventually. And if we look at the end of it and go, why are you talking about your own feelings right now? You could start to go, well, you're very self-centered. Clearly you are a narcissist because you're talking about yourself. No, just answering the question eventually. So that's all I got on that one. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. The husband's mumbling these answers. I think it's his baseline. I think it's his normal behavior. And I think if you watch the husband's face here, there's some emotional grief right when he says what we've gone through. Or, I'm sorry, right when the mother says what we've gone through. And with the mother, Cleo's mom, a comfortable eye contact, there's even breathing rate, there's no pupil changes, there's eye closure during recall of negative things. So while the question is going on, I think this prolonged eye closure is her recalling all of the horrific things I have no doubt that they've imagined that are some potentiality out there. So I think it's honest. It's also baseline. The only flag that I would have with this video is that the wife needed to confirm with the husband that he would also not harm the child, or that they would both not harm the child. And I think that's an interesting data point. Does not mean deception. I think she was just looking for a group confirmation and just for him to say that. And with that said, there's a few different ways to avoid eye contact, and avoiding some eye contact, even well over 50%, is in many circumstances charismatic. If you watch Bill Clinton do an interview, this looking away, he'll look away for recall, and he'll look away to recall details of a story. He won't look away while the person is speaking to him, which I think is interesting here. And I think this is just this person's baseline to kind of show some kind of deference, and especially to someone who is probably, no doubt, a local celebrity or someone that's well known on television. So a perceived authority figure. Greg, what do you got?
All right.
Got Scott.
Greg Rouse.
What we got to do is, at some point, we got to switch places and put our own backgrounds and each of us imitate one of the other ones.
That would be a funny short one. That could be a funny short one.
I can't do Mark, but I can do you two. Easy.
I can do Mark.
All right. Greg's be easy, just this.
Game on.
Flat-faced. I'm just relaxed.
Yeah. Okay. A couple things bother me here. Every time they connect, every time they make eye contact, this guy quickly snatches it away. He looks, then bang, it's gone. This is where I started turning and going, you know what? Something might be up here with this guy. But not saying he did anything. But I've got something together. I'll tell you about at the end. I've discussed it with Greg, so you know what I'm talking about, where I'm going with it. But I think we're seeing a little guilt there. That's what I'm seeing. We'll get to it. So hang with me. I think she's given too much information here for that question. I think she did go off a little bit off the path what he was asking. I think she gave a little bit too much information. And then when she says she's been taken from somewhere, she needs to feel safe. That's so weird. That's so weird for that section right there. Why add that? To me, that's a red flag that I can't get worked out. Maybe you guys can. And then the dad is still too quiet, too many ticks on that cat. So Those are the things that are bugging me. That's like I said before, I'm keeping these short.
How does it feel knowing that people do form these theories and that somehow you fit this theory?
I can't imagine what that feels like. For someone, you know, if they've got kids, they know what it feels like to be a parent. And there is no way that either myself or Jake could have done anything to hurt our daughter.
What do you think happened?
She was taken.
Someone's taken.
As simple as that, or are there other things that are really weighing on your mind? You know, what does your gut tell you happened?
She's taken. She's gone. She's been taken from our family, from somewhere she's meant to feel safe, and she's been taken.
It's so brazen, isn't it?
It is, and I can't even explain to you what we've gone through. It's terrible.
Okay.
It's terrible.
I mean, it sounds like you're pretty experienced campers.
Yeah.
I'm a camper. When I go to bed at night, you know, in a tent, I feel quite comfortable. I feel at ease when you hear movement around you, you know, howling wind, crashing waves, birds, sounds of nature, other people's footprints, anything like that. It's staggering, isn't it, to think that someone would come into a tent in the middle of the night.
It's absolutely disgusting.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
This is a great expression of disgust. Perfect example while the person is actually saying disgusting, right on Cleo's mom's face here. And the interviewer is kind of stepping into this territory of telling their story for them and then just kind of asking a really tight, closed-ended question at the end of him telling their story. I thought that was pretty unusual. The husband shows this symmetrical expression in agreement to being an experienced camper, which I think is a great, interesting baseline thing there. And this hushed tones and mumbling is not helpful for an interview when you want your child back. But I also think that it's probably his baseline in the presence of a perceived authority figure. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, so I agree with you. I see disgust, but if your eyes are not accustomed to looking for disgust, this is a hard one for some people to see because of the shape of her face. And we associate disgust often with all of that movement in the face. And it's a little more subtle in her face than it is in a lot of other people. Yeah, it stands out to you and to all of us, I'm sure. But a lot of people may miss that one because they're looking for wrinkles and all that, and we don't see it as much. I will say I watch him mouthing as he's paying really close attention with a confirmation glance, as if, where's this headed? And then she does that confirmation clench, that thing she does again to say, yep, we are. Oh, yeah, sure, we are. We're big campers. For me, there's not a whole lot here, so I'll leave it at that. But her eyes cast down into her right again, into an emotional state as she's thinking about footsteps and those kinds of things, or footprints, as he calls them. So, yeah, that's what Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think what's happening is we see I think we're seeing relief on her face and confirmation as well when he goes off, when he leaves that one subject and comes to this one. It's sort of a relief for her. That's what I did. This is starting to bug me. So I think we're seeing too much relief from her to get when he moves on to the next question. And then comparatively, the father shows still little or no expressions whatsoever. When he talks like a ventriloquist. His mouth hardly moves at all. Whereas hers are over the top. They're really heavy. She's got a lot going on. And then the part about disgusting, that bothers me too. I don't think you'd go down the road and say, well, what do you think about someone would come over to a tent in the middle of the night and take your kid? She said, disgusting? That's not disgusting. That's scary. That's evil. That's conniving. That's bad. I don't say that you think it was disgusting. Disgusting sounds like something that the person would do, and to your child afterwards, but not coming in being disgusting right out. For doing it, that's not disgusting. That's horrible. I think so. That this is getting a little iffy for me at this point.
Disgusting is my wife's favorite word. So
I think that's cultural.
Okay. It could be cultural.
If my grandma called something disgusting, is
okay.
I think
they're all from.
I think it's directly tied to imaginary events of what they're wondering is happening to her. And
go ahead. Sorry.
I think that's just tied together. She's been imagining all this stuff, and that's tied 100% in with the disappearance of Chloe.
I just broke rule number 1. I didn't take, when you're seeing body language, and it's one of the first things I train. So you got to decide whether you've seen something that's cultural or limbic, the behavior. It's Joe Navarro opens with that. That's it. That's one of his own. And I've just gone down that road and just all over it. Dang it.
At least we're here.
That's true.
Why we meet.
Y'all caught me. Thanks, fellas.
It may not be cultural.
May not be. That's my guess. My guess is it's cultural, but I don't know.
Could be microculture. I'm not kidding you. Dina uses that word more than most. Yes. She'll look at people and go, "Oh, that's disgusting." With something somebody's wearing, with you name it, it's a word she uses a lot.
It's common. It's common in WA. I lived in WA for several months, 5 months or so, in Perth, and disgusting is a pretty common word.
All right, maybe it's cultural. I'll give him an out on that then.
Yeah.
All right. I was wrong. It's tough. It's tough to say.
Just edit it.
No, I'm going to leave it in. I was wrong. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so experienced campers, we get, again, synchronized movement. Why would they lie on that? So, again, it's a great baseline for when they're telling the truth. There's a lot of synchronization within them. It isn't that they've sorted this story out beforehand. They're just very complicit. In the tent, I feel quite comfortable, I think, says the interviewer. She gives a big eyebrow raise of recognition. I think some of the heat is off there, Scott, because she's found a bit of a friend, somebody who understands the nature of camping, essentially. And also the heat, relief, maybe the heat is off them. Well, why is there relief around that? The internet, YouTube, Facebook, you're incredibly powerful. And if you put your resources on finding the real perpetrator, that could save a life. I'm sure it does many, many times. And, or it could give parents some closure on something. But if you put your resources on the wrong target, it will increase suffering. Now it's up to you to decide who the target is and who the perpetrator is and where you want to put your resources. But I, as a parent, if I was under the microscope because the perpetrator is not apparent and I'm the only option, I would be relieved when the questioning came off me. Not for me, because I'd go, great, let's get the power of internet, let's get the power of Facebook, the power of YouTube to go and find my daughter. I would be super relieved that we're on the right track. So I think it could be around that. Nods of approval, and the arms fold even more, which again helps me understand that there's a baseline of folded arms, and then there's when they fold them even more to say that's done. That's our decision on this. Disgusting. So, and I think, to the earlier point there, Scott, there is potentially some cultural stuff potentially around just how powerful the word disgusting might be more powerful than you and I would use potentially. There, I'll just leave it at that.
It's terrible.
I mean, it sounds like you're pretty experienced campers. I'm a camper. When I go to bed at night, in a tent, I feel quite comfortable. I feel at ease when you hear movement around you, howling wind, crashing waves, birds, sounds of nature, other people's footprints, anything like that. It's staggering, isn't it, to think that someone would come into a tent in the middle of the night.
It's absolutely disgusting.
All right. The closest I ever went to camping was the summer my dad grew a beard.
I know that the whole state, the whole country is desperate for good news for you, for resolution. To the people who are watching tonight, what would you like to say to them? And if you wanted to speak to them directly.
If you know anything at all, call the police, because we want our daughter back and she wants us. Our daughter, Isla, she needs her big sister. We need her home.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
She starts with a minor lip withdrawal, and when people pull their lips in, we always tell you they're looking for some kind of approval. Then he reminds her she's in front of the whole country. Nothing like that to generate a little stress if you've never been in front of a TV camera. He looks ready to start saying something. Jake, the husband, looks like he's ready to start saying something, even raises his hand, and then suddenly she starts to talk. There again, there's a leader and a follower in this relationship. Then there's a genuine expression of grief. She has one of the best grief muscles I've seen in a long time right there, and it's very specific to her musculature. It's how those muscles come together. There are 5 of them involved, and then when that frontalis muscle tries to blast through request for approval, it still can't. Her forehead is still locked. She's moving, she's jerking around because she's agitated. We always say that shows you that someone is feeling agitated. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean that she is feeling guilty. It doesn't mean that she is feeling not guilty or angry. It means she's agitated. That's all we're going to say with that. You guys may see something else that goes with it. She again exposes her lower teeth. We usually associate that with anger or frustration or that kind of thing towards someone. And then the red flag is she doesn't mention her daughter's name, but she has a pattern of mentioning daughter, 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 and then she even calls out Isla, and she says daughter, Isla. So is it a pattern? Is that the way they talk about their children? I have people in my family who refer to each other as brother and sister. It's not the way I function. I call people by name, but people can be different. So I don't know in this case. That's the red flag and the only one I see. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I think we're seeing mostly honest signals in both of the parents here. That wife is doing a confirmation glance to the husband right at the moment when she's saying, we want her back. So we're starting to see this trend that I didn't pick up until this video this morning when I was watching them, that a lot of her confirmation glances, almost all of them, are during times when she's speaking for both of them or when she's speaking on behalf of them as a team. And Greg picked up on that too. No mention of Cleo's name. Here's where some people might get a little red flag from something, where the mother is communicating to make you identify with the family and the big sister. And there's an emotional appeal for her return, but there's no emotional appeal to the missing child. To like, here's her name. She had blonde hair. This was her favorite movie to watch. No mention of what the child needs or what she loves to do. And I don't think that's guilty. I think there's still a very direct focus on the return of the child and not on their story and who they are and what they did and how innocent they are. So I think that is mostly honest for everybody there. So I don't think there's any red flags in that video there. Mark?
Yeah, I think this is an organized appeal for help. The number comes up below. We'll put that number down below as well. Because I think the focus here is to get people activated around helping find this child. I think this has been rehearsed to some extent, organized to some extent. I think the husband was ready to jump in case she didn't execute on what's been organized here, and she does execute on it. So you may well see what you think might be red flags in there. If you do, I would suggest you just discount them completely and focus on that number and focus on getting this kid's picture out there, especially if you're in Australia right now. I don't see any red flags that can't be utterly discounted and just a concentration put on that information and the phone number. Scott, what do you got on this one?
I got some red flags. Sorry, fellas. This makes me feel weird, man. I know we're all going down the same road, but there's some things in here that bug me. We did see that she's got the hugest grief muscle. We don't see much in the glabella, but boy, we see a huge grief muscle. Mine's small. I can almost do it now. I can barely see it right there, but hers is this whole, almost her whole forehead. He's too quiet. He's just too quiet in this thing. And then her answer is odd. That's an odd answer. That's how she pieced all of it together was odd. You'd think she'd know exactly how she feels and exactly how to say this, and she doesn't. That irks me. Something's not right there. I got to say it. Probably wrong. I hope to God I'm wrong. And again, yeah, you guys, Greg covered as well. Doesn't say the child's name. This kind of bugs me. So I'm done. I just want to say that. All right. We good?
Scott, give it a 1 to 100% chance of truth.
Truth. I'm going to say it's 8. I'm going to give it 80% truth.
I wanted you to say that because I don't want anybody to think that you're saying this video is full of deception.
Oh, no.
Oh,
yeah, you're right.
No, guys, I see red flags. Red flags don't mean someone is lying. They mean I am paying attention.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, it took me until today to come up with my decision, what I thought. I mean, it's that complex. If you're watching this, you should also be seeing a mix, right?
Yeah, I know we're not looking at the first set of videos that came out on day 4, and we're not looking at those, okay? But if you do look at those, you will hear that the child's name gets mentioned many, many times and early on. Mm. So from that, I would kind of wonder whether there is an awful sense of hopelessness starting to happen at this point, and a sense of denial starting to happen.
We need to blast through these because you can see adrenal fatigue in these guys. I mean, they are worn out. You can see it. Now, I've said that before when we're talking about McCann's, and people are going to beat me up. Oh, yeah. But I'm going to tell you, until you've been through something that taxing, you have no concept of what that does to your psyche, what that does to your hopelessness, all that stuff that you can't put your head around. And people will say it's different between the death of a child and the loss of a child. No, our systems are very primitive. They're not that discerning. When we're under duress, we're under duress. And over a long period of time, it wears through on a person. So, yeah.
I know that the whole state, the whole country is desperate for good news for you, for resolution. To the people who are watching tonight, what would you like to say to them? And if you want to speak to them directly.
If you know anything at all, call the police because we want our daughter back and she wants us. Our daughter, Isla, she needs her big sister. We need her home.
All right.
There's also every chance that her abductor or abductors might be watching this as well, Ellie. So again, if you want to speak to them potentially directly, what would you say to that person or persons?
I wouldn't even know what to say to them.
Please bring our girl back.
Yeah, just bring her home. She's everything to us. And she belongs at home with her family.
I'm going to go first on this one. When he says, does he hit her arm? Do we see that there? When he hits her arm and says, please bring our daughter home. Did you guys see that? You know what I'm talking about?
It's it.
Okay. Well, he hits her arm. She says, I don't know what I'd say. Yeah. He hits her and says, please bring our daughter home. I can't tell if that's, I don't know. Some of the stuff starting to bug me because that's
regulator.
The wrong
Yeah.
Is it regular?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's keeping the wrong message.
That's the wrong answer, though. Yeah, that's the wrong answer because the answer is, I don't know what I'd say. You know what the answer is. Your answer is, I would, it's look at me, listen to me. When I find you, here's what's going to happen. That would be the answer. When I find this person, this is what's going to happen. Or
that's not what the police have told them to say.
Right. No, I know. Or you would say, Or you would say, please let my daughter go. We'll do whatever you need, that kind of thing. So your emotional answer is first, and it was what you want. And then you most likely answer that way, if the police told you to say that. But that just sounded like an odd answer to me. And I don't think she was prepped for that answer because she did, unless that's what he was hitting her for, was to say, remember they said to, okay, that's what that could be.
Regulator. It's a regulator. Yeah. Yep, that's what I think. Yep.
Yeah. That's what bugs me. That's the part that bugged me. And then she had grief in her forehead, and but he swallows in all the wrong places when that's happening. But he's probably nervous, and he knows, you're probably right. The cop said, hey, here's what you got to say, and she's forgotten to say it. That's what's happened. Okay. Well, every time I come up with a bunch of red flags, they're getting destroyed here. So I don't know. It just feels funky to me. All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to point out the 2 red flags because they are red flags and we have to call them out. Number 1, I don't know what to say. Well, I would have rehearsed this, and I think you're right. The regulator is like, no, you know what you need to say is this. Then the other red flag is she blocks her eyes when she's talking, but I think it's because of tears, so I'll give her a pass on that. She starts off, and here's the good news part of the body language. She condemns by pursing her lips. You can see her doing that slight lip pursing. She withdraws her eyes up or left. That's either to control emotion or like, I would kill them, and controlling it and rolling your eyes as if to speak. You see the grief is so pronounced. She's got great eye contact, and she's illustrating with her whole body. He reaches out to rescue her with that. I see that rescue. I see that, boom, let me say this. And I don't think he's the leader in the group, so I don't think you see that. And then you see her brow go down. There's anger in this expression, and I think you got to be careful with it. But this is the best grief of the entire interview right here, that grief across, and he's focusing for what's next. So I see this. This is where I turn the corner. Before now, Scott, I was with you. I was all over the board. But 2 things leading to now were in number 4, that clear message that looked like chaff and to redirect. And this message in number 7 changed my mind. So that's where I was at. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. There's almost no change in the husband's face, in the stepfather's face. There's no mention of the name. And in the mother, there's genuine grief. This big breathing is genuine emotional, just a release. And there's an emotionally primed plea to bring her home back to family. And I think part of the lack of affect on the stepdad could potentially be assignable to the statistic that a step parent is likely to lose hope first. So that he may have given up on the idea that she's going to survive because of statistics are going to say the child will typically perish within a few days. God forbid, of course, we're all still praying for. I think that's possible. Let me tell you a couple of things that might be interesting. That typically the offenders that do things like this are under the age of 45. They are well liked by people in their community most of the time, and they typically don't have charges before. And this is typically, and like we said earlier, an opportunistic time. And just speaking to the behavioral profile, they've typically had problems with alcoholism. They lack empathy. They kind of have a passive personality. They move frequently, not state to state. Maybe he stayed in Western Australia or that area. They often don't have a criminal background, and they feel like or act like they relate better to children than adults. And they typically, with their lifestyle, will seek out multiple opportunities to engage with kids or youth. And they typically will rationalize their abuse as helping or protecting the child, and which is equally disgusting to anything I could ever speak about here on the panel. But if that might help locate, maybe that's helpful for somebody who was at the campground or somebody who knew somebody at the campground. We can only hope. Mark, what do you got?
So her head tips back to clear those eyes. There is a lot of grief there. I think she doesn't say what we might expect her to say because I think it's outside of her usual norm of on TV, you know, here's the boundaries within which you stay. I think she's suppressing likely what she really, really wants to say about this, because unfortunately, I would suggest their only hope here is to plead around the power of the perpetrator to return the child, which is unfortunately unlikely. But it's about the only chance. And so I think that's why we get the nudge of, look, here's what you got to say, because this is our best go at this. This is our only hope at this. It's unfortunate, but I think that's why we get the behaviors that we see there. Pretty awful. That's all I got on that one.
There's also every chance that her abductor or abductors might be watching this as well, Ellie. So again, if you want to speak to them potentially directly, what would you say to that person or persons?
I wouldn't even know what to say to them.
Please bring our girl back.
Yeah, just bring her home. She's everything to us. And she belongs at home with her family.
Okay, cool.
Do you think someone knows where Cleo is, or someone?
Someone has to. It's been 4 days. And yeah, they have to.
Do you fear someone has taken her?
We hold hope that, you know, she's here, because if I think about her being taken, it's pretty, you know, a million other things cross our mind. But I mean, that's why everyone else has their job, because that's what they're here to do, to find her.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I would say straight off with the answer here, they locate instantly that there will be somebody that knows. This isn't, as Chase often says, the missing perpetrator. It's not that they've got a name, but they're not saying, hey, I don't know, could be anybody. They're going, there's somebody. There is somebody out there, which locates it outside of themselves very, very clearly, rather than going, hey, who knows, could be anybody. That's important for me. The male agrees. There's agreement there. She folds her arms again tighter in resolution. So we can keep these folded arms as a baseline, and probably, in my mind, a baseline around comfort level. Or maybe if you were on the campsite with them, they'd be sitting in their chairs like this. Who knows? We don't have enough of, but we know from that last interview that the arms are folded all the time. But there are slight changes with that. They suggest if she'd wandered, they would have found a body by now, I think. So now in that particular piece, they're I guess playing tentatively with the idea of entertaining the idea of an abduction, and all the possibilities that, as they say, that go along with that, which are very, very grim possibilities. That's all I've got on that. I don't see, having watched all of that, the first interview and all of that second one, I don't see a huge amount of differences between the two, or any differences that would cause alarm bells with me. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think just a couple of points here. The husband doesn't nod until he hears his wife, and it's almost like he still can't communicate, and still doesn't really show any emotion at all. But the wife's answer is confident, direct. It's instantaneous with no latency, which is the time gap between the end of a question and the beginning of an answer. And it's possible that there's maybe some kind of apathy in the stepdad, but I don't think that there is guilt. There may be a feeling of guilt or a feeling of responsibility, but I don't think there is actual criminal guilt there. So, Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I felt better after seeing this one. This one makes me go back to, okay, because the groups of videos we've been watching up to this point, as we said before, are the ones that happened much later than, days later than this first one that we watched. And this one, they're on and they're up and they're around. They're like, yeah. And this other one, they're about worn out. So I feel a lot better about seeing this one, because what we're seeing there, we're seeing the adapters of the arms. They're still trying to get together and decide what they think about everything, I'm sure, at this point, trying to decide what might have really happened as they're going through this. So seeing that makes me feel better, because I think, Mark, I think there was a dramatic difference between this video and the other video, not for red flags and stuff, but how relaxed they were, how comparatively they're not emotionally worn out yet. And as Greg talks about the fatigue you go through those things, the adrenal fatigue, so I think they're not at that point yet. So that's why she's still lively. She's still up. Those eyes are wide open. His are wide open, and they're sitting up a lot more, and they're not moving slow. So I felt a lot better about it after seeing that part of it. Greg, what do you got?
Let's talk for a minute about adrenal fatigue. The piece that we were watching before this is less than 7 days after this video. These don't look like the same people. Yes, you can tell they're the same people, but their faces are hollow and worn, and you can see they look older. Adrenal fatigue can ultimately shut your body down. I've watched people ball up in the fetal position with no control over it. It just happens. When I worked SEER, it would happen to us once in a great while, or more often than we wanted it to. You push a person to the point that they just run out of a hormone or two, and then they just ball up. The human body is driven by hormones. You believe whatever else you want, but if we take out a hormone and leave an imbalance of another one, something happens to your body. And people wear out. Your adrenaline can only hold you for so long, and people keep going and going and going and going. And everybody's had a situation where they get to the end of their adrenaline, and suddenly they just collapse. All of us have capabilities to work through that kind of thing, but then we collapse at the end. So I want you to pay really close attention to her face. Her face is smiley. That's who she is. She's distraught in this beginning thing, but her face is smiley. Now compare it to the later video, or the earlier videos we showed you, and see the difference in the way her face looks. I was reminded of a guy who went through SEER who had a smile on his face, and we tried our best to take it off, and we couldn't. Not because he was not trying to smile, just the way his face was made. Jake, the stepfather here, is very emotional internally. He's not showing it externally, because we always know that when you're thinking about emotional things, you sit and think about emotional things later today for yourself. Think about something emotionally moving for you and watch your eyes drift. Typically, they drift down into your right in humans. Just is one of those things. And although I'm no absolutist, I've noticed that in 90+% of people I've ever seen. So we see he's internally focused and he's balled up while she's talking. Here again, we see the baseline. She's talking, he's balled up, he doesn't respond. She says a million other things, and she goes into an emotional accessing as well, because she's thinking, oh my God. And you can see it in her face. And then she gets to resignation, and she basically says, they'll do this because it's their jobs, and we've done everything we can. Anything we think of, they've already thought of. This is a horrible place to start the week, and we see them a week later. I'm with you. This makes them look much more human. And I'll leave you with one thing. I worked with a British interpreter many, many years ago, Russian speaker, who had done work for the Queen and the whole thing. And he stood around like this all the time. And you would say, Peter, are you bored with us? Are we shutting you out? And he would drop his hands, and he could scratch his knees. And he'd say, no, I just look much, much calmer when I'm folding my arms. So you just look at people, and body matters. If a person always does this, it means nothing. So we're looking at exactly that. That's all I got.
Yeah. Do you think someone knows where Cleo is, or someone?
Someone has to. It's been 4 days. And yeah, they have to.
Do you fear someone has taken her?
We hold hope that, she's here, because if I think about her being taken, it's pretty, a million other things cross her mind. But that's why everyone else has their job, because that's what they're here to do, to find her.
All right, well, let's throw around the room one time, and everybody, in 30 seconds or less, tell what they think happened. We'll start with Mark, then Chase and Greg, and I'll wrap it up. Mark?
Yeah, so I can quite understand if you think you see some red flags and you want to, focus on these parents. I would just say, I think you're focusing in the wrong place. You have a lot of power out there. I would just be sure that whatever you do next, you put that power in a place that could be most helpful. In my mind, that's not focusing on the parents, but focusing on anything outside of them. Get the picture out. We'll stick the number down below, especially if you're in Australia. Get information out about this child and keep your eyes open. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I think we are looking at two parents. One of them feels extreme sense of loss. And I think another one feels a sense of potential responsibility or guilt about how letting it happen or allowing it to happen. And I don't think we're seeing parents that are directly involved with the disappearance here. And that's what it speaks to me. And I'm actually glad that we're doing one of these instead of just like hammering down on somebody in a video like that, which is always even more awful. Greg, what do you think?
Guys, I watched this video and I first see red flags, of course, and then you have to go and look at the person. You have to look at what's going on in the person's psyche, what's going on. We can't read minds. We can see an outside symptom of something, and then you have to dig through it. Then you have to go use baseline. Now look at this woman's baseline, and she's in a dire situation in the beginning, but her face is smiling. And then we overlay that, and then we get to that confirmation thing. We see some baseline things that are not normal for all of us, and that affects it. So when we tell you baseline, 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 that matters. This is a great example of baseline. He doesn't talk, she does. We see it every time. So I will say in the beginning, I was all over the board on this one. I'll tell you, when I found this video, I was like, oh my God, look at the difference. But after going through it many times and watching, could I be wrong? Yes. I hope that I'm not. And I surely believe that these two people are not involved. I hope they find this little girl. We cannot say Cleo Smith and put her picture up enough times to get this little girl found and get her home safely. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah, when I was talking earlier about guilt, I think what the guilt we're seeing with her, or the feelings that I was seeing of guilt, maybe she feels guilty because she didn't hear it happening. Maybe she feels guilty because she slept through it. Maybe they've been drinking or something and just completely missed the noise of the sound of somebody coming in. We were talking earlier before we started about how the wind was there, and it's not like camping in the woods. You're camping out on right in front of the ocean, which is loud. There's a lot of wind, and tents make noise when wind hits them. So I think that difference in the earlier interview compared to this latest interview, all the difference in the world. I think they're about worn out, and I don't think they'd be that worn out if they had anything to do with it. They'd be worried, but it would be a different kind of worry, I believe. So I think the guilt we're seeing is from that happening and not feeling like they could protect the child or didn't protect the child. Were you going to say something, Greg?
Yeah, parents have, Mark, you hit it dead on. Every parent feels like they have one responsibility, and that's to protect their child. It doesn't matter if you caused it or if you couldn't stop it. You're going to feel that, period. That associated guilt's going to be there. So it's hard to read past that, and our systems are primitive. We don't have a separate associated guilt with a direct guilt system to deal with that.
Yeah.
So I think
and Mark, would you put all that information in the community? Just make a little poster or something?
Yeah. It'll be down below. It'll be in the community. Go and find it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And if you like what we're doing, please subscribe. Just hit that little red button down there and then hit the bell, and you'll know when we have a new one come out. All right. Thanks so much. And that was a great one, guys. And we'll see you next time.
See you.
The behavior panel.
See you.
All right.
Scott,
all right, Chase, you're good, man.
A suggestion, Scott. Take a snapshot of this while we're all here, and then let Mark do our blast as an out screen over the top of it for that Global Gurus thing.
Yeah. And I'll stick that up on community instead of making it.
Okay, so everybody smile, and I'll get that when it's recorded. You ready? Look at Greg smiling real big. Here we go.
So which one of us, or maybe all of us, would you like to be the #1 global guru on body language? Hit the link and go and vote for one of us, or all of us, or all of us, or just two of us, or three of us. I don't know. Do what you like, but vote. hit the link, away you go.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. I think that's important for us to hit every time.
Yeah, I forgot about it.
So I was posing for a picture at the beginning.
I was too. I was going. I was too.
Well, I was smiling as big as I ever do.
That was my picture smile.
Just look ridiculous. Like great. So clip that out and send me the video if you can, and I'll
I'll clip all this out.
Yeah.
So what do you got?